All right. Foos Road Da, everybody. We made it. Um. Okay. Well, we're doing Skyrim. And what is there really to say about Skyrim that hasn't already been said numerous times by, like, the entire world, right? It's been picked over to death. I want to establish that we're looking at the guide for Skyrim. And on the left, I have the guide, and on the right, I have the map. If you haven't been following along up to this point, I've been doing the guides for the main quest of each game from Morrowind on. In the follow-up, or in the run-up to, that's the exact opposite to say follow-up, in the run-up to Starfield. And I have this, and I have Fallout 4. I will not be covering Fallout 76. I played a lot of Skyrim in college in 2011 when it came out on the Xbox 360. Still on one disc. Somehow they managed to make the games simultaneously bigger and broader. I will be curious to see how they did that. Skyrim exists as a sort of frontier of Tamriel, so I think that's one way that they did it. It allowed for less NPCs, and less towns, and less organized places, so they got the best of the Fallout ideas of having a place that's barely inhabited and populated, unlike Vardenfell, which seems also like a backwater, except has twice or maybe 3 times as many NPCs, right? Due to the not having the space for voice acting necessary. This is Skyrim, as you can see. I'm using an interactive map, and I've turned most of the locations off except for cities and towns, and we will come across certain places when we need to, because I want to try and keep this as minimalist as possible. What can I say about Skyrim, about my experience with it when I was younger? I played a lot of it. It felt like a Netflix of video gaming. I feel like it felt like content. I didn't say that any one thing in Skyrim impressed me most, except perhaps the ambiance and the feeling of Skyrim as a place. I think they pretty well nailed that. A lot of the sight lines, a lot of the beauty of a 3-dimensional world like Skyrim. It felt very dense compared to Oblivion. I think that's the biggest thing I noticed that was different, was the density of foliage and the density of the natural landscapes. There's something about sort of the volumetric feeling of everything, right? It felt like it had density in space, and there was depth in a lot of spaces, and they were designed to be a lot more alive than Oblivion, which felt quite static. Not to mention that there's a feeling of differing biomes compared to Oblivion. Oblivion is, of course, there are some differentiating circumstances, but a lot of it is kind of a greenish pastoral landscape. This has a lot of different kind of changes in the leaves and the colors. There's a lot of changes in height as well. The verticality of Skyrim is quite large. I enjoyed it enough, but I didn't like it as much, I think, as Fallout 3, or nearly as much as Morrowind. I liked it more than Oblivion, of course. That's not a high bar. So, with that, I guess there's not really anything else that I wanted to say on that note with Skyrim. One thing I did want to take a look at before we started into the guide main quest was looking at the table of contents. We haven't really done this with the other guides, and to our discredit, I think, because I think it helps us to see what the emphases were based on the density of pages, right? One of the things you'll notice is that there's no introduction. I thought that there would be an introduction to each Elder Scrolls guide, because we're dealing with a very strange, fantastical world. But interestingly, while that exists for Oblivion and for Morrowind, especially for Morrowind, for Oblivion, that also exists, even despite the fact that it's very close to what you would typically expect from high fantasy, Lord of the Rings substance or subject matter. And then you have the Fallout games, which are close to our real world, and as far as historical locations, and as far as the assumption of nuclear war, which we can all easily envision. Layered over that history, not to mention that 50s tongue-in-cheek tone, Skyrim does not have an introduction. The closest we get to an introduction is whatever this is, the Song of the Dragonborn, and then Welcome to Skyrim. And it's based on gameplay. So if you've been following along, you've noticed that over time they have dispensed more and more with the world building that they present to you in the game guide, and they've switched over more and more to gameplay and gameplay mechanics. And I suppose that sort of makes sense. If you're a guide, you want to provide those gameplay mechanic ideas. But a long time ago, with games like Morrowind, they were pretty rudimentary, or they were assumed by the player because of their close kinship to tabletop role-playing, which governed a lot of those early games, in comparison to what we're experiencing here, which is a lot more action-oriented, a lot more real-time. Second thing I wanted to mention is that the main quest, as you can see here that I'm highlighting, starts on page 117, and it effectively ends on page 154, which I feel like is the shortest amount of pages for a main quest we've encountered thus far. And it's going to feel that way, especially with the text, the amount of text that we're going to get on these places. I actually don't know if it's going to be a worthwhile endeavor to read through these ladder guides between Skyrim and Fallout 4 for their quest design and density. We'll have to see. But compare that to, the Dark Brotherhood quests, which start on page 232 and end at 256, which is shorter, but not as much shorter as you might imagine, right? And I'm not including the Dark Brotherhood Radiant quests. So, I'll be curious to see what I pick up from this. So I will say that unlike Oblivion, I did play the Skyrim main quest to completion, and I didn't really care for it. The Fallout main quest, I remember thinking was quite short, and I also did not like not being able to play the game after completing the main quest, so that always kind of stuck in the back of your mind, is that you have this unfinished main quest just waiting for you to complete at all times if you choose to go back to a previous save. I believe this game does let you continue the main quest even after, or continue your character or your playthrough even after completing the main quest. And sure, that's a nice touch, but I also felt that the story of Skyrim left a lot to be desired when compared to, especially Morrowind. Both games feature a sort of chosen one plotline. I think that Morrowind handles it a lot more pragmatically, and in doing so, handles it a lot better philosophically as a result. So it manages to do two birds with one stone on that number. There are 20 different quests in 3 acts. I'm not sure if that has been explicitly mentioned in previous guides that there are acts, right? I don't think I have any more preamble. I kind of just want to get into this because I feel like I can speed run this. I'm getting my wisdom teeth taken out, so I want to get this done before then. So I have 2 days to do it, and it's hot outside, so I got nothing to do. And it's summer, so let's do it. The main quest. The main quest begins the moment you start your adventure. Over the course of 3 acts, these quests involve some of the most important and wide-ranging events in Skyrim. Once you escape the town of Helgen, you are free to continue or ignore the main quest whenever you wish. However, it is recommended that you complete most of the first act sooner rather than later, as you're rewarded with several important powers, including shouts, that can make your other adventures less fraught and more entertaining. Remember that you can completely finish the main quest and then return to tackle any other quests without penalty. Wow, they're telling you up front some of the gameplay ramifications of how you choose to go about the main quest. That's very interesting. So they do recommend that you complete the main quest up to a certain point, which is completing the first act, so that you can be, I guess, endowed with these powers in an explicit way. The shouts. That is interesting. So in previous games, it's been sort of a strange guessing game about how to go about understanding when to break off from the main quest and when to go back in. And that is not an unknown thing in the community of Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Bethesda games, is when to do the main quest. So that's something that's come up time and again. Patrician TV has his own aspects of when to break off and when to stay in. I'm sure you have as many different opinions on how to do main quests as the people who play these games, or whether to do the main quests at all, right? So I'm sure you have your opinions as you're sitting here listening or watching. So let's get into it. Bound for the block. This has 2 columns, so I'm trying to zoom in as much as I can in case you're watching this on a certain type of screen or a certain distance from your screen. So I'm going to try and keep it as zoomed in on each column, and I'm going to try and read the columns correctly. I have in the past not done that, so like a exceptional individual that I am. So let's get started. Bound for the block. The clattering of hooves against cobblestone and the sway of the prison cart wakes you. Wow, we got some stylistic flourishes with this guide. Ralof, a Stormcloak rebel, wastes no time in talking to you. You're joined on this condemned wagon by a horse rustler named Lokier, who hails from a town called Nordic Dead, and a large imposing man who is bound and gagged. After Lokier addresses the man without proper respect, Ralof tells him to watch his tongue. He's speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King of Skyrim, and the leader of the Stormcloak Rebellion against the Empire. Okay, so right off the bat, the main quest is encouraging you to understand the context of the world, maybe pointing you towards certain quests, like the Civil War going on. The convoy continues towards the gates of Helgen, a fortified hamlet in Falkreath Hold. You pass by General Tullius, leader of the Imperial forces in Skyrim, and his Thalmor advisors. Ralof looks around the settlement, remembering his youthful indiscretions. You pass a boy named Hamig, who wants to watch the soldiers parading in his town. His father quickly herds him back indoors. The wagon stops. This is the end of the line. The prisoners disembark, and their names are recorded. Lokier attempts to flee, but is cut down by Imperial archers. An Imperial soldier named Hadvar beckons you forward and asks for your name. This is where character creation happens, is basically what this note is saying. I'm going to skip it. Hadvar turns to his superior and asks her what to do with you, as you're not on the list of captured rebels. That's interesting, right? So due to circumstance is usually what happens in Elder Scrolls games, right? So you're sent very explicitly by the Emperor in Morrowind. In Oblivion, you're not supposed to be in the prison cell that you're in when Uriel Septim shows up to escape assassins. Here, it seems like, once again, by circumstance you're here, but not by any explicit request or recommendation. So closer to Oblivion than to Morrowind in that regard. The Imperial captain tells Hadvar to ignore the list. You're going to the block. Let the gods sort him out. You step forward where General Tullius has a rather one-sided discussion with Ulfric Stormcloak, interrupted only by a strange guttural sound in the distance. A priestess of Arkay attempts to bless the rebels before they're put to death, mentioning the 8 divines. Thalmor law prohibits the worship of the Nordic god Talos, Tiber Septim. This infuriates the Stormcloaks. After the headsman swings his axe, this is a nice little bit of lore, I guess, that they're providing in the middle of the in the guide. I don't recall the previous ones doing that necessarily. After the headsman swings his axe, the first rebel is beheaded, and you're summoned to the block just as another bellow echoes through the mountains. Resting your head on the block, the headman raises his axe, and a gigantic black creature arcs through the skies, landing heavily on Helgen's central tower and unleashing a thume, or shout, that scatters everyone, both rebel and imperial alike. Make your way to the keep. The World Eater returns. Amid the chaos, Ralof yells for you to follow him, oblige him, as you're still bound and dashing about in a panic doesn't further your cause. Follow Ralof as he reconvenes with Ulfric Stormcloak inside the keep and beckons you to follow him up the steps. As you reach the keep's second landing, a section of exterior wall comes crashing down, and the Black Dragon roasts the area with fire before flying out of view. Ralof tells you to leap across to the ruins of the town's end. Jump across, landing in the upstairs area, then head down to ground level. The streets are filled with fire, wreckage, and panicked citizens. Hadvar is removing the boy, Hamming, from danger, before recommending you Follow him to relative safety. Wow, on a side note, I don't ever recall doing this in like the 5 to 10 times I've started a new Skyrim game. I just have totally missed some of the ambiance going on in this moment, right? Some of the contingent circumstances. Shadow Hadvar as you both weave through the ruins of Helgen, briefly pausing to watch hapless Imperial forces trying to bring down the dragon. You can't help but search corpses as your hands are still tied. Eventually Hadvar brings you to the main keep, where you both run into Ralof. After a short but tense standoff, they run to separate doors of the keep and shout for you to head inside with them. Enter the keep with Hadvar or Ralof. Note, this quest splits into 2 parallel paths at this point. The general route out of Helgen through the keep is the same, but your allies and enemies will be different. The person you join with here affects who you journey with in the next quest, and sets you up with an alliance for the Civil War quests to come. However, you can still switch sides after this quest, so it doesn't matter who you escape with. Yeah, it's just flavor. Battle through the keep. Path A, helping Hadvar. So this is what we might call the alternative, right? The apocryphal one, if I remember correctly. Like the canonical one is generally regarded to be Ralof. Following Hadvar into Helgen's keep removes your bindings and recommends you search the barracks for any weapons and items you can find. Step over to the warden's chest, which has what you need. That's the equipment that you get. I'm not going to read it out loud. After searching the room, there's a weapon on the weapon rack by the wall and more items in one of the other chests. Hadvar opens the wooden grating, allowing you to continue down a corridor to a second pole chain and grating. Equip your new weapons and armor, and then slaughter the Stormcloak soldiers in the room beyond. When they are both dead, you can ransack their bodies for items and different equipment, unlock the gate to the west, and proceed. Path B, rendezvous with Ralof. Follow Ralof into Helgen's keep, where he encounters the remains of his comrade Gunjar. After wishing him a quick journey to Sovngarde, he cuts your bonds and instructs you to take Gunjar's seat. Take Gunjar's gear. I don't know why I said seat. It's embarrassing. We've definitely leveled up as far as like guide quality. I feel like the text is very clear. Let me use the restroom real quick. Alright, where were we? After inspecting both exits, which are locked, Ralof notices some incoming Imperials and crouches down, ready to ambush them. Equip your new weapons and armor and then slaughter the Imperial captain and soldier. When they're both dead, you can ransack their corpses for items and different equipment. You'll find the Helgen keep key on the captain's body, unlock the gate to the west, and proceed. I'm going to skip this because that's more like gameplay stuff. Merged path, Helgen escape. Wow, it's really brief, the differences. Follow your ally through the gate and down the steps. The dragon causes the roof to collapse, forcing you left and into a storage room. 2 enemies of the imposing faction are in this chamber. Bring them both down, helping your ally as much or as little as you wish. He recommends to look around the room for potions. You'll need them. You can search for whatever you wish, however. Simply look in the barrel indicated, collect the potions, and meet up again with your ally. Head back out into the main corridor on the other side of the roof collapse and follow your friend down into the torture chamber. The torturer and his assistant, both Imperials, are fighting Stormcloaks in here. After the commotion is over, grab the items from the knapsack on the table. Read or take the Book of the Dragonborn, and steal a dagger and any other weapons from the chamber. Your ally notices that one of the torturer's cages houses the corpse of a mage and suggests you pry open the lock. You're given lockpicks for this purpose. Open the lock and take the mage's clothing in your first spell tome, then head out of the chamber. Should we read the Book of the Dragonborn because it's explicitly provided by the main quest? I don't know. They're not notes. We usually don't read books. We did read the notes in Morrowind. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that. But that's because the NPCs of the main quest explicitly gave us notes. Wind your way past the prison cells and step down the steps and be ready to combat enemies in the 2-level lower dungeon. You can leave your ally to soak up most of the damage or wait in yourself. There are some particular methods of tackling the foes in here. The terrain is narrow, meaning movement is restricted, so watch your step as well as the foes armed with bows. Quickly take down a foe and grab a bow and some arrows. Use those on the enemy, ideally from range in the upper level. If you have a fire-based spell, because of your race, you can set fire to the pool of oil on the opposite side, burning some foes. Or you can use sparks and weaken enemies with electrical damage from a distance. Wow, that sheds a lot of light onto character creation. So very different from Morrowind, where you can't just do all of those things with one character right off the bat in the beginning of that game. So it's sort of shocking. I'm actually going to zoom into Helgen here because that's where we're starting. Follow your ally out of the lower dungeon to a bridge that he lowers using the lever, or you can do this if you're impatient. After crossing the bridge, a giant slab of stone crushes the structure, stopping you from backtracking. There's a lot of good, like, set piece stuff going on here, like, to get you into the beginning. You know, Todd Howard likes beginnings. However, you can drop through the wreckage and follow the path down to the rushing subterranean stream. Follow the flow of water past a skeleton. That's interesting, too, that the world has water that flows. Morrowind certainly didn't have that, right? Take its coin purse and down into a cobweb-filled cave. It is here that you're set upon by around 6 frostbite spiders. Use ranged attacks to weaken them, followed by melee attacks to finish them. This is the best way to battle them. Leave your ally to attack his own arachnids, or team up and make quick work of them. After crossing a small natural bridge, your ally crouches and indicates the presence of a bear just ahead. He suggests 2 ways to get past her: sneaking so as not to disturb her, or hitting her with an arrow from the bow he gives you. The choice is yours. You can crouch. I have avoided the bear completely on pretty much all my playthroughs, which is silly because you want the experience, so I'm not quite sure why I did that. Equip the bow. Fire up to 3 shots before she reaches you, and then finish her off with your ally's help. Use the weapons or spells you prefer to take down the bear. You may want to invoke your racial power in this fight, if it helps. Wood elves in particular can use a command animal to simply turn the bear into an ally and walk right by, or simply sprint past the bear and down the tunnel as quickly as possible. Quest conclusion. After the bear encounter, the cave narrows to a winding tunnel with light streaming from the far end. This is the way out. Main quest before the storm begins immediately. Wow. So a big action set piece to begin it. So more like Oblivion than like Morrowind. Morrowind begins rather innocently. Oblivion begins with a big bang, similar to this, right? An attacking dragon or an assassin. In this way, Skyrim is a lot like Kvatch from Oblivion, where Kvatch is a town that is attacked. And so Helgen, like Kvatch, ends up being a kind of emptied zone where it looks like a space where maybe it was cut content is basically what I'm saying. I don't think that's actually the case. I feel like they know what the beginning of their game is going to look like quite early in the design process. And then they sort of build out from there. Or they know exactly where to place the beginning stages of the game in relation to others, just because I know and have heard from interviews that Todd takes the beginnings of each of these games very seriously as a way to establish what the player is to expect, not just with gameplay mechanics, but also just with the tone and atmosphere of what the game's trying to do. A wander down to Riverwood. You emerge into the bright light of Falkreath Hold, north of the still shouldering ruin of Helgen. So, how do we want to do this? How do I want to do this? I suppose if I hit show all Helgen Keep and look through here, I might be able to find it. The Guardian Stones. So much noise now when it comes to these maps. Ugh. I don't really want to show all just because of how much stuff there is in the way. I may remove like resources if I can. What has the most? 82 caves? Good God. Yeah, can we just blanket get rid of resources? Hell yeah. We will probably do that. Probably get rid of side quests. Services. Probably don't need any services. Don't need items. Yeah, so we're just focused on locations. That looks a lot better. Alright. So let's hope that can assist us a little bit when we're looking at this. Alright, so I'm assuming that we come out here. I could be wrong. It's been so long. Guardian Stones, the Shrine of Talos. Certainly not there. It's too far in. Alright, let's hope that works. This is Hadvar, this is Ralof. You can follow either of them. Speak to him so the objective updates at this point. Follow down the hillside, which is advisable if you want to complete this quest. Head off alone, ignoring him. To continue this quest, simply meet up with Hadvar or Ralof's contact in Riverwood. So, yeah, there's an awkward moment from here where these characters are heading towards Riverwood, and you could just ignore what is going on here, because they're, telling what happened in Helgen. I suppose it's sort of your first introduction into Skyrim's topography. So it makes sense to kind of follow these characters and to see what it looks like to travel around in the outdoors instead of just a town. To me, it doesn't really make sense to ignore the main quest at this point, just because it's awkwardly a character, an NPC is running away from you. Even though they do give you a kind of a papal dispensation to go if you need to. Follow your friend down the hillside. He points out the ominous ruins on the river's opposite side, Bleak Falls. Yep, I think that's a foreshadowing for the first kind of Arkanthan style main quest, a dungeon similar to Morrowind. Continue to the edge of the White River, which flows from Lake Ilinalta to the west. Hope I pronounced that right. Or unless those are two, a double L, which would be Ilinalta. Your friend is talking about the current situation regarding your chosen faction when a couple of wolves interrupt him. Join in the attack, or watch your friend defeat them. Then follow the path along the riverbank and into Riverwood, which is on the edge of Whiterun Hold. The details of these maps have certainly gotten a lot better too. I'm going to skip the roaming around. I'm going to skip the compass, Imperials, Alvor, and Sigrid. Oh, the people are different too. I guess I didn't recognize that. Enter Riverwood, where Hadvar beckons you to meet his uncle. Head to the blacksmith's. Yikes, it's a pretty small town. This must be a strained town based on Imperials and Stormcloaks living side by side. Where Uncle Alvar is hammering away in his forge, he seems confused and troubled by his nephew's appearance and is convinced to head inside his house to talk. Secret, Alvar's wife, will prepare some victuals. Looks like you could use some sustenance. Head inside Alvar and Sigrid's house. Hadvar tells of his assignment to General Tullius' guard and the dragon attack in Helgen. Alvar accuses Hadvar of being drunk, saying the dragons were wiped out long ago. Hadvar finishes the story, telling Alvar that he owes his life to you. Hadvar wishes to leave for solitude, but you both need food and a place to stay. Alvar offers you a gift, while his daughter Dorth watches silently. You can take any or all of the items offered. Then Alvar turns to you. Riverwood needs your help. Jarl Balgruff of Whiterun needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose, as Riverwood is defenseless against it. Soldiers must be sent here. Your quest objective updates along with your map, and you can ask Alvar, Sigrid, or anyone else further questions before you leave. I feel like you'd be able to see a dragon from Whiterun. I don't think that's a crazy thing to imagine. Okay, here's the alternative. Stormcloaks, Girder, and Hod. Enter Riverwood, where Ralof walks around the left side of the blacksmiths to meet his sister, Sven, and his mother, Hilda. They can both be heard arguing about the dragon she saw. Ralof shouts a greeting to his sister, Girder, who is delighted to see him. I imagine he, literally did a dragonborn shout. Make your way past the Whiterun stables. Oh, shit. I did not read the columns correctly. I've already made that mistake. Please kill me. She seems concerned, especially after learning that Ulfric Stormcloak had been captured. She is convinced to move to a quieter area away from eavesdroppers. She yells for her husband Hod. By the river, Hod and Girder, and later Girder's son Frodnar, listens to Ralof as he recalls the ambush by the Imperials outside Darkwater Crossing. It was as if they knew the Stormcloaks were there. After narrowly escaping the headsman's block, and after a mistrial for Ulfric, a dragon appeared over Helgen and inadvertently saved them. Now you both need food and a place to stay. Gerda offers you a key to her home and a gift. It's pretty amazing, given such short notice. And she tells you that Riverwood is defenseless, and Jarl Balgruff of Whiterun needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose. While Ralof and his relatives head back to Gerda's home, you can follow them or set off. Your quest objective updates along with your map. You may also ask Gerda, Hod, or anyone else further questions before you leave. Okay, so we have some tips here, some gameplay tips, using a lot of page space for gameplay tips of the kind that you would think they would have covered in the 117 pages leading up to the main quest in this guidebook. What do I know? This is nice. It's a nice quest. It's nice to have a exciting, bombastic opening, to have the two split into alternating paths for people replaying this, or to just get a different feel for the civil war that's raging around the countryside of Skyrim, and to have it coalesce together in Whiterun. I'm not gonna say it's the most amazing thing, but it's cool. It gets the player immediately involved into the context of the situation before they decide to go off and do their own thing. You must now make your way to Whiterun. This is the fortress city of Whiterun, the capital to the north. The optimal route is to cross the bridge as you exit Riverwood, follow the path with the waterfall rapids to your right, and begin a hill descent. You may have a world encounter on the way down. Take a world encounter. Will they explain what they consider to be a world encounter? I guess that's just a leveled enemy will fight you. Take the west path at the 2 bridges on the opposite side of the stream to Chilfurrow Farm and past the Hunting Brew Meadery. You may hear the sounds of combat coming from the outskirts of Pelagia Farm. A giant has lumbered into this area, and a group of fighters called the Companions is fighting it. I think I recall that. The view distances when moving from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim has, without a doubt, been a benefit over time. The technological improvements to view distances and what you can see at long distances really helps to convey the sense of size and scale in a way that, Vardenfell is quite large. Obviously, these places have gotten larger and larger, but how to convey that size besides just the density of locations, I suppose, would be an issue. But they've managed to do so in the games over time, and that's, without a doubt a benefit. Wow, that's really short when you're looking at it on the map like that. This feels like the movement from Seydonin to Balmora. Not too far geographically, but you're learning a lot about the world, and you get this journey of different biomes, right from the lush green near the river, heading inland into this kind of flatter expanse that takes up the middle of Skyrim. It's beautiful. I think the geography is the best part, like I've said. This is the bottom of the page. It is. Make your way past the Whiterun stables and then up the hill over the drawbridge. As you approach, a guard stops you. The city is closed with the news of the dragon spreading faster than you can travel. You can tell the guard that Riverwood calls for the Jarl's aid. This is the optimal plan and only available with this quest active. Or you can persuade the guard you have news from Helgen about the dragon attack, bribe the guard with a portion of your collected gold, or intimidate the guard. Once you're inside the walls of Whiterun, there's much to do and see. Well, actually, let's back up. I'm not really sure, if this exists, why would you ever use these? Because you don't have to take a risk with this. Maybe if you just want to flex and use these. Maybe if the quest isn't active. I'm not sure. Once you're inside the walls of Riverwood, there's much to do and see. Don't worry about roaming this city, entering buildings and interacting with the locals. But once you decide to complete this quest, head north up the hilltop that the city sits on, past the Gildergreen tree and the Shrine to Talos. Climb the stone steps to discover Dragon's Reach, home of the Jarl. Walk toward the huge central fire on either side of the banquet tables. The inhabitants of Dragon's Reach are a little on edge. As you step forward, you are met by Irilith, the Jarl Balgruuf's housecarl. Explain to her that you are here to see the Jarl. You can be as forthright or secretive with the information, depending on how annoyed you wish Irilith to be. After a stare down, the Jarl requests your presence. Speak to him about the dragon that destroyed Helgen. Begin to tell the Jarl your tale. Your responses result in the same course of action. Assuming you don't mind, you don't go mad and launch into an attack inside Dragon's Reach. If you mention Alvor, Jarl Balgruuf notes that he's a reliable, solid fellow and not prone to flights of fancy. If you mention Gerdur, Jarl Balgruuf says that she's a pillar of the community and not prone to flights of fancy. This gives more credence to your story. You can give the Jarl as many personal details as you wish. In the course of his questioning in your story, after a discussion in which Irilith wisely asks for troops to be sent to Riverwood immediately, Proventus Avenici warns that the Jarl of Falkreath may see this as a provocation. That is some gameplay stuff about being unable to kill NPCs, which is crazy that you can't do that compared to other Elder Scrolls games, which let you effectively break the games. So could be interesting to talk about, but I don't think anyone is surprised. That's more of a gameplay thing. I'm trying to be more focused on story here. Reliable sources. Talk to Farengar. At the end of your conversation with Jarl, the Greater, Balgruuf, he asks you to consult with his court wizard Farengar, Secret Fire. Follow the Jarl into Farengar's study, where the Jarl introduces you. Farengar has a job for you almost immediately, to delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet. Ask for further information, and Farengar explains you're to look for something called a dragonstone, a tablet said to contain a map of the dragon burial sites across Skyrim. Farengar believes the stone is interred in the main chamber of Bleak Falls Barrow, and he has reliable sources that have confirmed as much. Before you leave, you can speak to Farengar about a variety of topics to gain a deeper understanding of his role in the Jarl's court. Reliable sources is in quotations. I think that's interesting. Like, are they quoting Farengar here, or are they suggesting that that's dubious? Like, what are his reliable sources? I've always wondered about the diffusion or the discrepancy between the guide writers and the makers, Bethesda, of the game. And if some of that comes out in the guides. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Moving on. Some interesting aspects about there are other quests that have to do with Bleak Falls Barrow. There's sort of a funneling aspect of Bleak Falls Barrow as a place, unlike Arkanthand, where I believe Arkanthand is largely a place for the main quest. Bleak Falls Barrow has multiple things going on. Unreliable bandits. Head up the mountain path north of Riverwood, passing the Riverwood Folly, while we are cruising through this main quest. At the summit, the Nord tomb appears through the blizzard. Expect more bandit activity in this area. Locate the arched carved door leading into Bleak Falls Temple. Inside the first chamber, you hear two bandits around a campfire talking about a dark elf heading farther into the barrow. End their conversation swiftly before venturing down the stairs. Okay, so you see this dark elf later, and that's something I don't think that I don't recall if Oblivion did that, where they used the voice acting to create set pieces. And that's something I'm looking forward to in Starfield. Now that there's no limit to, effectively no limit to how much they can use lines and voice acting to take up storage space, because storage space has become this so large it's redundant. As long as you can hold Starfield on the basic console level amount of space, which is I think 500 gigs for a Xbox Series S, and then a terabyte for Xbox Series X, you should be good to go. Like, we have plenty of space to work with. It's just a matter of the labor. If the developers of Starfield, Bethesda, want to spend that amount of time to create set pieces in that explicit way, do I expect that for every quest? No way, right? This is the main quest, and it's early in the main quest, so they have a certain incentive to get your attention and keep it for the goal of onboarding you into the game, to get you excited into other quests and other factions, blah blah blah. Pass through the spiderwebs and barrel urns and around the dead skeever. Engage another bandit on your way to a ceremonial entrance room. A portcullis blocks your path, and the lever nearby is currently inactive. In the alcoves to the left are a trio of three-sided pillars. Approach the first, they can be activated. Each side is a different animal carving: the hawk, whale, and snake. Puzzle solution: rotate the pillars so a snake, and a whale face out. Okay, this is the same every single time. The carved Nord heads above the portcullis hold the answer in their maws. If you're remaining unseen as you move through this barrow, you can follow the third bandit into the ceremonial entrance room and activate the lever on the ground. He succumbs to the dart trap immediately. That's pretty nice. I did not know that. Okay, so there's puzzles, there's physics, there's traps. The traps are no longer chance-based, but they're embodied out in the world, so they're legit traps. So if you're watching with your eyes, and if you're an astute player, you can see them before they happen. So that's neat. I like that. And then there's some light puzzling, which just, I guess, adds some texture to the experience of dungeon crawling instead of just beelining it from one place to another. So both of these things work to slow down the player and get them into the atmosphere and the tone that the artists have worked so hard to create with their lighting and their color. Descend the spiral steps beyond, battling a few skeevers on your way down. As the thick spider silk begins to cover the walls, you hear a voice up ahead and to your left cut through the doorway, covered in webbing. Demon Souls did this too really well, which is to foreshadow enemies. And Demon Souls did this with a spider enemy, or spider boss. and enter the lair of a giant frostbite spider. Attack the arachnid before venturing toward the trussed-up dark elf, one of the bandits from the raiding party you slaughtered previously. So with this boss fight, you can just literally back up into the previous room that you were in, and the spider can't go past it. So it's a lot easier fight than before. One of the interesting things about this is that in Oblivion, you spent a lot of the early hours of the game fighting with people. In Skyrim, it seems like they have let you loose a little earlier. So you do the fight in Helgen, and you do have either Hadvar or Ralof with you. That's natural in these games because they're trying to tutorialize you into playing the game and getting used to the fighting and the way that the fighting feels without being on your own. But now that that's over, and you've done a little bit of information dealing in Whiterun, you're effectively kind of let loose. So I didn't get a chance to go to Bleak Falls Barrow. Here it is. So this is where we're at. So getting there seems to be simple enough, right? You just like, I think, the Satanin, Balmora, Arkanthan route, you end up retracing most of your journey. And so there's this zigzag, right? Which I think is really smart. And I have a feeling that in early Starfield, before you take off in your ship, I could easily imagine a moment where you have to, it may all take place in one spot, but if it was me, and if I was designing Starfield before even taking off in the ship and heading towards the first established planet to this settled moment, if it was me, it would be heading out and then heading back and then using a lot of covered ground. I think that's smart to tutorialize as well, is that it doesn't make the player too lost, because instead of dealing with the massive geography of the world, they're only dealing with this small subset of space here, right? So I think it triangulates really well. Morrowind did that. Oblivion did not really do that, which I thought was a big mistake. There's a lot about Oblivion that feels very decentralized in a bad way, that was made up for with leveled content and with fast travel. So I think so far they've learned their lesson pretty well. And to be honest, they learned their lesson already in Fallout. There are only a handful of occasions where you're asked to travel out far in the main quest, but they provided some leverage for you, or some scaffolding for you for each location, to where it didn't feel like a daunting task. At all times, it stayed relatively close. And thanks to fast travel, it helped to alleviate those circumstances even further. All right, moving on. This is Arvel the Swift. Here's where I'm at. Who's carrying a golden claw, which is pertinent to both this quest and the side quest. He quickly tells you he knows how it fits into the door of the Hall Stories. The bandit is babbling, but he needs cutting down first to oblige him. After a couple of swipes, Arvel's sticky prism gives way. He immediately flees, laughing that he won't be sharing his treasure with the likes of you. This is correct, but that's due to his imminent departure from this realm. This can be by your hands, a quick arrow or two in the back, or other ranged attack, or by the denizens that lurk deeper in this crypt. That's smart. It's also a good warning for the player into what enemies they expect to fight next, because I believe this is the first time that you're fighting the Nordic Dead, as it says here, the Draugr. Knee-deep in the Nordic Dead, follow Arvel passing through the crypt entrance and down into the catacombs. A swift soon meets the dead, as Arvel falls under a flurry of Draugr attacks. The Nord undead now turn their attention to you. Battle them back, or run north toward the open spiked gate and pressure plate. Keep to the extreme left, and you can activate the swinging gate trap without being hit. Use it as a skewering device against the Draugr. Then search Arvel. Among his belongings are the Golden Claw and the Dark Elf's journal. Read it for more clues on this Barrows Secret. Continue downward, battling Draugr and searching corpses, both resting and animated as you go. At the swinging blade, sprint forward the moment the closest blade swings past you. Thanks. Brandish your weaponry, but don't be overzealous with fire in the passageway with puddles. This is actually oil leaking from a hanging lamp, and the corridor erupts if flames touch the ground. Use this as a trap against your bony foes. Eventually, you climb steps into a tall chamber with a waterfall and another Draugr. The Barrows Secret lies past a portcullis above the rushing stream. Locate the chain next to the portcullis and activate it before splashing down the stream and into a larger cavern with an opening at the far end. Head to a natural bridge below the waterfall, or stand atop the waterfall and fire down on the enemy below. This is either a Draugr or a frost troll. By the bridge, optionally scavenge on the curved path below, and then follow the path into the illuminated entrance to the Bleak Falls Sanctum. Okay, so there is some leveling going on with the content in the same way as Oblivion, but I can't tell how egregious it is. Open the sanctum doors and weave your way to a bleeding corridor. Coax the Draugr beyond this, into this trap before dashing through it, into the Great Chamber. Expect attacks from Draugr bowmen on the bridge above, and melee strikes from the ground. Remember, you can drop oil lamps and burn these foes as you head over the bridge, into the iron door leading into the long hall of stories and to a Nordic puzzle door. There's a lot that's being taught here, so a lot of the traps are standardized to the effect that you'll see the blades, you'll see kind of the like fence of spikes, and the oil, you'll see those constantly over and over again. You're going to see the Draugr over and over again. And I actually sort of have a problem with this, and I may talk about it after we get to the end of Bleak Falls Barrow. So let's do that now. The door consists of 3 rings that rotate when you activate them. Each of them has 3 animals plated into the structure, and you can unlock the central keyhole by using the golden claw itself. This puzzle is inaccessible without it. The puzzle solution is actually on the palm of the golden claw. Rotate it in your inventory to see the 3 circular petroglyph carvings on the claw's palm. Move the rings so the bear, moth, and owl appear on the outer, middle, and inner rings respectively. Then insert the golden claw into the keyhole. Guardian of the Dragonstone. This is beautiful. Like, thank God for full color pages here so we can see what we're experiencing as we're reading the guide. The use of lighting and creating a sense of scale and intimidation and just the embodied feeling of being there has certainly, I don't want to say improved, the fidelity of which has gotten more articulate. I think that it's always been there. Like I said, I think in Morrowind they had it. So it's just a matter of dialing in that each and every time. Sometimes they've done it better than others, but I would say in all cases they excel in a way that a lot of other companies some do a good job with it. I think a lot of games have beautiful graphics, but I think there is something more about a game than simply the fidelity of having really good looking graphics, right? As much as I love Horizon, the first game I haven't played, Forbidden West. Horizon Zero Dawn is just a staggeringly beautiful game, but I didn't get a sense of space and intention with that space. I certainly felt like I got it in the first tutorial area. It felt like it was deeply planned and choreographed. I'm not sure about later biomes and later spaces, so that's what I mean, is that it's not just the graphics. There's something else going on with planning and the design of spaces. This reveals the Barrows Secret at last, a ceremonial burial grotto with waterfalls surrounding the long-forgotten chamber. Move to the carved stone center and check the chest and scavenge what you need. Then inspect the word wall, where you're granted a word of power. However, this stirs a toughened Draugr from his rest, and you must defend yourself from this final Barrow Guardian. After the fight, inspect the corpse of the Draugr. He is carrying the dragon stone you seek. Grab this before taking the staircase on the chamber's left side, activating the handle to raise a secret stone slab door out in an upper Barrow alcove, and then exit out into Skyrim. So instead of having to backtrack through the dungeon, they create a third way out, which I think is smart. They're doing it right. They're finally doing it. Sometimes that was the case, even in the earliest dungeons, even in Morrowind. There were certain cases where you could double back by moving forward, and you eventually move back to the beginning. So I don't want to say that's never been done before, but here in the main quest, it's encouraged, right? Compared to Arkanthan, where you go straight in and then you go straight out, and the path that you take is the exact same. So I would say that's a benefit, considering that this is the first place. One of the detriments, I would say, is that some of the pacing does not feel great. So why is this layout so weird? It's not in the typical column style. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Okay, so let me finish this and then I'll talk about pacing, because I wanted to talk about that earlier, but I want to wait until I finish this quest. Return to Dragon's Reach. The quickest way is to fast travel directly to it and immediately consult with Farengar. If this is the second time you visited him, he is joined in his study by a mysterious hooded figure named Delphine, possibly the reliable source he referred to earlier. Aha! So there's a reason why it was mentioned in quotes, is because they were foreshadowing, providing information for something that happens later. He is talking about the cross-referencing of texts that mention dragons. Finally, Farengar turns to you, impressed that you didn't die in the barrow. As you hand over the dragonstone, he says that you are cut above the usual brutes the Jarl sends his way. Speak to the Jarl for your reward, which occurs during the initial conversations of the next quest. A lot of positive feedback going on here, right? You learn a word of power, so strange occurrence is happening to you. You're getting positive feedback from the NPCs, right? So there's a lot that the game's trying to do to convince you that you're important, which is nice, I guess. I don't need to be patronized to play these games, but I like being praised. So okay, so what do I want to say about pacing? So I think that if you have played this quest, you have experienced a much larger percentage of what Skyrim's dungeon delving has to offer than if you played Argenthan's dungeon in Morrowind and what that game has to offer, if that makes sense. So there is a lot more going on, I feel like, in geography, in play styles, in ideas and context and lore in Morrowind dungeon diving than just Argenthan. But I can't say the same thing about Skyrim. I feel like this set piece at Bleak Falls Barrow is a huge chunk of what people like about Skyrim, to be sure, but also it's something that you encounter ad nauseum again and again and again. So for people who like the combat, I guess, that's a good thing. But I feel like it gets stale very quickly. When I experienced this in the guide, I recall quite a few times doing this. So that's all I want to say about the pacing section. How is that as a first major part of the main quest? It's a fetch quest, and I don't necessarily love it as a main quest because in Argenthan from Morrowind, the first fetch quest is one where you do not have to fight. The Dwemer puzzle box, if you know where to look, you can race in and grab it and race out, especially if you have the mark and recall spells. If you've gotten to level 4, as the game explicitly instructs you to do, is to go out and get experience. You could very well get a mark and recall spell, especially if you're a mage and especially if you have been attuned in either alteration or mysticism. I forget what school of magic it is. You could easily do that, right? You could grab the Dwemer puzzle box, especially considering it's in a separate room, so you wouldn't have to fight the mercenaries if you could just get past them, and then you could recall, and you would be okay. In this, the Dragonstone that you're looking for is tied to a boss, which feels very odd. In Oblivion, I'm trying to remember what the first major combat quest was. In Oblivion, you're still kind of doing the exposition introduction because you're fighting in Kvatch. So I'm not sure if that's a good comparison. In Fallout, you're not really doing a fetch quest. You're instead trying to find your father. So you've gone to Megaton, and now you're sort of exploring on this kind of road trip movie, following in the footsteps of your father as you head into the Capital Wasteland. And you eventually encounter the Brotherhood of Steel. So I think this quest is not as good as the Argenthan one, and you don't really have as much of the lore of Skyrim as you did with Morrowind by the time that quest was finished. So it's similar, but also way worse as far as what the outcome is, both for the options for the player as well as for the narrative of what the player knows. So I don't really like it. I think I talked myself out of liking this one. I'm sure the combat is fun, and I'm sure there are puzzles, there are traps to kind of add some texture. There was that dark elf that we freed, so that was an interesting kind of mix-up for the set piece that was more scripted, cinematic than it was any sort of choice by the player. So that'll be up for you to decide which one is more important, either choice for the player or a more scripted, cinematic, handheld experience that feels more curated, which could be good. If you're playing a main quest, you're hoping to get some kind of experience where once you played the main quest, if you gave up Skyrim for all of its side content, you could and still feel like you got the quintessential Skyrim experience. All Along the Watchtower, a great Jimi Hendrix song from Electric Ladyland, I believe is the name of the album, which is one of my favorites. I prefer Electric Ladyland actually to the Jimi Hendrix Experience. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Let's move on. As you finish your conversation about the Dragonstone with Farengar, Irilith interrupts you with some troubling news. A dragon has been sighted nearby. Farengar seems positively giddy, while Irilith seems unsure if they could stop an attack on Whiterun. Locate the Jarl, who is questioning the Whiterun guard who reported seeing the beast. Jarl Balgruuf orders Irilith to bolster the western watchtower with more men, a plan Irilith is already undertaking. Then the Jarl turns to you, seeking your help once again. Your experience at Helgen means you're most experienced in dealing with dragons. As a token of his esteem, he's instructed Avenici that you are permitted to purchase property in Whiterun, assuming you're alive and have enough gold. You're also gifted something from the Jarl's personal armory. Leveled armor. Interesting. So, that is interesting. So that implies that they could not be sure if the player was going to get to this moment early on in the main quest. So, that means that there is an expectation, especially after Riverrun, that a player may head in the opposite direction of the river and just find the first things that they find, right? The end of the stream, there's, okay, so what is this? This is Falkreath. So they could have headed south further in to the back corner of this world, and you could start doing faction quests or miscellaneous quests or whatever. So they had to have something ready that would be valuable at this point, were the character to fight a dragon later rather than sooner. So I like it. It shows a little bit of forethought. Now the devil's in the details, so I don't know if the leveling system is as good as Oblivion's, or worse, or better, or whatever. You know, that'll be something for the people who, I suppose, care about scales of things. Like if you play the Soul series, knowing about soul levels and weapon scaling, like a lot of math goes into, well, it's actually not difficult math, it's just arithmetic, but like knowing how they calculate leveled content in this game compared to Oblivion, hopefully, you know, they learn their lessons, because Oblivion can get quite spongy later on as you level up higher and higher and have to fight beefier enemies. There is a sort of strange moment where the enemies outscale you, but then at a certain point you outscale them. So it's kind of up to you to decide whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. I have always thought that role-playing games have done quite a disservice to players by making the earliest parts of games that are role-playing most difficult, and then later on in the world the players are so overpowered that the difficulty has pretty much disappeared. I would very much like a system that maintains an excellent sense of balance. I don't really know how you do that. I guess all role players want to feel overpowered in the end, so perhaps it is a good decision, despite my misgivings about role players feeling very underpowered and feeling like a noob in the first parts of the game. Maybe there is something fetishistically enjoyable, sadomasochistically enjoyable about feeling underpowered early on in a game, because you want to come out of that as a hero. So you don't want to start as a hero. Usually what games do is that they will present a prologue where an avatar of the player, their player character, will have all the powers, and then some enemy, some bad guy will sap or remove their powers. And then so you get to feel both worlds. You get to feel the incredible empowerment. You get tutorialized into a lot of the abilities or the gameplay mechanics. You lose them, and then you work to regain them. Bethesda games are not that at all. So they have a steeper hill to climb when it comes to how to manage that balancing act of feeling empowered and a sense of pride in the character you created, while also reminding the player that they are still young in this game and they have a lot of growing to do. So I don't even want to know how to begin or trying to figure out how they do that. I think they've done okay. As the Jarl prevents Farengar from viewing the dragon, exit Dragon's Reach. If you stride through Whiterun with Irilith, she gathers some Whiterun guards and explains the situation, where you can leave Whiterun. Follow the stone path that winds between the tundra plains, heading for the lone tower in the middle distance. I'm assuming the western watchtower. Fort Greymoor's a little bit too far. So this is where the magic happens. As you get close, step up to the Irilith, who is hiding behind a rocky outcrop. If Irilith is behind you, you can either wait for her and the soldiers to arrive, or investigate the watchtower on your own. If she's with you, Irilith notes that the western watchtower looks to have been ferociously attacked. The small fires and rubble confirm this assertion. She believes the dragon is still skulking nearby and orders you to spread out and look for survivors. Approach the dead. Whoa, okay, I skipped a column. A closer inspection supports Aerolith's summation. The place has been struck and lives lost. Move into the tower. As you enter, a fearful White One guard yells that the beast is still out there and has already taken 2 guards, named Rocky and Tor, when they tried to flee. Moments later, a bone-shaking roar announces the return of the dragon. There's little time to watch the giant lizard circling overhead. You must try to kill the creature as proficiently as possible. Oh god, dragons. Dragon slaying. Switch to whatever long-range offensive weaponry you have, ideally ranged magic or a bow and arrow. You're fortunate that Aerolith and a few Whiterun guards are attempting to strike the dragon too, thus keeping it from predominantly attacking you. Aerolith's magic is strong, so aid her by attacking from an opposite direction. Split up so there are fewer of you to fry at once. If you're using a bow and arrow, remember to aim, and slow time if you have the perk for a better chance to hit. This dragon breathes fire, so consuming potions or casting magic that lessens fire-based damage is a good idea. When the dragon drops to a hover, it is usually preparing a gout of fiery breath. Take as many range shots as you deem safe, then rush under or around the creature. Fire again as the dragon flies off. When the dragon lands, attack from the sides. Range attacks are still just as strong, but melee attacks are now possible, as long as you're trying to cut down the dragon between breath attacks or from the side. If worse comes to worse, flee into the tower and use some health potions. You can also attack from the tower's top or use the stairs to head down out of the dragon's breath attacks. Is this a leveled dragon? Like if you came back way later in the game, would you be able to handle this easily? I don't know. Approach the dead dragon. As you get close, it begins to burn. Fortunately, this isn't harmful. In fact, the crackling flesh merges into the ethereal soul of the dragon, and a maelstrom of energy and light whirls around you. You're actively absorbing the soul of Mermolnir. Once the light subsides, search the dragon for some valuables. Now approach Aerolith. The normally stoic elf is showing a little emotion after this battle. This dragon is different from the first dragon. I don't think I knew that. That's embarrassing. Access your magic menu. Scroll down to shouts and equip the unrelenting force shout. You have the dragon soul necessary to conjure the shout, so try it out. It isn't wise to do this on your allies, although they won't attack back, so try staggering a nearby enemy or just yelling at the tundra itself. Your shout then recharges. Note the compass gradually fills from blue to bright white before becoming a normal white color. With Aerolith taking command of the watchtower, you should leave for Jarl Bargruf's at once. Quest conclusion. Return to Dragon's Reach and approach the Jarl, who has recently been joined by his equally imposing brother Hrongar. Explain to the Jarl that you were actually dragonborn, and that you absorbed some of the dragon's power when it was slain. Jarl Bargruf is shocked. It appears that the masters of the Way of the Voice, known colloquially as the Greybeards, were not only correct in their predictions, but also are actively summoning you. Your reward, a trek to meet them. Continue the conversation with Jarl Bargruf as main quest, The Way of the Voice, begins. Okay, so in my mind, these sort of big set-piece fights have aged the worst in Bethesda games, like the Kvatch fight in Oblivion, this fight in Skyrim. I'm trying to think of if Morrowind had larger set-piece fights. I mean, fighting Dagoth is really underwhelming. I just think they are hokey, and Bethesda has paid lip service to the idea that they want these games to be played for a long time. They want long tails to their games because they've seen that with Skyrim and they've seen that with the Fallout games. And so if it was me, I would create as few situations for giant set-piece fights like this in the games. I would focus more on narrative lore and a sense of discovery, because I think that's what keeps Morrowind's main quest so fascinating, because the world is so alien that the main quest encourages you to slowly find out about it. And I think that could be the case with Starfield if they wanted to. I have my doubts, just because I think Bethesda, especially Todd Howard, they don't want to go back to a place where they were living from hand to mouth, right? They want to make something that's successful, not just for them, but for their employees. And so it's a sort of hands are tied moment where they have no choice but to be successful. That's how the market works. And so I can't really blame them for that. So there may be a case where in Starfield, you're gathering the closest factions to you in an attempt to have a big fight at the end, Mass Effect style, right? Is it going to be against aliens? Who's to say? Very Mass Effect way. Okay, moving right along. So we fought a dragon. You're going to end up fighting lots of dragons over the course of Skyrim. So, like I said, the pacing of the games, at this point you've seen so much of what the game has to offer as far as gameplay. Of course, the world and the lore and the locations, I think there's a lot of diversity and variety there. But, you know, arise, Thane of Whiterun. I'll talk more about what it means to be a Dragonborn in the context of this main quest compared to the Nerevarine and Morrowind, helping Martin in Oblivion, and then your father in Fallout. Until we get more information on how this works in the game and what it means for the scope of the story, I'm going to hold off. Continue to speak with Jarl Balgruuf about the Greybeards. He informs you that these venerable monks live in secluded isolation high on the slopes of the Throat of the World, the largest mountain in Skyrim. You have the ability to focus your vital essence into a thum or a shout, and they give you the location of their monastery in High Hrothgar, atop a 7,000-step climb. After a verbal altercation between Hrongar and Proventus Avenici over Nordic sacred traditions, Jarl Balgruuf grants you the greatest honor within his power. You are named Thane of Whiterun. You also receive a weapon from the Jarl's armory and a house carl of your own, Lydia. You have a distinct follower. So in Fallout 3, they introduced this concept of a follower or a companion, which in Starfield they're doubling down on. I don't know how I feel necessarily about the idea of companions. I think it only works when the fidelity of a game makes the capacity for a character override the capacity of the world. So in Mass Effect, it's brilliant because those characters are very cinematic, and BioWare has such a wealth of history of creating cinematic narrative stories with deep, interesting characters from a robust lore background. Now, Bethesda games do a lot of those things, but they don't do all of those things. And so I have never really cared for followers because I know the Uncanny Valley breaks, and I see them as just digits. I see them as just a programming thing, where I think that Uncanny Valley is able to be crossed way, way easier in Mass Effect games. The Axe of Whiterun is not a leveled weapon, as far as I can tell. It's a very specific weapon, so that's interesting. If you don't like axes, I guess you're fucked. Journeying to Iverstead. The route to High Hrothgar involves a lengthy, spiraling journey clockwise around the base of the Throat of the World. The first stop along this path is at the base of the 7,000 steps in the town of Iverstead, which is, it's got to be somewhere east, right? Because here's High Hrothgar, right? In the bottom, right? So where is... Oh, it's on the backside, isn't it? Yep. Iverstead. It's there. Exit Whiterun and trek east, passing the Hunting Brew Meadery, cross the stone bridge over the White River, and follow the marked signpost to Iverstead. Hunting Brew. Continue along this path with wolves to a fork in the paths. At this point, you can choose one of the two recommended routes to Iverstead, the long and winding road or the short and steep trail. Interesting. Okay, so kind of a little bit like Fallout, there's some spatial differences in where to go, or options that you have, because the world is quite long. You may continue along the marked path, ignoring the track up to the Giants of Golden Rock. So I guess that infers that you're going this way, and you're going north around the mountain, down this way, maybe taking an off path, or maybe just sticking along the main road all the damn way to Iverstead. That is a long way. Like, in the context of, God, all these locations. In the context of the entire world, right? It's this. Just to help you see that in the context of the entire world. So that's not terrible. That would be, this reminds me of, it's a delivery quest where you're delivering yourself. You're delivering your body, right? I don't know. What equivalent of this? I guess traveling from Wayne Priory to Kvatch, that was a lot closer. And Oblivion, this feels a lot like the travel from Megaton to the Brotherhood of Steel to Rivet City eventually. I get that feeling from this part of the main quest. You may continue along the marked path, ignoring the track to the Giants of Golden Rock. Prepare to pay a toll or fight at the bandit-infested Voltheim towers. Okay, so there's There's some texture as you're going through this quest, connecting with other miscellaneous quests and just random encounters. Then descend past the waterfall along the same path, past some dry stone walls and the stone trilithon. Did I pronounce that correctly? At the base of a stepped side path indicating the entrance to Helgen's tomb. Cross the bridge over Darkwater River and journey south and southeast, right past Fort Atmol. I think I lost where this is supposed to be. Maybe I'm not thinking, maybe this isn't the right way at all. Maybe you are supposed to go south, because you could go south here and cut through to Iverstead here. So maybe I was wrong entirely. You go back through Helgen. The path soon turns southwest. Oh, I think I skipped a paragraph. Head over. I'm here. Head over another bridge close to a waterfall and continue along the stone path. Beware of more animal encounters, including a saber cat or two. Head over another bridge next to an even more impressive waterfall and trek east up a hill where the stone path deteriorates. The path soon turns southwest up a long steep slope past Snapleg Cave. Show me. Oh, well, okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, wow, they really want you to go around, like, all the way down to the, if you're taking the main road, okay, so here are the waterfalls, you're crossing the bridge here. Wow, they want you to take that long way around. You can't even cut in through here. That's bizarre. So you cut in through here, up there, into Iverstead. Continue farther into the forest as the path winds west past a junction and more dry stone walls, then turn right. At the small stone ruins near Honeystrand Cave, you finally reach Iverstead after crossing another stone bridge. What is pretty impressive is that you're not encountering any towns, because there are, I guess, less civilized places. Like we mentioned at the beginning of this video, that Skyrim operates in a Fallout world that's still civilized. So a lot less people, it's more of a frontier. So they get the best of both worlds. They get established places, but they also get a frontier. So I suspect that Starfield's going to be the same way. It's going to be literally the frontier. Like, once again, we have colonies. Like, we're using the word colonies. And so frontier comes along with it, right? Talking about the wildness of what's out there in space. So, all right, the short and steep trail. So let's go back. Or you can try this shortcut. Follow the path around the right east just after you pass White River Watch and come up to the ritual stone on your left. Cut south close to the White Run Stormcloak camp and up through the snowy foothills of the mountain, up an unmarked goat trail. Be sure you're traveling southeast up a steep embankment and step into the snow. This levels out eventually. After you make several zigzags up very steep terrain above the snowline, pass a few goats as the trail levels out and then quickly descends. It says it's gotta be something in here, right? It's gotta be something like this way, because Iverstead is down here. Joining a more recognizable trail, head southeast and over the brow of the hill and past a copse of birch trees to the rushing rapids of Darkwater River. Cross the river, listening for the strange chime of a nirnroot growing around the corpses of a troll's victims. A dark water overhang. Fight or flee from the troll. Then trek up the left side of the roaring waterfalls and into Iverstead. Wow, that is way faster. So if you're willing to do it, the game offers it, which is a nice touch. Okay. The difference in verticality between the games is going to be expressed right now. 7,000 steps above Iverstead. Iverstead is a slightly depressing place. The inhabitants are leaving for the greener, or at least less snowy pastures of Riften. You can stay and chat with the locals mainly about their troubles or the supplies that they need to send up to the Greybeards, or listen to them talk about the path up to High Hrothgor. They don't think the 7,000 steps are safe. You'll find out soon enough. Your pilgrimage begins at the other side of the stone bridge. Here we go. Inspect it more closely and you'll see an etched tablet carved into the shrine arch. Read the emblem for the first of 10 verses detailing the history of dragons and man. Should I try and find those? How important are those? The snow troll. How infamous. At the second shrine you may find a hunter named Barknar praying. He tells you to watch for wolves. You're now at the edge of the snow level. So I'm assuming right here. Well, that's a little bit of snow. Perhaps we're talking down here. The third shrine is nestled on a small snowy plateau. Follow the path down and up 2 sets of snowbound steps. Remain on the side of the mountain as the drop is precipitous. The fourth shrine is near some stabstones and small copse of fir trees. You may find another traveler at the shrine, a pilgrim named Karita. Use the marker stones as you wander up into a granite gully. A frost troll is likely to be guarding this area, leaping down to maul you. Retaliate or run. Alright, so we're just making our way around and around and around. I sort of have no idea at this point where we are along this path, so you're just going to have to use your sexy imagination. The blizzard is worsening. Trek north down the snow steps. I did think this was really cool in the game that you could experience the weather effects this thickly in the game. Locate the 7th shrine jutting out to the west on a precarious promontory. If you could see it, you'd be looking out across southern East March. Turn north and look for the 8th shrine in front of a rocky outcrop to your left. The 9th shrine is below a stone statue to Talos. You'll see this as you round the bend in the path and come across the High Hrothgar Monastery. As you close in on the final set of steps, did you count 7,000? That's hilarious because I don't think that they're actually 7,000. The final shrine is set off to the right by the entrance stairs. That's a beautiful photograph of the of High Hrothgar suspended between the two moons of Tamriel. Climb the entrance steps, or these planets. I actually have no idea what the firmament is supposed to, besides the signs. Grab any supplies and offerings at the base of the stairs, and then ascend the left set of stairs to enter High Hrothgar. Let's give them something to shout about. Yeah, I don't know. It's a pilgrimage. It's a journey. I think that's pretty cool. I think that it garners the same amount of appreciation as the Fallout one, where you're, descending further and further into the capital of the wasteland. So I feel a similar way to that as I do to this. The monastery is adorned with carvings from ancient times and banners bearing the strange symbols of the dragon language. An old monk in a long robe steps forward. This is Arngir, the leader of the Greybeards. He knows who you are. Speak with him, and he asks for a taste of your voice. Oblige him. Interesting phrase. Interesting word choice there with taste. Selecting the unrelenting force shot from your magic menu and bellow at or near Arngir. The other Greybeards, Bori, Einarth, and Wolfgar come to watch. Your fate is confirmed. Speak with him again. He welcomes you to the monastery. Master Arngir speaks for the Greybeards and asks why you have come. Answer any way you wish. When you're ready, tell Arngir that you're ready to learn. Arngir wishes to train you so you're better to execute a Thume or shout. So I do think it's interesting here that in Morrowind and Oblivion, you're made part of the Blades, which is a more espionage, information gathering system associated with the games. It's the intelligence agency of the Emperor. In this, it's not really a story about the Emperor, it's a story about Skyrim. So instead of the Blades, you're brought into this High Hrothgar place, into the Greybeards. You're not necessarily a Greybeard per se, but you're learning from them in a similar fish out of water way. I have a problem with it being gameplay based and not being narrative or lore based. Like, as far as the lore is concerned, or as far as the narrative is concerned, or getting the player interested in this world, I think it's the most threadbare we've had. So I don't like that. I don't really care for that. So, sorry. Master Arngir explains that all shouts are made up of 3 words of power. As you master each word, your shout becomes progressively stronger. Currently, you have only learned Fus, or force, the first word of your unrelenting force shout. Master Einarth now teaches you row, or balance, the second word. This allows you to focus your Thume more sharply. Einarth shouts into the hallowed stone of the masonry. Step onto the dragon runes that glow from the shout and absorb this second word. Your learning impresses Arngir, but he warns you that to unlock its meaning you must constantly practice. As part of your initiation, Master Einarth allows you to tap into his understanding of row. Einarth glows with an orange light, imparting his knowledge onto you. In the same way you absorb the soul of a dragon. Now comes the real test to see how quickly you've mastered the entire shout. The monks have 3 targets for you to bellow your shout toward. As the first ghostly monk figure is conjured, execute your shout. The trick to this shout's strength is the length of time that you hold the shout button down. Continuously hold the button until the shout is omitted. Tap the button if you wish to lessen the stagger you inflict upon your foes, or in this case your ghostly Greybeard. After you complete 3 shouts, To Arngir's satisfaction, he congratulates you and motions you to follow Master Bori into the courtyard. I guess we're coming to that here in a bit. What do I want to say here? The thing that I want to say here is that there was no information gathering phase. We're just going straight into it, right? We went straight into Action Quest, and then we went straight into this, I guess, like, training montage that you would typically see in some movie about a fish out of water character, like, entering, like, a kickboxing tournament. Like, this to me feels so bizarrely different in the pacing of a main quest compared to Oblivion and Morrowind. Morrowind especially. I think that the pacing of the main quest should be, I don't know, a little slower, more drawn out. I prefer that boring, slow, but gradual introduction into the world. I would think that that's what a main quest is for, but I suppose they're having to serve two different masters here, where some of us more veteran players would greatly prefer the Morrowind world, but I suppose they have to try to get your attention quick because they feel like we have such low attention spans, which we might. Follow Master Bori to the door to High Hrothgar courtyard and step outside, stopping next to Bori, who is ready to teach you a new shout, the Vold, or Whirlwind. Stand over the snow that Bori has projected the shout into and absorb the shout, then approach Bori and he glows, gifting you his knowledge of the word. Mr. Bori walks toward an iron gate before following him into the magic shouts to change your shout to Whirlwind Spirit. You don't want to bellow unrelenting force at the gate. Stand between the two stone columns facing the gate with Master Wolfgar in view. He demonstrates the Whirlwind Spirit, rushing at an amazing speed through the gate before it closes. Now it's your turn. The moment the gate opens, execute the shout and rush forward. Aiming for the single stone column by the edge cliff, you should easily pass through the gate before the gate closes, if you don't try again. Oh, that's another quest, so the column just starts up here. Quest conclusion. Master Arngir is astonished at your quick mastery of a new theme. It's a video game. He tells you that the gods gave you this gift for a reason, but it's up to you to figure out how best to utilize it. For now, though, you are ready for the final part of your trial. Retrieve the horn of Jurgen Windcaller, the founder of the Greybeards. Arngir tells you that the horn is in Windcaller's tomb in the ancient Fane Temple of Ustengrav. If you remain true to the way of the voice, you will return. Post-quest activities. Continue to ask Arngir questions if you wish. The horn of Jurgen Windcaller has already begun. When was Game of Thrones? When did it start? 2011. Okay. So, in this case, we would say it's a coincidence, right? They definitely have very similar aesthetics. Whereas with Oblivion feels a lot more pandering to the Lord of the Rings style because one comes before the other. Now, to be sure, it could be just a coincidence, but there are some indications, like the way that towns are described, very similar to the way that Minas Tirith is depicted in Gondor. Relating the architecture of Oblivion's world to that. I've mentioned it before, but it just seems too close to be ignored. All right, we're on page 128 of what was it, like 156? So we're making pretty incredible progress. Underground in Ustengrav. I'll be curious to see if the dungeon delving that you do in the main quest differs a whole bunch from what you've experienced already. You've fought a dragon, you've gone dungeon diving, you've encountered many of the puzzles, and you have learned how to acquire shouts. And so that is sort of like the big gameplay thing. Like, I have always considered the Bethesda games to have a really thin strand of gameplay measures, and that was just a way that the player could interact and progress things in terms of gameplay. But the real point of that thin layer of interaction was so that the rest of the narrative and the lore could be soaked in by the player as they use these small tools. So, it's similar to the ability to read and write is a very narrow set of tools, but in that you're allowed to experience a whole wealth of information. So that's the way I see these games, is that you're not playing a Halo game where the gameplay mechanics are so wound tight and so high fidelity that you have essentially created a whole sport with your weapons, grenades, and melee. Like, I've never really considered the Bethesda games to have that level of fidelity when it came to their gameplay. And so, because of that, I've always focused on their narrative and lore. So, just because Skyrim has more fidelity and more articulate ways of expressing your character in combat compared to Morrowind, I don't think that one is naturally better over and above the other. I think they're just two attempts at something very narrow. Underground in Ustengrav. Once Arngeir gives you this quest, you may ask him about the Greybeards, why dragons are returning, who Jurgen Windcaller is, and other conversation topics. Turn to your world map and locate Ustengrav on the eastern edge of the Great Marsh, northeast of Morthal, in Hjalmark Hold. Your first task is to descend from High Hrothgar. We are leaving, folks. And where are we going? Oh, there's way too many locations to kind of... Oh, God. Alright. Okay. Holy shit. That's no joke. I'm trying to think of, like, an equivalent for this in Oblivion and Morrowind. In Morrowind, this would be like traveling to the Ashlander camp in the northwest. Like, that is a long journey. I feel like this is an equivalent to that. That is really something. I should just keep that there and try to, like, yeah, maybe I should, just to give you a sense of the space between these two. Like, holy cow. Oh my god, descending the from the top of the mountain by horse. Yeah, you could fast travel to Whiterun. So similar to in Fallout, when you go to the next vault, you can fast travel to Megaton or to Vault 101, where you came from, and you can use that to get to Smith Casey's garage. Similar things happen in Morrowind and Oblivion as well, so there are ways to alleviate this huge distance. When you finally reach Ustengrad, you may find a small campfire and lean to by the circular barrow entrance. Expect a confrontation with bandits and a necromancer, then descend the barrow steps and open the door. Heading down the wide steps into the gloom of the ancient temple, you stumble upon a group of mages and conjurers picking clean the remains of a thwarted bandit attack. Okay, so once again, at the beginning of the place, we have, catching people in the middle of something. You can slink by using sneak or engage the magicians in combat. Locate the opening in the northeast wall of the temple entrance and follow the trail of lanterns down the steps. This soon becomes a trail of mage corpses as you watch a group of Draugr demolish the wizards and make a run at you. Cut the Draugr down or use whatever cunning, magic, or sneaking you wish before continuing into the first burial crypt. Scavenge whatever you wish, then head east and south down a passage lit by candles. We're fighting Draugr. Grab the items and yank the pull chain. A section of wall rumbles open, leading you down a cramped tunnel to a secret dead-end chamber and a treasure chest. I think I missed that. Retrace your steps into the great hall with a stone bridge ahead of and above you. Fend off the Draugr that clamber out of the vertical tombs. Then climb the interior stairwell and cross the bridge you just passed under, locate the iron door, and enter the Ustengrav depths. So there's some stuff going on here, which is the differences in how the dungeon is designed compared to the previous one. Head down the winding tunnel until it opens into a gigantic multi-level grotto. It is immense enough to have trees, a waterfall, and a word wall. Continue down the tree root ledge and tunnel, heading south and then east. You appear on a bridge overlooking an ancient banqueting hall. Follow the steps down, eliminating Draugr as you go. To the east are the remains of a food preparation area running parallel to the hall. Head south, up more stairs, and cross a second bridge to exit the hall. Yeah, so I don't think I'm the first person to make this observation, but the reason why they were able to make these worlds bigger and bigger, from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim, while all still being on a disc, despite the fact that, Morrowind was on the original Xbox and then Oblivion and Skyrim, the Xbox 360. So maybe that's the better place in which to differentiate, is the repeated content, right? So Oblivion has really similar layouts for their towns. Skyrim is different, which is nice. Solitude is very different from Falkreath, and so on. So they each have their own bespoke, idiosyncratic feeling. I happen to think that they were able to create a lot more space and density by repeating. So there's a lot of repetition in these games. Repetition of enemies, repetition of spaces, repetition of puzzles. So the word walls, all the word walls are the same. So it's easy to drop and place those. And copy and paste is a lot easier on asset space than something that is new, per se. And despite the fact that Starfield is going to be a massive game, I have no doubt in my mind that they will rely, especially on Radiant quests, especially on side quests or miscellaneous quests, they will rely on a research center looking very similar to other research centers, on mines looking similar to other mines. There is going to be some templates that they rely on, and in those templates they may try to tweak things to give them a sense of their own environment. So like we see here, we have some differences in the spaces, even though they have very similar interior designs. They have the same textures. They are larger spaces and smaller spaces, but you're still fighting Draugr. You're still encountering a word wall. Many of the puzzles are the same. So the NPCs that you fight at the beginning create a different cinematic experience compared to the bleak false barrow. So there is definitely something going on there where they're trying to do more with less. And how do you do that? You copy the right content in the right way. So space especially, and just using the right textures and assets. So I think this is going on here, right? Compare that to Morrowind, which each town was different. So Pelagiad is very different from Alderaan, and I think that differing architecture helps to show you the differences in the lore and the narrative. But also I think that a lot of dungeons, now I'm not going to say it's everything, a lot of ancestral tombs look very similar to some of the interior spaces you're likely to find in civilized towns. So it's not all perfect, right? And a lot of the textures do look similar. So I think over time they have gotten more efficient. So we'll have to see what happens when the gloves come off and they have so much more space to work with. So, we'll see. 10 times the space. Like if I look at the amount of space, I'm shutting down Steam because I don't want to have to deal with anybody saying that they're online. But like the amount of space that Skyrim takes up compared to Morrowind, compared to Starfield, like there is a huge growth of magnitude of space available. So anyway, I wanted to mention that here because of the repeated content, right? I don't have a comment here. Continue down the tree root ledge and tunnel, heading south and east. You appear on a bridge overlooking an ancient banqueting hall. Follow steps down, eliminating Draugr as you go. To the east are the remains of a food preparation area running parallel to the hall. Head south, up more stairs, and cross the second bridge to exit the hall. The tunnel to the southwest widens into an entrance room with a middle pillar. To the left is a double portcullis. Open it with 2 wall handles. One is farther along the southwest wall, behind which is a small room with treasure. Take this and optionally shoot the lamp down onto the oil below to burn any Draugr that come to investigate you. So we've seen the puzzle before. Head west through a gap in the wall. Here there are steps up to a small preparation alcove, and more importantly, an earthen and rock corridor that leads into the gigantic grotto. Follow the collapsed bridge down to the massive pillars under the chamber, where parts of an ancient fire trap still burn and skeletons roam. Cut down all the bony fiends in this 2-floor area. Inspect the throne area with another skeleton to slaughter. So much time in these guides, more and more is given over to combat, what you're doing in these places instead of what you're learning. And then run northeast around the perimeter wall edge down to the rocky base of the grotto. Moments later, you learn a word from the become ethereal shout. It's an invisibility. Afterward, you fight with a... That's ironic. Like you have to shout really loud to become invisible, like giving your presence. So I don't know. What do I know? Afterward, you fight with a Draugr over a treasure chest behind the waterfall. Before you leave, try your whirlwind sprint, shout, and traverse the collapsed bridges in this area, leading to a small chamber you can loot. Okay, So I really don't like this because you have already done a quest so similar to this. You've done the Bleak Falls Barrow, right? This quest is very similar. You fight a boss, you learn a shout. Like, the feeling of the quests is so similar. Like, compare this to Morrowind, where each quest has to do with not only the person that you're getting the quest from, each information giver, has their own twist on how you're going to achieve it. You have some say into how you're going to resolve some of these situations. I don't know. There's sort of a gap here where already the main quest is plateauing in a way that I don't like. In my mind, the pace of Morrowind was a bit slow at the beginning, but I thought was beautifully done, where more and more is being asked of you, and yet you are uncovering more and more of the world in a way that feels really empowering and, I don't know, special. And this is just a lot of fighting set pieces, and already we've seen repetition. Like, let's think of the repetition in Morrowind. So in the Argenthand, getting the Dwemer puzzle box and the Andrano ancestral tomb, both of those are pretty close by to each other. And yes, you're fetching something, but in either case, there are big differences. So you're fighting ghosts in the Andrano ancestral tomb, so you're going to need a magic item, and the architecture looks very different. And Argenthand is Dwemer. It's not related to local culture, so of course it's going to look different. You have to fight mercenaries along your way, and the paths to get to them are slightly different. And I think that those two fetch quests also say a little something about the people that you're getting the quests from. One's from the Fighters Guild, and one is from the Mages Guild. So you're also getting introductions into those two factions in a way that feels like the main quest is also an introduction to the game at large. I get none of that with these. We got to learn some of the shouts. We're sent to this far off place, really far. Like, why this place is so far away compared to other quests where we could have gone, I don't really know. Like, I don't really know why they felt it necessary to send you this far out for the quest. To me, it seems kind of ridiculous. Maybe they wanted you to pass a lot of these things if you're going to go on foot. I suppose you have to go on foot, unless you could take the closest town. If you could fast travel there right off the bat, Solitude, which I don't think you can. I think you have to travel there first. It was only in Oblivion where you could fast travel to locations. And then you could go east-southeast to Ustengrav. So, I don't know. We'll see. The Tomb Raider. Backtrack to the throne area where you fought the skeletons and look to your east. Cross the large natural bridge that spans the grotto to a second two-floor underchamber on the eastern side. First clear out the skeletons from the balcony above, and then inspect a set of 3 strange stones back in the lower underchamber area. If you stand close to each one of the 3 stones, they pulse with an eerie magical glow. This has the added effect of opening one of the 3 portcullises in the tunnel to the east. However, after a second or two, the light switches off, blocking your path. This is the only way the portcullises open. If you get through 1 or 2 of them, you must turn back. All 3 must be raised for you to continue. The trick here is to line yourself up on the western side of the stones, as shown in the preceding picture, with the stones between you and the portcullises. Then execute a whirlwind sprint shout, followed by another to make sure you dash past the stones and the opening portcullises immediately. That is pretty neat. I will say that this is neat because you can only do this if you've gone through the main quest in the right order. So if you came to this place without doing the main quest, you would have no way to go through this, and that could be very interesting to come back to this place and realizing that you have the whirlwind sprint shout. Now, do they use this at any point later in the game? I'm not sure, but it's a good use case for what you could do with the shouts. Now, keep in mind that in previous games, this would have been a great opportunity for maybe invisibility. You could go through these gates, and maybe a fortify speed potion could get you through faster, or levitate. Maybe there's a hole above where you could levitate and go over, right? I think there would have been a great many ways to use previously established forms of the Bethesda gameplay mechanics to do this, right? Shouts are just a narrower, cloistered magic system that gives them a lot more control into when a player should expect to have these and when they can use them, as opposed to in Morrowind, when a character can get levitation right off the bat and do pretty crazy things with Vardenfell as a result. So I think it's definitely a way for Bethesda to have more control. And I know in a lot of their marketing, they like to say that players can go and do what they want, but that's relatively speaking to the games that exist contemporaneously to the ones that they're releasing, right? Certainly, in Bethesda games, you can do more in their worlds than you can do in a Souls game. I think that much is obvious, right? Because Souls games are action role-playing games. I think when you compare Bethesda games to themselves, to previous iterations of them, I think it's a little bit more dubious because they have to give you less control so that they can make these higher fidelity, more articulate situations a lot more palatable. Let's continue. Continue east, jumping to the natural rock on either side of the circular floor tiles as they blast gouts of fire when you stand on them. This can prove handy when you reach the raised section of floor in the room of alcoves. A pack of frostbite spiders descends from the ceiling to attack. Optionally, back up so the spiders scuttle onto the floor tiles and are burned along with your own attacks. Exit by hacking the cobwebs from the doorway to the east, then open the wooden door. New traps. I like that. Pull a chain to raise the portcullis that leads into the final resting place of Jurgen Windcaller. As you step forward, 4 dragon statue heads rumble up from the water. Continue across the bridge over the flooded lower floor and approach the ornate tomb. The horn should still be clutched by the carved arm of Jurgen in his sarcophagus, but it isn't. Instead, there's a small piece of paper. Take it and read it. Ooh, a double take. The damned thief who took the horn has left you a note. It requests that you rent the attic room at the Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood, and it is signed a friend. Cool. I like that, right? You're being pulled up short. It's what's the term for it in fiction? The Russian formalists, it's a literary theory term. Oh God, what's the term? It's not disenchantment. Let me see if I can figure out what it's called. Does this have an index? Does the Dictionary of Literary Terms have an index? No. God damn it. Anyway, so in literary fiction, the best thing that you could do, according to the Russian formalists, would be to, here it is, even reception theorists such as Johannes Robert Jauss have drawn upon Shklovsky's central notion of defamiliarization, which holds that art has the power to override our habitual perceptions and to give represented objects and ideas a renewed unfamiliarity. So I don't think it's necessarily defamiliarization. I don't think it's like perfectly that, because it doesn't have us reframe our ideas about what the game is, right? That would be something like Outer Wilds or Disco Elysium, right? It changes our ideas of what a game could be. So that would be the pinnacle of defamiliarization. But I do like that we're being pulled up short, that we experience a conflict that we weren't expecting. And it's good because we don't want to do another boss fight, right? That's the defamiliarization. Because if we did a boss fight again, that would be what we expected, is that we would have to earn getting this. So ostensibly, we realize that someone has done everything that we've done. They've gone through all the traps, and they got this, and they got to it before we did. So it retroactively causes you to think about what you've been through, and I like that. Okay, so we're headed back to River Run, a familiar place, right? Similar to like going back to Megaton or going back to Cloud Ruler Temple. Familiar territory. You'd think a friend wouldn't want you risking your life in a Draugr dungeon. Stifle any indignant rage you may be experiencing and console yourself with any treasure you find through the wooden door behind the sarcophagus. There is an exit tunnel on the left, offering a shortcut to an iron door and a lever that lowers a section of stone wall, allowing you to step into the initial crypt, up into the temple entrance, and out of Ustengrav. Fast travel or trek back to Riverwood and follow the instructions of the mysterious note. Locate the Sleeping Giant Inn, enter, and locate Delphine, who owns the place with her slightly dense friend Orgnar. Step up to Delphine and ask her to rent the attic room for 10 gold. After the money changes hands, she tells you the Sleeping Giant doesn't have an attic room, but you can take the room on the left. Enter the room, and after a few moments, Delphine joins you. Apparently, you are the Dragonborn she's been hearing so much about. As a way of a peace offering, she hands you the horn that you seek. Why did Delphine do that? Does she have a rationale for doing that? You now have 2 main quests active. In order to finish this one, you must return to High Hrothgar. You can attempt this at any time. It's usually advisable to speak with Delphine first. Okay, so that's what she has involved, is that she has something on her mind that she wants. This is cool. Some overlapping of the quests. That's different. That's variety, I guess. Right? You could go and do Delphine's quest before you even go back to the Greybeards. Enter High Hrothgar and head through the monastery until you spot Argnir. I have no idea what's going on here. He already knows you have returned with the horn of Jurgen Windcaller and remarks that the time has come for the Greybeards to recognize you formally as Dragonborn. Cool. It's a little early to be doing that compared to Morrowind as the Nerevarine, but whatever. Return to the central chambers. Inside High Hrothgar, as the Greybeards assemble, Master Wolfgar approaches the center of the floor and bellows the word "Da" into the granite. Step onto the glowing runes and absorb the word of power. You can now utilize the shout Unrelenting Force with maximum potency. One of the coolest things you can do in Skyrim is to shove people off mountains. Absorb the learning from Wolfgar as well. Push Unrelenting Force. Remain in the center of the room. The Greybeards stand at each point of the diamond paving, and Arngir greets you with a ferocious chant in dragon tongue. You withstand the blast, which pleases and impresses Arngir. I like pleasuring old men. You've tasted the voice of the Greybeards and passed through unscathed. High Hrothgar is now open to you. There are 2 tasks you can attempt with the Greybeards from this point on. Look up the other faction quests on page 322. That's interesting. I did not know that you could do that. I don't think I did those quests. Certainly the Blades in Oblivion and Morrowind didn't offer that. Return to Ustengrav and activate Jurgen Windcaller's tomb. The horn returns to its rightful place, and you receive a bonus dragon soul. I don't think I did that either. Fascinating. So that's a nice touch, right? I don't think you've ever returned an item like that in the other games. It seems like such an obvious idea of like, hey, what if you took what you needed from it and then put it back? That's pretty cool. Okay. Interesting. Also, if you weren't fast traveling, can you imagine having to climb High Hrothgar over and over again? You've done it twice now? 3 times. No, just twice, I think. Okay. A Blade in the Dark, so this is what Delphine wants. Where are we as far as time? Where are we as far as space? So we're on page 130 of what, 156? So we've gotten through 13 pages. So we're about a third of the way through the main quest as far as page length is concerned. Do I want to keep going? I will stop. I have to eat. I will be back. I'll be back to do this, and hopefully I can make it. Goodbye. Okay, it's been an instant for you, but it's been a hot second for me. I now live in a post-wisdom teeth world. Got my wisdom teeth taken out, and I'm still in pain, but it's not nearly as bad. But enough about me. Let's get started. So we last left off on A Blade in the Dark, and Delphine had taken the horn of Jurgen Windcaller, and we have to meet up with her and talk to her at the Sleeping Giant Inn, and we're back in Riverwood. So I'm more telling myself this, seeing as how, since it's been instantaneously a transition for you, you probably know that already. So I'm hoping I can get done with this today. It is so bloody hot that I just don't want to be in this room in summer anymore, and I would like to move on with my life. And I feel like I'm so close to completing this idea. Just Skyrim and Fallout 4, and these are both relatively short campaigns compared to what we started with, so we're well past halfway. Alright, grave concerns. Once Delphine has given you the horn of Jurgen Windcaller, she requests that you follow her. Oblige her, walking across the inn to the bedroom opposite, where Delphine opens a cabinet and pushes the fake back, revealing a secret set of cellar steps. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure how many secret passages. This reminds me of the start of Oblivion. I don't recall if Morrowind had any secret passageways like this, just because the world was pretty static, both with NPCs but also with world geometry. This leads to a war room of sorts, complete with a map of Skyrim on a central table and various potions and items you can take. Delphine mentions the Dragonborn, and through conversation choices, answer as you wish, you realize Delphine was the one who took the horn. She was Farengar's Secret Fire's reliable source back in Dragon's Reach, who found the location of the Dragonstone. She knows that Thalmor spies are everywhere, so she took precautions to arrange this meeting. This is kind of a safe house. Delphine is part of a group that has been searching for someone like you, a Dragonborn, for a very long time. Delphine needs to know if you can devour a dragon's soul, as you'll have a chance to prove it soon enough. She also holds a low opinion of the Greybeards. Finally, she reveals the reasons for her agitation. She's discovered that dragons aren't just coming back, they're coming back to life. It seems that the dragons weren't banished, they were extinguished from this land, and now something is bringing them back from the dead. Using a pattern she discovered on the Dragonstone you found, Delphine has deciphered the location where she believes the next dragon will rise from the dead, and she needs you to help her stop it. The location is Kynesgrove and East March. So far I like this quest. It's finally about information and about exposition, which helps build up the narrative of the game instead of just action all the time. I'm not going to read the tip. Once you tell Delphine that you're ready, she dons her leathers, informs Orgnar that she's traveling, and sets off on the long walk to Kynesgrove. This settlement is in the northern part of East March Hold, just southwest of Windhelm. To reach there, you can do the following. Take the journey on foot. You can either keep up with Delphine or you can fight your way alone. Stay on the roads, prepare for world encounters, and discover as many primary locations along the way as possible that you can return to and explore later. Remember to use your whirlwind spirit for a faster pace. Okay, well, let's see where Windhelm is. Okay, good to know. So, if I recall correctly, okay, no, this is not in the same direction, right? So, we've been northwest. Too many goddamn locations. We've been northwest, and now we're heading northeast to Windhelm. So, I suppose it's already on your map, the major cities. I think that's the case, because this seems to be under the impression that you know exactly how to get to Windhelm without ever having been there. I remember Windhelm, shit city. So, where's Kynesgrove? Okay, Stoneweaver, Kynesgrove. This is just in front of Windhelm, just on the way there. When you reach Kynesgrove, Delphine should be ahead of you. If she isn't, wait for her. She senses something is wrong. This is soon proven correct when Idra, a resident of the hamlet, runs over shouting that there's a dragon attacking you at the top of the hill. Delphine starts sprinting. It's like the dragons are mobile Oblivion gates, right? Like we have the same attacking a city repetition of Oblivion, except it's done with a single enemy rather than a space. So they're replacing that space with an entity. I think since all the dragons behave in the same ways, it kind of has a similar ring to it of Oblivion, of, doing the same space over and over again. I don't like that it's attacking a town yet again. I don't know, it just feels like an obvious repetitive problem that feels like a game, right? Like, how many repetitions occur in Morrowind? Even in the repetitions there are variations, which is very important for the mind to get a sense of the rigor or the robustness of the world. If there's a variegated selection of tasks to do, even though they seem similar, like the Ashlander tribes, they are similar nomadic tribes, but they each have their own little predilections or idiosyncrasies. A terrible resurrection. Delphine slows to an incredulous stumble as a huge black dragon with piercing red eyes hovers above a dragon mound at the top of the hill. It bellows a guttural roar in dragon tongue. The dragon mound where Alduin concentrated his shout begins to swirl with a strange energy, not unlike the ethereal material you've absorbed during previous dragon confrontations. The next moment the mound bursts open and a huge skeletal dragon begins to emerge from deathly slumber. The dragons speaks quickly to each other before Alduin turns, mocks your claim to be Dovahkiin, and departs the area as quickly as he arrives. Okay, so we have a resurrection of a dragon. So we were wondering how the dragons were coming back, and then in the previous section, and now we have an immediate answer to it in this section, which again is something I don't like either. I don't like that there's an immediate answer. Why can't there just be why can't there be any mystery? In Morrowind, you constantly hear about the Sixth House cult in the Nerevarine for many quests, and you start to gain an understanding, but it's not for a long time do you fully understand your part as the Nerevarine and what the prophecies entail and your role in completing those prophecies to become the Nerevarine. It's just so bizarre. Like, why do we have to have an answer to this right now? And why does it have to be like such a silly plot contrivance? Like, oh, dragons can revive other dragons. I wish that there was some... Maybe the main quest will provide an explanation in the future. The skeletal Salaknir clambers out of his grave and is resurrected by Alduin's powerful magic. Before Salaknir's skin can gather around his bones and he regains his powers, racing with your most impressive melee implements and deliver a series of attacks to weaken the dragon's health. Dude, this guide, like, these guides have become more gameplay centric over time, and so it feels like they're not even, like, they state the obvious, right? Like, hey, you might want to use your best attacks right now. Like, no shit, I know that. Delphine fires arrows and rushes in with melee attacks when the dragon lands. You should demonstrate your offensive powers too. See what I mean? Follow the same set of tactics laid out during the main quest Dragon Rising when you faced Mermolnir, the loyal mortal hunter. One overriding plan is to ensure that Salaknir's life is as short as possible. So, you know, even the guide is referencing previous quests that have repetition, which I think is a problem. Like, in Morrowind and Oblivion, they would reference items that you had gained, you know, as a way to connote progress. When Salaknir has been reduced back into a pile of bones, the beast splits apart into hundreds of scaly shards and you absorb another dragon soul. Search the dragon and then head over to Delphine for her promised revelations. I don't understand this. Like, if everyone witnessed you absorbing a dragon soul previously, why does she need to see this beforehand? Like, seems like to me another contrivance. Delphine lives up to her promise and answers any questions you have. Most importantly, she reveals herself to be one of the last members of the Blades. Long ago, the Blades were dragon slayers, serving the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer. For 200 years, the Blades have been searching for a purpose. Now that purpose is clear. You may mention that you've seen Alduin before. He rampaged through Helgen and prevented your execution. Delphine finds this interesting, but is annoyed that she's still blundering around in the dark. Your next move is to find out who is controlling these dragons, and the Thalmor. The faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion are the best lead. Even if they aren't involved, they'll know who is. Delphine believes that there are no worse enemy to humankind than the Thalmor. She also has some ideas for getting you into the Thalmor embassy, but she needs time to plan. You receive her secret key and are told to meet her back in Riverwood. Okay, so we have the cult-like group, the Thalmor, which sounds eerily similar to the Oblivion. Oh, something Dawn. Damn it, what were they called? Okay, well, we are going to have to reference Mythic Dawn. As soon as I load it up, right? I remember it. The Mythic Dawn. And we have the Blades return yet again, except in this case, there is a reversal where you are the person of interest, and Delphine serves as a kind of behind-the-scenes ally, similar to the player character interacting with Martin in Oblivion. Like, the amount of originality between the 360 games, between Oblivion and Skyrim, especially in the main quest, especially in the quest design, I don't know. It's not good. What even was that quest, right? It was just like a go and fight a dragon, which we've done before. So there's no new gameplay experience, and there's not really much of, for a veteran player, what's new narratively, right? You're still gaining information that you might have gotten before, the repetition of the information compared to Oblivion. So if you're a fan of these games, like, they either assume that you have a weak memory or that you're so interested in the gameplay and the world that you don't care about sort of the connecting strings that put it all together. There is a post-quest activity. Delphine's secret door key opens the cabinet in her room in the Sleeping Giant Inn. Return to Riverwood when you begin the quest. That's a post-quest activity? Isn't that just where the next quest is? The next quest has intersecting quest lines. Diplomatic immunity. I see the word diplomatic. That's exciting. It better mean that there's like actually like intrigue, investigation, like talking, interacting with the world besides fighting it. We'll have to see. The Thinking Schemer. All right, so we've come back to Riverwood. Riverwood is kind of strangely the Balmora of this game, and what's insane about that is that there are 6 buildings. There's, a watermill here. Just the difference in scale, right, is just shocking, right? No House Holalu, no like Fighters Guild or Mages Guild here. Like, no, I get that it's like a small Satanine like town, but I think Satanine even was larger than this. And you spent even less time in the main quest especially, but also in other quests in Satanine. I don't know. My cynicism is climbing. When you're ready to continue prying into the secret and powerful Thalmor faction, return to Riverwood and seek out Delphine in her usual resting spot, the cellar of the Sleeping Giant Inn. She has crafted a plan to infiltrate you into the Thalmor embassy, mainly because you're unknown to their organization, while Delphine would stand out like a stormcloak in solitude. She tells you that the Thalmor ambassador, Elenwyn, is renowned for throwing parties with a rich and connected hobnob with the Thalmor. Once you infiltrate the embassy, you'll excuse yourself from the glad-handing in an attempt to find any of Elenwyn's secret files. Delphine has a contact, a wood elf named Malborn, inside the embassy who can help, but doesn't want any exposure. You're to meet him at the Winking Skeever. You can bombard Delphine with several questions about the contact, how you'll get into the party, and other matters if you wish. Okay, cool. This sounds interesting. So we're going to Solitude. Journey to Solitude and locate the Winking Skeever Tavern, close to the main gates. So Solitude is, or should be, up here somewhere, right? Am I going insane? Oh, it's further up north than I realized. So quite a lot to travel, basically like halfway across the world, maybe a little bit more, right? That's a pretty long journey. Solitude is like the rest of the places. I do like in Skyrim at least, that each place has its kind of its own look and feel. You know, I remember the green of Solitude and the green of the surrounding countryside. So I do like that there's slight changes in the biomes. You know, I have a feeling in Starfield that a lot of biomes are going to be there to stay, you know, and there will be variations in the geography, but there will not be variations in the weather, the temperature. There'll be Star Wars planets, right, where they will all be one biome, which I think is fair, you know, but I do think it'll create a strange problem of scale. If we want to continue talking about scale, Solitude is tiny. Like, it's hard to believe that these places are places, you know. The more I look through these guides throughout the transition to the 360 and on, the more I realize that a lot of the limitations of Bethesda have been technical limitations that they've solved with gameplay, and they didn't solve with narrative or the world, because they couldn't do it with the decisions that they made with voice acting. I think in hindsight, for me, I think the decision to do voice acting was a Pyrrhic victory. It's the very thing that took up so much space on the DVDs, and it was also the thing that granted a more embodied popular success. Like, I know that they had to do it, or at least they felt that they had to do it, but I would have much preferred a Bethesda game or two on the 360 that utilized downloadable content and utilized text-based dialogue with no voice acting. And I just think that full voice acting, the world was ready, but Bethesda wasn't ready. So it'll be interesting in sort of a post-physical disc world where they can basically make the size of these games as big as they want. You know, how big can you make the game with text and voice acting is not limited. You can basically, you know, make the game 125 gigabytes if you want to, which is what they're doing. And who knows about the downloadable content to come later. So I think now that content is back center stage, what is that going to do to the gameplay? And the gameplay looks okay. You know, I'm kind of tired of shooting people in video games. That's not to say that I don't admire it in certain moments, but I think I'm ready for something broader. I'm kind of going on a tangent here, sorry. We're in Solitude. We're looking for the Winking Skeever Tavern. It's right here, close to the main gates. Step inside and find the shifty-looking character, Malborn. Tell him that a mutual friend sent you. And he says that he can smuggle some equipment into the embassy that you can pick up once you're inside, just in case you need a weapon or two, if you're accidentally discovered, or if the plan becomes problematic. He tells you to hand over what you can't live without, and he'll have it ready to grab once you're inside. This is cool. Like, the other quests don't really have this buildup of anticipation like this one does. So I like that there is some attempt to inspire some excitement for the player of what is about to happen. I don't think I'm the only person who thinks that Skyrim focused so much on the dungeons and focused so much on the points of interest that they forgot the spaces surrounding it. And so this is a sign of what it looks like to focus on the spaces surrounding the points, is to build anticipation. If you stink at sneaking, simply load Malborn up with your favorite weapons, some potions, and a full suit of armor. You can hand over anything you wish to him. After you hand over your preferred equipment to Malborn, he tells you that he'll seek you out at the party and says to meet up with Delphine, who has some appropriate attire and an invitation to the event. Travel to Catless Farm, halfway up the hill on which Solitude sits. Okay. Here we go. As the Thalmor guards will notice an adventuring type who's armed to the teeth, Delphine gives you more suitable attire for socializing with the noblemen of Skyrim. She also hands you an invitation to Ellenwyn's reception and says that she'll keep the rest of your gear safe until you return. When you're inside, you'll have only what Malborn smuggled in and whatever there is to hand in the embassy. Don the outfit that Delphine gave you, remove any gauntlets, helmets, or shields you're carrying, although amulets and rings are fine to wear. Delphine gives you a quick once-over and asks if you're ready to take the carriage to the Thalmor embassy. Agree when you wish to continue. The remaining equipment is now removed. You disembark from the carriage in the snowy courtyard within the walls of the Thalmor embassy compound. As you're heading towards the steps and a Thalmor guard, you hear a man murmuring behind you. Optionally turn around and listen to Rosalind, who's late for the party and in a slightly rambunctious mood. He's certain there's not enough drinking going on in the world today. Politely leave him and amble over to talk with the Thalmor guard and show him your invitation. You have other conversation topics, but you can't proceed until the invitation is shown. Head up the steps, past the guard, and into the embassy. Ooh, you are prevented from fast traveling. Wow, what an idea. One of those overpowering things that, strangely, they don't do enough in things like Elden Ring. Like, once you're in a dungeon, I wonder if it would be a good idea to prevent people from fast traveling. Which they do in the smaller dungeons like the catacombs, but not like the larger legacy dungeons, right? Like, you can go in and out of those at all times, which feels very different than Dark Souls Blighttown, right? It's like a totally different experience. Totally, like, it's, I don't know, the active experience of feeling trapped in Blighttown, it's not a lot like it, right? And it wasn't a good feeling, like I was turned off from the game, but I did come back, and coming back and playing it and fighting through it gave the world this feeling of a giant odyssey. Blah, blah, blah. Ellenwyn greets you as you enter. So the carriage took you to Thalmor Embassy. Is that something that we can look up? It is. Okay. So where is this in relation? Oh, okay. So we went just up the hill and around the corner. Right. So here's where we're at. My God, the embassy is like half the size of Solitude. Okay, I'm exaggerating. It's like a third. But like still, making small talk, and before Ellenwyn's suspicions are raised by any strange or mistaken answers you give her, Malborn calls her from the bar counter saying that he's run out of the Alto wine. You now know where Malborn is stationed and can quickly slip away from Ellenwyn, as she says she'll catch up to you later and greets Rosalind. Mingle in the main chamber. Here you'll bump into several important dignitaries from across Skyrim. Erikur, the conniving, greedy and vain owner of the lumber mill in Solitude. General Tullius, the right hand of the Emperor in charge of Skyrim's Imperials. General Tullius is part of the Civil War, I believe, questline. Whoa. A big group. You know what this feels like? This feels like the moment in like a Bond film or the Mission Impossible films where you snuck in and you realize that like everyone is a part of some secret society. And that it's kind of the moment that the movie tries to raise the stakes of the situation by saying that, like, you've got the whole world against you, or against the hero of the story. Jarl Balgruuf, the Kira Imperial ally and Nord leader of Whiterun. Jarl Elisif, the new Jarl of Solitude. Jarl Idgrod Ravencrown Morthal. Jarl Igmund Markath. Jarl Sidgeir, the leader of Falkreath. So, like, many Jarls. Maven Blackbriar, the shrewd family matriarch and meadery owner in Riften. Ondalamar, the haughty Thalmor liaison to the Imperial Justicars in Markath. Orthus and Dario, the East Empire Company. A real, like, so important of an idea that it ends up somehow in the Elder Scrolls. Proventus Evanici, political and inept steward for the Jarl of Whiterun. We've encountered him before. Why are you going in disguise if, like, half of these people, I guess they are just refusing to acknowledge who you are, right? Or maybe you're so disguised, but, like, they've seen your face. Like, you're the Thane of Whiterun. Brellis, a respectful and self-effacing embassy servant who works the other bar. Ildi, the hired bard. offering timid and underwhelming performances. With the party already underway, you have a few options to try when attempting a disturbance. What is this? Options in a quest? I don't think I guess in the beginning, we could follow either the Imperial or the Stormcloak, right? We could follow the Nord or the Imperial. Yeah, this is new. The loud-mouthed fellow you met outside is usually sitting down away from the mingling. Strike up a conversation with the reprobate, and he'll ask for a drink. Return to Malborn or head over to Brellis and order a drink. Then return to Razalin and hand the drink over. He thanks you for it. You then ask if he can cause a distraction. Sure enough, he wanders into the throng and commences a ruckus. Head to Malborn quickly, causing a distraction. A fractious favor. You may spot a good friend among the assembled guests. Possible friendships include Victoria Fici, Maven Blackbriar, Ondalamar, or any of the Jarls, depending on your previous interactions with them. Begin a quiet chat with one of them and ask if they would cause a small disturbance. When they agree, back away toward Melbourne, and watch your friend cause a scene with Razalin despite the drunkard's innocence. Head to Melbourne quickly. Okay, so this is a distinction without a difference, right? There's still a distraction, so I think the code is still in there. It's just the person doing it changes. You can't get the staff these days. Speak to Erikur at the party, and you'll see that he has his eyes on Brellis, one of the waitstaff. Speak to Erikur and offer to talk to Brellis to see whether she's interested in a clandestine rendezvous with Erikur. Brellis, being of high morals and taste, declines the offer. Return to Erikur and tell him lie that she's interested or that she isn't interested at all. Either response makes Erikur accost Brellis, causing a distraction and allow you to head to Malborn quickly. That's bizarre. Accost? During any of these distractions, Malborn heads to the door leading into the kitchen and waits for you to approach. He'll then open the door and close it behind you. And we're fighting. Okay, so I'll just wait until the end of this quest because, so many thoughts on this. Into the kitchens now that no one saw you slip away while Malborn preoccupies Safani the cook. Open the next door on the left side of the kitchen and enter the larder. The wooden chest on the left has the equipment you gave Malborn back at the Winking Skeever. Take the exit door opposite the chest and begin a clandestine sweep of the embassy chambers. In reality, the sweep doesn't have to be that sneaky as long as you're prepared for a fight, with the well-armed Thalmor soldiers patrolling the building. From the first corridor, face south and check the room to your east into a long hallway with 2 Thalmor guards. You may engage them in combat or stay out of sight behind the doorway or via a spell or sneaking, and wait for them to leave so you can sneak past them, or shut the door and easily sneak by. Use a small storage room or the room divider to hide behind if necessary. Do I need to read this? This parenthetical seems important. It's talking about the sneak mechanic in the game and how some races, high elves, are almost able to wander the embassy with impunity. That's kind of neat that your background is going to have either a better or worse chance in this moment, so you have to play towards your character. So I do understand a little bit of the thrill of this. Thalmor robes. From the long hallway, you can head east and open the door to the exterior courtyard, western side, or you can maneuver around the bar up the stairs to the upper floor and creep past or bludgeon the guard patrolling this area. To your right, east, is a corridor leading to a dining area with wine, poisons, and potions to pilfer. To the left is a bedroom, which is on your right, and an office to the left, which also has a door leading to the exterior courtyard. Pick either of the exits and head outside. Creep through the snow along the perimeter of the Thalmor embassy grounds, taking care not to be seen by the patrolling guards, or rush in and attack them if you don't believe in the element of surprise. Either perimeter path allows you access into the snow-laden garden and the door into Elowin's Solar. Enter that door as soon as you can. Sneak. If you're disguised or sneaking, there's usually a Thalmor mage guarding this door. High elf. If you're a high elf and wearing Thalmor robes, you can actually trick the guard into leaving his post with a quick conversation. When you enter the Solar, you hear a Thalmor called Rulendil, one of the spy masters responsible for receiving and utilizing clandestine chatter, talking to one of his spies, a Weasley man named Gisser. They mention an interrogation room below. Beware of a patrolling guard here as you move quietly to the bar and storage room if you're hiding, or into the withdrawing room that has multiple exits. Upstairs are 2 bedrooms and a small storage area. Aside from a variety of expensive items that aren't critical to your quest, there's nothing to take up here. Instead, remain on the ground floor and sneak or rush into the northwest office, next to Rulendil's study. There are books to check out, and a small chest holds some evidence, a dragon investigation document, which notes a prisoner in the cellar dungeon who is the key to unlocking the dragon phenomenon, the interrogation chamber key, and 2 dossiers, one on Delphine and the other on Ulfric Stormcloak. It all makes for some very interesting reading. If you're just considering the prisoner, you can also head west and challenge Rulendil in his study. You can spring into an attack or try to pickpocket Rulendil, which is difficult for the interrogation chamber key. There are 2 staircases leading down. Both lead to a similar looking door to the embassy dungeon, which can also be picked expert. You can head through either door, but the stairs and door to the northeast place you on a balcony where you can see a single guard patrolling. If you enter this area via Alanwin's study, then you can sneak down here and watch Rulendil descend the steps from his office and begin a rather unpleasant interrogation. Otherwise, he is likely to have attacked you or been killed already, along with his spy, Gisser. Fewer guards make it easier to sneak down the steps, move past the rack, and execute the guard with a sneak attack. Before you investigate that moaning, check the small chest by the table with the rolls of paper on it. There's another dossier, this one on a gentleman named Esbern. Now read all the materials you've gathered, the dragon investigation and all 3 dossiers, to complete your objective. Whoa, okay, we're literally going to get information. I like it. Like, information matters and is hidden. So we're actually going to look this up. Game books, Skyrim, journals, notes, and correspondence. Rulendil. Dragon investigation current status. Okay. Oh wow, look how short it is. There might be more. First emissary Elenwyn, we anticipate a breakthrough in our efforts to uncover the party or power behind the dragon resurrection phenomenon. An informant has identified a possible lead, whom we have brought back to the embassy for a full interrogation. The subject is obstinate, but by all indications is holding back the information we seek. I have authorized intermediate manual on coiling. I do not expect more will be necessary unless you feel time presses. I know you prefer to be present for the final questioning. I will inform you immediately when the subject is fully receptive. 2 days should tell the tale. In the meantime, if you wish to audit our technique, your expertise is welcome as always. I have placed the prisoner in the cell closest to your office stairs for your convenience. Okay, so it's more like contingent and situational. I was hoping that there would be like something more there. And maybe there is. I just need to figure out how to search it. So should I just search dossier? I wonder if that'll come up in the notes, right? Thalmor dossier, Delphine, Thalmor dossier, Esbern, Thalmor dossier, Ulfric. Yep, here they are. Delphine. Delphine was a high priority target during the First War. For both operational and political reasons, she was directly involved in several of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades within the Dominion. She had been identified and was slated for the initial purge, but by bad luck was recalled to Cyrodiil just before the outbreak of hostilities. During the war, she evaded 3 attempts on her life, in one case killing an entire assassination team. Okay, this is like hero worship, right? This happens a lot in genre fiction. Since then, we have only indirect evidence of her movements, as she has proven extremely alert to our surveillance. She should be considered very dangerous, and no move against her should be made without overwhelming force and the most careful preparation. Operational notes. She is believed to still be working actively against us within Skyrim, although we have no location on her. Assumed to be working alone, as no other Blades are known to be active in Skyrim, and she has in the past avoided contact with other fugitive Blades for her own security, one of the reasons she has so far evaded elimination. Her continued existence is an affront to all of us. Any information on her whereabouts or activities should be immediately forwarded to the Third Embassy. Notice not a lot of world building, right? It's just a lot more of like personal or interpersonal characteristic stuff. What about Ulfric? Ulfric first came to our attention during the First War against the Empire when he was taken as a prisoner of war during the campaign for the White Gold Tower. Under interrogation, we learned of his potential value, son of Jarl of Windhelm, and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now First Emissary Elenwyn. He was made to believe information obtained during his interrogation was crucial in the capture of the Imperial City. The city had in fact fallen before he had broken, and then allowed to escape after the war. Contact was established, and he has proven his worth as an asset. The so-called Markath incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact. Okay, so I mean, these are technically world building, right? We're talking about the First War, we're talking about, some of the conflicts in Skyrim before we arrived. So I'm wrong. Direct contact remains a possibility under extreme circumstances, but in general the asset should be considered dormant. As long as the Civil War proceeds in its current indecisive fashion, we should remain hands-off. The incident at Helgen is an example where an exception had to be made. Obviously, Ulfric's death would have dramatically increased the chance of an Imperial victory, and thus harmed our overall position in Skyrim. Note, the coincidental intervention of the dragon at Helgen is still under scrutiny. The obvious conclusion is that whoever is behind the dragons also has an interest in the continuation of the war. Yeah, that's bad causal reasoning, right? Like, just because the dragon is there and Ulfric is there does not mean that it has to be war related. And in fact, since we're the Dragonborn, it has much more to do with us. So kind of the thing that you learn is that they got their eyes in the wrong direction. A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided, however, so even indirect aid to the Stormcloaks must be carefully managed. Okay, should I read the Esbern? Maybe we should wait until we get to Esbern. You can sneak down here and watch this in the steps. Okay, so I'm here. Fewer guards make it easier to sneak down the steps, move past the rock, and execute the guard with sneak attack before you investigate the moaning. I read this before, sorry. This one is a gentleman named Esbern. Now read all the materials you've gathered. Okay, so we're supposed to read the Esbern document as we see. Let's see. Esbern was one of the Blades' lore masters prior to the First War against the Empire. He was not a field agent, but is now believed to have been behind some of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades during the pre-war years, including the Fallenesti incident and the breach of the Blue River prison. His file had remained dormant for many years, an inexcusable error on the part of my predecessor, who has been recalled to Eleanor for punishment and re-education, and the erroneous belief that he was unlikely to pose a threat due to his advanced age and lack of field experience. A salutary reminder to all operational levels that no Blades agent should be considered low priority for any reason. All are to be found and justice exacted upon them. Good God. As we are still in the dark as to the cause and meaning of the return of the dragons, I have made capturing Esbern our top priority, as he is known to be one of the experts in the dragon lore of the Blades. Regrettably, we have yet to match their expertise in the subject of dragons, which was derived from the Akaviri origins, and is still far superior to our own, which remains largely theoretical. The archives of Cloud Ruler Temple, callback, which is believed to have been the primary repository of the oldest Blades lore, were largely destroyed during the siege. Oops. Another great effort has been made to reconstruct what was lost. It now appears most of the records related to dragons were either removed or destroyed prior to our attack. Thus, Esbern remains our best opportunity to learn how and why the dragons have returned. It cannot be ruled out that the Blades themselves are somehow connected to the dragon's return. Our regular Indiana Jones of the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. We have recently obtained solid information that Esbern is still alive and hiding somewhere in Riften. Interrogation of a possible eyewitness is ongoing. We must proceed carefully to avoid Esbern becoming alerted to his danger. If he is indeed in Riften, he must not be given an opportunity to flee. You may talk to the prisoner moaning in the first cell, and Breless if he used her as a party distraction. The prisoner's name is Etienne, and if you speak to him, he reveals that he may have mentioned the location of a man named Esbern, and may shed some light on the resurrected dragons returning to Skyrim. The Thalmor are certainly interested in him. As you release the prisoner, 2 Thalmor soldiers in Malborn appear, so fight off the Thalmor if they attack. Take down any guards and search them for the trap door. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. That really sucks that, like, if you were sneaking all the way over here, that they just throw 2 guys at you like this. Like, what's the reward for being secretive? Except just less fighting, I guess. I don't know. It sucks. Drop through the trapdoor, with Malborn, Etienne, and Breless by your side, if they are alive and freed, and enter the Reeking Cave, so named because of the stench of the Frost Troll, who lives here, who slaughters travelers, and brings them back here to consume. What the hell? Slightly north. You can attack the troll before dropping down so you can't strike back. Watch out, Etienne or Breless can die fighting or fleeing from this creature. The cave itself is small. Locate the exit. Well, where Malborn, Etienne, and Breless all flee, you don't need to follow them. Delphine is waiting for you in the secret cellar downstairs in the Sleeping Giant Inn. Return here. Okay, so we're going all the way back. Man, they really assume that you have fast travel. Like, the world is just so large. Where the hell? Here we go. And look at the large chest on the left wall to obtain all the equipment you gave her before visiting the embassy. Delphine wants to know if you found out anything useful. Mention that the Thalmor are looking for someone named Esbern. I guess I can get rid of these from the Imperial Library. Delphine seems to instantly know who this crazy old man is. Yeah, because they're both Blades. She reveals Esbern is a Blade archivist who is an expert on the ancient dragon lore of the Blades. From your earned knowledge, it seems Esbern is hiding out somewhere in the city of Riften. Perhaps a well-connected man named Brynjolf can help. To get him to trust you, ask him to remember the 30th of Frostfall. Time is racing. We must now hunt down Esbern. Yeah, so we would consider this a linking quest of earnest, right? It would be stupid narratively to go off and do other things before this, despite the fact that, like, the game will not continue, right? Like, if you know anything about video games, just the logic of it wouldn't make sense. Like, they're not going to take Esbern and kill him or find out information before you. Like, that's just not how video games work. So, as much as we want to claim that, like, the narrative causes some degree of stakes, deep down, game players know that the game does not continue. We are the center of the world, even though it is a world. What else do I want to say? Okay, so how did I feel about that quest? So, I liked that we were going for information. I kind of wish that quest had happened a little sooner in the game, but I sort of understand how they want to have their cake and eat it too. So they want to have a big action set piece that introduces the game in the first act, and then they can worry about the exposition later, is their idea. I suspect that this will happen in Starfield. We will start with a big set of action set pieces that introduce us to the game mechanics of ship flying and our place in the world as miners. We can begin our character creation, and we can begin to be associated with an associate of the Blades. What is his name? I forget. I'll probably talk about it later in a separate Starfield video. But we can expect all that, right? And then once we return the artifact to Constellation, therein begins the exposition process, right? Finding out where the previous artifacts came from, if we care about such things, and finding out where to go from there based on the changed behavior of the artifacts, having brought our piece over, as well as our insight from the visions that we saw. So, like, the more you play the Elder Scrolls games, the more you realize just how much connective tissue there is in the way that they design the first act, the second act, the third act, and how they deal with things like action and exposition, right? There's not too much that's different. It's just a matter of how the content is distributed. That will be the ultimate test for players if they want to believe in the way that the quests are designed. So I think the biggest difference is Morrowind, right? Morrowind compared to Oblivion and Skyrim is such an odd one out, just because it makes demands on the player that are so far afield from what we're going to see in Oblivion, Skyrim, and Starfield. There's something about knowledge of game playing that exists outside of just the skill of playing the game. Like, these feel like very insulary games, Oblivion and Skyrim, where your knowledge of role-playing games is more important than just your general knowledge about people's, societies, history, right? One of the great things about tabletop games or about old-fashioned computer role-playing games is that it encourages you to be knowledgeable about history, philosophy, anthropology, because in a way you can bring some of that to benefit. You can bring some of that to bear on the games. But Oblivion and Skyrim are video-ass games through and through, and so they rely a lot more on the skills of playing the game rather than a general knowledge set, a general Renaissance man or woman. Den of Iniquity. Delphine instructs you to meet with her. Look how beautiful this is. Ugh, Skyrim is so pretty. Delphine instructs you to meet with her contacting member of the Thieves Guild named Brynjolf. Okay, that's pretty cool. We're getting, introduced. So that's something I didn't mention about the Thalmor Embassy, is that you're getting introduced to a lot of the heavy hitters of the different guilds, right? You've got different townships, but also now you're learning about Thieves Guild. Maybe you'll learn about the Companions later, or maybe you'll learn about the Mages Guild. So a main quest in a Bethesda game should also be an introduction to what the rest of the world has to offer, which for me is always why I play the main quest as soon as possible. It's the first thing I do. And I get, the freedom of doing other things in Bethesda games, but I've always felt that playing the main quest is the introduction to the game in general. It serves as a 30-hour, 40-hour tutorial, or in Fallout's case, 22 hours. Before you go, ask her about your birthright. You can also ask why Blades are on the run. Turns out it's because the Thalmor were systematically hunting them down thanks to the white gold concordat. White gold is the material of the ring in Lord Foul's Bane, the fantasy series that might have been an influence for Morrowind, as I found out in that video, if you want to go watch that, which was signed with the Empire. It ended the war, but gave the Thalmor free rein to stomp out the worship of Talos. You may ask about the Thalmor, the arrogant and extreme rulers of the Aldmeri Dominion, or what used to be the imperial provinces of Somerset Isle and Valenwood. When you've heard enough, leave the Sleeping Giant Inn and travel to Riften. That's cool. A chance to understand some of the context of who the Thalmor are. I think that's important. I think that one of the weaknesses of the Mythic Dawn cult in Oblivion was certainly a lack of context. So I sort of hope in these dialectical shifts from one game to the next, or in these iterations, they can sort of pick up the pieces of what they forgot to do in those games, or what they just didn't have time or space or technological prowess to do, especially when it comes to how much information you can fit on a disk. When you arrive at either the city's gates for the first time, a guard halts you and attempts to shake you down for a visitor's tax. Riften is in the southeast, right? If I recall correctly, yeah. Riften's cool, right? It's like this giant, waterside place. Feels different. Oh my god, is it bigger than Solitude? There are certainly more structures than Solitude. That is crazy. You can persuade, realize this for what it is. Gold, realize this for what it is, but pay up. The amount varies based on how poor you are. Threaten you, kill the thieves. Any of these options, if successful, allows the guard to open the door. Butchering the guard also gets you into Riften after dramatically increasing your bounty and forcing you to spend time in the jail. So, it is a choice. You meet a mysterious character in the Grand Plaza during daylight hours or inside the Bee and Barb the first time you look around in the Grand Plaza in Riften. First time thief. If you're meeting Brynjolf for the first time and if you have some general skills in concealment or silent stealth, or if you've dealt with the guard at the Riften Gate without resorting to violence, a man named Brynjolf strikes up a conversation with you. He may have an errand for you to perform to test your skills and reward you with gold. Thieves Guild quest, a chance arrangement must now be completed before Brynjolf releases the knowledge of where Esbern is hiding out. Holy shit. That is so fascinating. Like using a faction quest to pad out the main quest. We saw that in Oblivion with the Daedric quest, right? You have to go and get this Daedric artifact. So to do so, you have to participate in a Daedric quest. So like I said before, it's a trade-off, right? On the one hand, it's good that you're being introduced to the world through the main quest. On the other hand, it's clearly padding. Like it's clearly a way to get you to do a Thieves Guild quest to make the main quest seem longer, right? And it's so like we're on a rush to find Esbern. So the game is saying hurry, 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 but then also the game is saying, hey, do this Thieves Guild quest for us. Wait. So it's very contradictory from the game to do this at this point as well. So I just think that's really kind of jarring. Ultimately, from what we've seen in the Oblivion main quest and in the Oblivion guide, it's not surprising. What else do I want to say about this? If it were my choice, I would not do it. I would make the main quest a very clean-cut thing. I would like it, though, if the main quest would send you to different factions to get information. I think that is the ideal use of the main quest, is to get you to encounter persons of interest. And so in Starfield, when we play, if we go to the Vanguard, or if we go to the Crimson Fleet, or if we go to those crazy snake worshipping people, right? Like there are some cases where that's going to lead to combat. There's some cases where it's going to lead to information. But I think getting you introduced to all the major players in the main quest is cool and should be done through exposition, more so than like an active, explicit quest like this. Persuade, or you can use your verbal charms to reveal the location of Esbern without playing Brynjolf's little game. So this is a sort of portmanteau of Oblivion and Fallout, right? In Oblivion, you had to do this Daedric quest. In Fallout, there were some optional quests where you could get information through speech checks without having to do the quest. So as you can see, they're kind of taking what they've learned in previous games and they're applying it in a composite. If so, you can skip a chance arrangement. That is interesting. So does that mean that you can never get back to it? Or is there a way in the Thieves Guild quest to come back to this quest? Guild member, if you're meeting Brynjolf and you've already proved yourself skilled by completing Thieves Guild quest a chance arrangement, Brynjolf is happy to point you in the direction of where Esbern is hiding out once you ask him about these matters. Wow. Interlude. A chance arrangement. Well, it's part of the main quest guide, so we should probably get through it. Let's see what they have you do. He tells you to pilfer a silver ring from a stall owned by Medici in the marketplace while he creates a distraction. Place it in the pocket of a dark elf vendor named Branche. If you're caught, you're on your own, but if you succeed, he'll have some better paying schemes. If you've met Brynjolf during the evening or night, he'll be waiting between 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening for you. If you meet Brynjolf at night, wait until daylight and meet up again. Okay. It's a really short quest, if that's all it is. Brynjolf is waiting for you by his own plaza stand where he's about to hawk his amazing Falmer blood elixir. Naturally, this powder is designed to draw a crowd, including Medici and Branche, allowing you to quickly move around the plaza's perimeter via the stone wall and crouch behind Medici's stall. So one thing I should talk about that I gave short shrift is that there are a lot of events in the game, and these events are done through game logic and programming in such a way as to create, events. And I think that this is cool. So in Morrowind, the amount of moments where logic is allowed to take center stage is very, very rare. So I do appreciate that there are moments when you're doing something in the game and the game has NPCs that do more than just speak and offer exposition, right? They're more than just placeholders for a file cabinet. So I don't want to ignore what's going on here, right? Like This would never happen in Morrowind because there's not voice acting or extensive voice acting, and there's not animations of characters quite like this, and there's not the reactivity of other NPCs getting involved. So I think this is pretty cool, and one can only hope that throughout the quests in Starfield that they will continue this embodied feeling of these quests. We'll have to see. You can lockpick, produce your lockpick, and unlock the sliding door under the stall. Counter, quickly rummage around inside Medici's strongbox. You can happily help yourself to any of the items here, but the valuable you're concerned with is the silver ring. Steal it quickly before any of the city guards spot you. Creep around so the assembled beggars and storekeepers don't see you, and position yourself behind Branchet. You must now reverse pickpocket this dark elf. This involves pickpocketing. Choose your own apparel and select the Medici's silver ring, giving it to Branchet to finish this technique. Remember, no one must see you attempt this. This must have an alternate set of mathematical calculations behind it, because even if you're bad at pickpocketing, you need to still be allowed to do this for the main quest to function, or else you're going to have to go away and improve your stealth and pickpocketing skills and then come back and do this quest, which I don't think is something that Bethesda has particularly liked. In Morrowind, if you were to try and do this, you would fail almost all the time, so you'd have to save scum because pickpocketing was broken. If you're successful, Branchet is mistaken for a thief and hauled away to Riften prison. Your paths may cross again in the future. Jesus, it's dark. Speak to Brynjolf after the ring plant misdirection. He congratulates and rewards you. You receive no monetary gain if you failed. Then he mentions his organization has been having some bad luck, but mentions that there's more money to earn if you can handle it. Reply that you can, and Brynjolf recommends you meet him at the Ragged Flagon Tavern, deep inside Riften's subterranean ratway. He also points you in the direction of Esbern when you ask him. He's down in the ratway. Where do you access that? Okay. Okay, interesting. Open the barred gate by the water's edge and go into the sewers that run the length and breadth of Riften. Down the first tunnel you may stumble across two equally odious characters, Draff and Hunon, a black skeever. They attempt to mug you for all of your equipment. You can persuade. Wow, speech checks. And for a penny and for a pound, you know? Like, we haven't really had very many speech checks in the game, and now we're, like, inundated with them. It's like they forget that they exist, and they're like, oh yeah, and so they just dump it. Any other option results in violence. This doesn't impact your standing in Riften and is the recommended choice. That's the recommended choice to kill. What a surprise. Skyrim's a man of one season, right? Always winter. Now continue through this small maze of interlocking sewage tunnels. Watch for hanging oil traps and a bear trap along the way. If your lockpick skill is high enough, there's a chamber to check out, but your main purpose is finding the Ragged Flagon. The tavern is unique, being constructed on and above a sewage conduit chamber. When you spot Brynjolf, he is talking with the barkeep, Vekkel the man. Who's the man? Vekkel's speaking about Brynjolf's predicament with his organization. Speak to Vekkel the man, or seek out another Thieves Guild member named Dirge, and ask either of them if they've seen an old guy hiding out somewhere in Riften. Both Vekkel's and Dirge's minds are cloudy, so you may need to clear them by. Persuade. Holy shit, this is crazy. So many dialogue options. Every quest should be like this. Like, why is just this Esbern quest? When one of these choices succeeds, Vekkel or Dirge tells you that Esbern is holed up in the Ratway warrens and hardly ever leaves the place. If you're already a full-fledged member of the Thieves Guild, which requires you to have Thieves Guild quests loud and clear active and to have been rewarded your Thieves clothing, Vekkel and Dirge also point you in the direction of the Ratway warrens. Okay, so one of the characters makes a callback to this moment. I'm not going to read that. Oh, you have a bounty on your head. That's interesting. Just another person to fight, I suppose. But it's nice, kind of like what was that? In the Morrowind Tribunal expansion, you're attacked by Dark Brotherhood agents over the course of several levels. Remembering the 30th Frostfall, if you were directed into the Ratway warrens, or even stumbled here on your own, the Thalmor are already prowling this maze of connecting corridors around a central hub room, which you've just entered. However, if Dirge or Vekkel directed you to the warrens, you are forewarned about the Thalmor ambush, allowing you to expect any attacks and even trying to ambush the guards and gain the upper hand. Either way, unless your sneaking ability is exceptional, expect to fight around 4 of these enemies throughout your navigation of the warrens. Okay, so it's like a glorified dungeon. From either entrance into the warrens, there are 2 possible routes. The first is to navigate around the interconnected corridors and chambers, sneaking past or fighting Thalmor enemies, and a few skeever along the way. This is the long route, but allows you to remain hidden, or at least clear the warrens of foes for the moment. Or you can appear on the upper balcony of the multi-floored central hub room, which is well lit. There's a cart and hay bale at the base of it. Drop to the open gate on the eastern side of the bottom floor of the entrance to the Ratway Vaults, which is south of this point at the bottom of the Warrens. Open the wooden door and enter the Ratway Vaults. The Thalmor haven't found this area yet and is rarely trafficked. One of the reasons may be the lunatics who populate the chambers here. Beware of Hefid the Deaf and Yacker the Mad Chef, as both of them get violent when they spot you. You'll also have to contend with a brain-addled man named Salvianus, who talks to himself. But you're actually here to locate the well-locked door in the upper balcony of the hub chamber in the southwest corner. Sidle up to the door and activate it, and you'll hear an old man shouting for you to go away. Persist, and the door's shutters slides open, and a pair of eyes peep out. They are attached to a man who claims to not know who Esbern is. No amount of persuasion or pleading gets the man to unlock the door. Use the quote Delphine told you to tell the man, remember the 30th of Frostfall. Only then does the man reveal himself to be Esbern and unlock the door. If you haven't spoken to Delphine after escaping the Thalmor embassy, you can inform Esbern that you're Dragonborn, which is enough to pique his interest. Yeah, as an expert, he probably wants to know more. Once you're inside Esbern's hidey hole, he asks how Delphine is after all these years, regarding the situation as hopeless. He tells you that Alduin has returned, just as the prophecy said. Esbern believes it to be the end of the world. In fact, the only glimmer of hope would be if a Dragonborn returned. What a coincidence. How do I feel about that quest? Well, it is a questy-ass quest, right? It feels very Dungeons & Dragons-y. You go to this seaside town, you mix it up with the locals, you're looking for an expert, you're looking for a person of interest, and you find them, and you use a secret phrase or code to get their attention, and you're special. It feels very, I don't know. It's not the worst, it's not the best, but it's very reliable. I do like that there are speech checks. I do like that there are differing, somewhat, ways that you can go about resolving this set of scenarios. I'm not sure how I feel about the padding with the Thieves Guild quest, but I've talked about that before, so I'm not going to waste your time. I think it's okay. It is like a 6 out of 10. It's a reliable quest for the main quest that allows you to get from A to C. It's a perfect branching, interlocking quest. Moving right along. History and Prophecy. Alduin's Wall. I remember this being a sort of important moment in the game, if I recall correctly. More lore building, or world building, hopefully. Now that Brynjolf and the Thieves Guild have helped you locate this slightly deranged Esbern, it is your job to chaperone him to Riverwood. Ask him if he knows the way out of here. And he sets off running. Follow him out of his hidey hole or request that he follow you. Head down the stairs in the sewer junction chamber. As you both enter the sewer passages, Thalmor agents begin to appear. Defeat them. Combat continues as you push up the stairs and into the Ratway Warrens. Let Esbern fight the Thalmor soldiers that may appear. Esbern is a powerful wizard and can handle himself in a fight. Head west through the open gate in the hub room and into the connecting sewer tunnel. Go north, past the tree routes, and up the stairs by the dining chamber. Next, travel around to the south above the hub room. Cross the middle balcony of the hub room and go to the upper balcony overlooking this same hub room chamber. Head west into the Ragged Flagon. From here, head west into the Ratway meat tasting room. Then turn right and use the wall lever to lower the wooden bridge if you haven't done this already. From here, you're one winding corridor away from exiting into Riften. At this point, you can fast travel or trek back to Riverwood and the Sleeping Giant Inn. It's kind of a prison break, but without the prison. Actually, it is sort of a self-imposed prison. I mean, he was behind a locked door. Esbern cannot be killed, apparently, so he can just be, knocked out for a time. So that's definitely something different. Inform Delphine that you found Esbern, and she's most thankful, taking you both down into the cellar chamber. Esbern reveals a particularly important historical location, Skyhaven Temple, constructed around one of the main Akaviri military camps in the Reach during the conquest of Skyrim. He also places a book on the table. Read it at your leisure for some history. Oh man, should we read this? Annals of the Dragon Guard. I better be very careful how I type this in. Effing bang. It's not too bad. Brother Annulus is the editor, to 2800 to 2819. So the second era. I faithfully copy the following from the Annals of the Dragon Guard of Skyhaven Temple for the years 2800 to 2819, 4329 to 4338 in the old calendar. 2801 Emperor Castav again ordered the Dragon Guard to seize hostages from Markath and Hralden to ensure that the Jarls meet their conscription quotas. Our master's official protest was denied as usual. This will make relations with the local populace more difficult, although the hostages are in fact housed and trained with the other acolytes. Upon the outbreak of the Winterhold Rebellion, this is 2804, our master refused orders to send the Dragon Guard out to help suppress the rebellion. The Emperor ordered our supplies cut off, but we have made arrangements with the local reachmen and are effectively self-sufficient. The Grand Master supports our master's actions on the grounds that it violates the Oath of Allegiance. 2805, the temple is besieged, The fool Callian was sent to Winterhold and sacked the city. There is a reason he was denied entry into the Dragon Guard, but the local people do not count the difference between Alkaviri. All our years of building up trust with the people of Skyrim are now for naught. 2806, we learned of the accession of Riemann II, of blessed name. When the siege of the temple was lifted, we provided the honor guard for the Emperor's first visit to Skyrim, a great boost to the temple's prestige. 2809, we received reports of a dragon in the east. Scouts were sent immediately and signs of it were discovered, but it fled at our approach. The survivors have grown weary indeed. 2812, we finally have received permission from the Emperor to begin construction of Alduin's Wall. Craftsmen from temples across the Empire have arrived and begun the great work overseen by our own master, as is only fitting, as she is unmatched in her dragon lore. 2813, work on Alduin's Wall progresses. The master dismissed several craftsmen from a western temple that I do not need to name. They are so well known for stiff-necked pride, which has delayed the work, but there must be no compromise. Alduin's Wall is our gift to those that come after us. 2815, the Grand Master visited the temple in the summer to view the progress of the wall. He has received complaints about the expense. There is no doubt where these originate. He was so impressed by the wall, even in its half-finished state, he gave our master a writ of requisition under the Emperor's seal. There will be no more delays. Further reports of dragons in the east, which could not be verified. 2818, an auspicious year, Alduin's Wall was finished. A dragon was located and slain, and Emperor Riemann II visited to officially dedicate the wall. The blood seal was consecrated in the presence of all the Dragon Guard of Skyrim, a great honor, of which few temples can boast. Okay, cool. It's about the wall. And why do we need to know about this? Delphine isn't impressed until Esbern informs you that Skyhaven Temple is where Alduin's Wall was built to set in stone all their accumulated dragon lore. But the location of the wall, one of the wonders of the ancient world, was lost. Fortunately, Esbern knows where it is and why the three of you should journey there. The ancient blades recorded both history and prophecy on Alduin's Wall. With any luck, it may reveal how to defeat Alduin himself. What was the Morrowind equivalent of this? Like how to defeat Dagoth? You acquire Corpus and you learn about Kagranak's tools. I would say that would be a comparative quest, if I'm not mistaken. I have to stretch my jaw. Forsworn and Forsaken. Delphine knows that Esbern's description fits an area of Skyrim called Karthspire in the Karth River Canyon. Well, that's lucky. She asks whether you should all travel there together or whether you should meet them at the Skyhaven Temple entrance. The choice is yours. You can fast travel nearest location closest to the temple and then walk there. You can travel along the Falkreath Hold, which involves fending off any enemies along the way and fighting as a trio. This takes longer but allows you to raise levels and watch your teammates' considerable fighting talents. Neither of them can die from enemy attacks, so you can back them up in combat if that's your style. Take the same lengthy route on your own or on horseback. You won't need to wait around, but you have no backup during any of the fights. Catch a carriage from Whiterun to Markath. Whoa, catch a carriage. Wow, using diegetic fast travel. Who knew? Where the hell is Markath? Okay, approach on foot from the west. What? Skyhaven Temple. There it is. Not so bad if you fast travel to Markath or taking the carriage. Not bad at all, really. Karthspire. Interesting little island here, right in between the two rivers. There are really interesting like geographical elements in Skyrim that Morrowind I don't think really has. There's certainly biomes in Morrowind, but like as far as the way that the world feels to maneuver around it feels very cloistered, very claustrophobic, just because of all the lanes, which I've always hated. After the meeting, Delphine says her last goodbyes to Orgnar the barkeep and leaves the sleeping giant in for good. Okay, that seems intense. The Forsworn, primitive tribes and fighting to drive the Nords out of this western hold, are active in this area. They are formidable warriors and mages, especially in groups as large as those you find at the Karthspire exterior. This is pretty cool. You know, instead of cliff racers everywhere, there's like different like biome-centric enemies, and I think that's good to give each part of quest lines in each area a sense of personality, and it's certainly better than Oblivion's leveled content, right, where you just see minotaurs everywhere once you reach a certain level. So I think as far as like scaling is concerned, I hope to see that in Starfield, where certain planets and certain sectors belong to, you know, like the Crimson Fleet, and then there are certain levels within there that allow you to dictate before going in what to expect. And so you can prepare using, whatever radiation protection you need or whatever temperature protection you need for your suit to drive that feeling that I want of anticipation into a quest, anticipation into a space, which is, I think, really important in role-playing games that has sort of like been lost to time. The feeling of preparation, not just like physically in the gameplay, but also like mentally preparing in the narrative, giving the game the space in order to create this like anticipatory pace. I'm using a lot of A sounds and I feel bad about that. Depending on your playstyle and whether you're traveling alone or with Delphine and Esbern, expect a protracted and furious battle across sprawling and wooden and stone battlements as you cross the platform spanning the Karth River. After some fine sneaking or impressive combat, seek the inky black cave entrance and enter the Karthspire interior. Oh, so we're going into Karthspire. You know what this feels like? This feels like the previous quests in Morrowind and Oblivion, where you enter a giant stronghold. And I always forget. I've had my wisdom teeth taken out in between, so bear with me. So, Sankrator and Kogarun, they feel like, this feels like one of those. We'll see, because like the enemies that you fight are distinctively of a higher order, right, compared to what you fought before. So it's definitely like a skill check in the same way that these were. It's combat heavy so far already. Fighting continues inside Karthspire as you head through a forsworn camp and into a narrow ascension chamber with stone buttresses and temple columns carved by the early Akaviri. There is an entrance high above you to the west, but it is currently impassable. There's a trick to releasing the two raised bridges that cross the width of the chamber. Move to the three tri-cornered small pillars atop the dirt ramp. The puzzle solution is the square tile in the middle of each column is significant. Study the hieroglyph. One looks like an eye with a pair of horns above it. One looks like a ceremonial bowl with stylized fire. The third looks like two dragon heads facing each other. This is the symbol of the Dragonborn. Activate the pillar so the Dragonborn tile is shown, and the line atop each pillar points to east to west. The bridge to your left-south lowers with a rumble. Okay, so it's kind of it's an application of the puzzle that you learned in Bleak Falls Barrow. It's just lining up pictures to corresponding things. Cross the bridge and wait for Esbern to give his opinion on the tile floor in the connecting chamber. Expect a fiery death if you step on the incorrect pressure plate. I will say it's pretty cool that like Esbern and Delphine are going with you, right? That's a very noticeable difference compared to Morrowind and Oblivion, right? You were largely doing these strongholds on your own. Here, you're kind of breaking in together like Indiana Jones. It feels, like you've formed a party and you're going off on this anthropological quest. Look for the plates that have Dragonborn hieroglyph on them. Step only on those plates to wind your way across the floor before you finally reach a carved dragon head and a lever. Pull the lever. And the second crossing lowers. This has the added bonus of switching off the pressure plate trap. Yeah, so that Esbern and Delphine can get across. Oh, we're going to have a poem. You gotta love it, right? This beautiful mise-en-scène, right? Just this incredible, and then you've got that objective marker right in the goddamn middle of that face. Like, how annoying is that? I suspect, or I hope that they have a way to remove those kind of HUD elements from Starfield. Like, I do not want those kind of HUD elements. I'm fine with the little stupid compass in the bottom left. Fine. I would really rather not have those sort of things, but the game kind of comports itself around that expectation, so you kind of have to have it. Allegory and mythic symbolism. Head north across the two lowered bridges into the Skyhaven temple entrance, a large and remarkably well-preserved chamber. Esbern strides towards a big stone head at the far west end. Speak to Esbern about the entrance. He studies the circular floor carvings, murmuring something about them being a blood seal. The mechanism needs blood to activate. Your blood. The ancient blades revered Riemann Cyrodiil, and the whole place appears to be a shrine to him. Esbern explains the historical significance of this site. Listen for as long as you wish, but when you are ready, stand in the center of the circular floor carving and activate the blood seal. You cut your palm, dripping blood into the floor seal, and Riemann Cyrodiil's giant carved head lifts open. I think that's actually more important than it first appears, because in Morrowind, you can be the Nerevarine, but there's some kind of indication that the prophecy is very open-minded, that the prophecy can apply to a lot of different people, And so the concept of blood, of like a blood narrative, is not so important, right? So I think to have this like a blood donation, a blood ritual, I think reveals a little too much about what Skyrim thinks is important. Like, there have to be games where the player is not the main character. And there have to be games where, even though we know that the player is a main character, that the world ends up being a bigger character instead. And I think one way to do that is the way Morrowind did it instead of Skyrim. Like, the world leans into gameplay, I guess is what I'm saying, rather than the other way around. And I don't quite know how to, because of my repetition, I'm clearly struggling here. I don't know how to explicate that quite yet. And I'm sure some reviewers of the Bethesda games have done a better job, but that is, to me, an important difference, is that the world leads into the gameplay leans into the world, right? One is better than the other for Bethesda games. Moving right along. Quest conclusion. Okay, that was quick. You may wish to run on ahead or witness Esbern's excited discovery of Akaviri base reliefs, but the main chamber holds the real prize. While Delphine waits impatiently, Esbern explores the entirety of Alduin's wall, which dominates this chamber. In the middle of the wall, Esbern discovers that the ancient Nords used a shout to defeat Alduin. Delphine asks if you know of such a shout, answered that the Greybeards might know. Delphine responds with a few choice words about the Greybeards. She believes they shrank from their responsibilities and destiny. She recommends you head off to see them while she remains. Esbern is likely to be here for a while. We started with combat and we got information, so I do like that we are at least getting something from this quest. When misrule takes its place at the 8 corners of the world, when the brass tower walks and time is reshaped, when the thrice blessed fail and the red tower trembles, when the dragonborn ruler loses his throne and the white tower falls, when the snow tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding, the world eater wakes and the wheel turns up the last dragonborn. The last dragonborn. Okay, so moving right along. The throat of the world. We are headed back north. So they're going to remain here. So we would call this a sort of intermediary quest, right? Because they're still here and we need answers. So we're going to go back to a place we've been before. So this is kind of a chance to get more information to back up our new information, right? It's a confirmation quest. So we're at page 140. Where is the end of the main quest? Let's see how much progress we have left. 140 to 154. 140 to 154. So only 14 pages left. I didn't make as much progress. I only made 10 pages of progress. So we still have probably another hour and a half to 2 hours to go. Yeah, I was sort of hoping that we would go a little further, right? I don't know. Okay, so I'm liking the middle of the main quest a little bit more than the beginning. I also think that the situation of the main quest is really separated from the story of Skyrim. And what I mean by that is, in Morrowind, the situation of Dagoth and the story of Vardenfell are both interlinked really well. And the main quest, because of that, really allows you to unearth what Vardenfell is like. Oblivion is not good. Oblivion is like a layer cake, where the main quest is so clearly layered on top of Cyrodiil, right? And I feel the same way about Skyrim, where a lot of Skyrim seems to be, even with dragons appearing, right? Skyrim seems to be going off on its own without the input of the main quest. And I can already tell that I think Starfield is going to have this problem, where there's going to be the main quest with Constellation, right? But the things that are going on in Constellation, how could they possibly have an effect on such a broad scope? You know, the great thing about Vardenfell being an island is that it was all so cohesive. You know, the way that there was a quarantine, the blight, Dagoth all this history, it all comes to a head with the Nerevarine, and the world of Vardenfell felt it. You just can't get that with Starfield. It's just going to be impossible, because the whole point of the way that Starfield is designed is that the thousands of planets, the dead planets, what are they going to care what's happening with Constellation? So even if it was something about the origin of the human species or where the human species has to go, like no matter if it's past or future, it is still placed in such a context that I feel like it is going to be difficult to have matter, right? When you ask what the matter is, you have the meaning directly related to the quest, but then you have a larger, how does it matter? What's the significance? And I just don't see that happening. Excuse me. Do I want to continue? I may do one more quest, right? Seeing as how we're in the thick of it here, I may finish up this quest, which gets us to here, and then I'll stop because I'm hungry and I want to eat. Well, Esbern inspects the third panel of Alduin's wall and offers his opinion of it. If you wish to listen, you should exit Skyhaven Temple, head up and north, and exit through any of the Dragon Arrow doors to an outside ruin offering excellent views over the Reach. You have a long trek back to Whiterun, and then must navigate the 7,000 steps again to High Hrothgar. You should fast travel if you're feeling impatient. Seek out Master Arngir and inform him that you need to learn the shout that was used to defeat Alduin. The Greybeard is angered by your request, blaming the meddling blades for their reckless arrogance. Arngir ends the conversation, no matter what you say, by admonishing you for straying from the path of wisdom. Wow. Master Einarth murmurs something to Arngir in a dragon tongue, and Arngir calls for you to stop. He apologizes for his outburst and informs you that the shout is called Dragon Rend. It is unknown even to the Greybeards of High Hrothgar, as it is deemed evil. Only the master of the Greybeards, Parthenax, can answer your questions. You are beckoned into the courtyard and are taught another shout that will open the way to Parthenax. Follow Arngir toward the ceremonial fire pit on the raised area of the courtyard, where he bellows 3 glowing runic words into the carved stone on the ground below. Step onto and absorb each of them, so your clear skies shout is the strongest it can be. Then absorb the knowledge from the glowing Master Arngir. You learn Lok, Va, and Kur, Sky, Spring, Summer. Then enter your magic shout inventory and select this shout. With the shout selected, turn and depart from High Hrothgar, heading up the steps from the fire pit to the southeast. You are greeted by a perimeter arch, and through which is an impenetrable fog. Execute the clear sky shout, and the fog dissipates for a few seconds before blanketing the mountain region. This gives you a clear view of the path to the mountaintop. Continue up the path until you reach the edge of the fog bank. If the fog returns, then shout again. As you progress up the zigzagging path, look out for the marker stones and the flags affixed to them. The pace is slow, but you eventually emerge above the fog bank and discover the third of the world, the summit of the largest mountain in Skyrim. A deep booming voice echoes around the giant rocks and snowbanks atop the mountain. Parthenax greets you. Speak to this giant white dragon, who asks why you intrude upon his meditation. Explain that you need to learn the Dragon Rend shout. He responds that patience is required and that formalities must be observed. Parthenax lands on the ground nearby and exchanges you to hear his thum and respond if you're truly Dovahkiin. He opens his maw and scorches a nearby rock in a great gout of fire. The rock soon glows white. I don't know why I said that. The rock soon glows with a runic word of power. Take this as the gift it is intended to be, and absorb another new word of the fire breath shout. You then absorb Parthenax's knowledge of the word, except the beast is still alive and doesn't need slaying. Parthenax now wishes you to greet him, not as a mortal but as a Dova dragon. Select the fire breath shout from your inventory and yell it directly into the dragon, bathing him in your fiery blast. Parthenax doesn't become hostile. This is the ceremonial greeting he was expecting. Parthenax is happy to make your acquaintance and asks what you wish of him. When you repeat your request to learn the Dragon Rend shout, Parthenax has been expecting this. After further conversation, the Grey Dragon says that even he does not know the thum that you seek. After another question, he asks why you want to learn the shout. Reply with any answer you wish, but do tell him you need to stop Alduin. Parthenax describes his elder brother as troublesome. This hermit soon asks you why he lives up here. Your answers won't be correct, so he tells you to meditate at this spot, as it was where Alduin was defeated by the ancient tongues. But even the Dragon Rend shout wasn't enough. They had to employ the Kell, or Elder Scroll, to create a Tid Aran, or time wound, and cast him adrift on the currents of time. If you ask, he explains what an Elder Scroll is, and reveals he has been waiting for thousands of years until Alduin began to emerge from time. This is important to your cause. If he found an Elder Scroll at this exact location, you might be able to cast yourself back to the other end of the time break and learn Dragon Rend from those who created it. Whoa, an Elder Scroll, it's like what the games are called. So that's interesting. It's definitely a big play, right? Using the word Elder Scroll. So I'll have more to talk about that after I've eaten food. I don't know if I'll come back today, but I'm certainly interested to see where this goes. So, okay, until then. Okay, last time we learned about an Elder Scroll, I'm back. A couple days have passed. It's stupid hot outside, so I'd like to do this as quickly as possible. I will not have my headphones on because it is hurting my jaw. I recently got my wisdom teeth taken out, as you probably already know. I won't stop talking about it. Okay, we're at Elder Knowledge. Are we still at the third of the world? we had talked to Parthenax about the Elder Scroll. They're coming out with the big guns, which could be a sign of insecurity among the Bethesda quest makers, that they want this to be a big, bold, brash main quest. And so, interacting with Elder Scrolls, that is interesting. Well, possibly interesting. We'll see how it's used. It's been so long since I've played this. I'm not sure how it's going to go. Is there anything I want to say before? I did some cleaning up on the interactive map, so hopefully it'll be less annoying for you to see key locations, but we'll never know. There's so much junk on this interactive map. Really, the difference between noise and signal in these games has like spiraled out of control. Impressive to put all on one disc, but the farther along I go into this, the more I'm under the impression that the Elder Scrolls games should have eventually come on multiple discs. I don't know how that would have worked. Different provinces, right? They would have divided. Well, I guess, I don't know, the province of Skyrim, different city-states, or however they wanted to describe it in the lore. But that would have subdivided a lot of the quest lines. It would have been difficult. Doable, but difficult. Okay, enough of that chat, and let's get going. Finish your conversation with Parthenax by asking him to impart all the information about the Elder Scroll that he can. According to him, when you return with the scroll, you shall meet Hakon and Gormlaith and Feldir, the first mortals to whom Parthenax taught the Thume, and who led the rebellion against Alduin. Complete your talk with Parthenax, and then leave to locate the Elder Scroll, if you haven't found it yet. There are 2 optional clues that point you in the correct direction. I might read this note. Note, do you already have the Elder Scroll in your possession? This is possible if you've completed Daedric Quest Discerning the Transmundane. If so, you can skip this quest and begin Main's Quest Alduin's Bane. Ooh, I'm glad I read that note. Okay, so just like Oblivion, we are doing a Daedric Quest in lieu of a main quest proper. They've done that twice now because a Thieves Guild quest was used. Once again, I'll state for the record that I like that the main quest slowly gives you a grand tour of what you're expected to see throughout the rest of the game, but I think that using other quests in your main quest to pad it is problematic. So, like I've said before, I would prefer if it took the role of exposition and confiding in experts from different guilds in order to draw together the cohesiveness of the world, rather than something along these lines, right? So I prefer people and items rather than places and events, I guess, if I had to divide those up. Talking to Esbern to learn more about your Elder Scroll search, you may wish to return to Skyhaven Temple. Esbern is usually standing outside atop the mountain top. The temple is dug into, gazing over the reach. Approach the temple pavilion and speak to him. He recommends you visit the College of Winterhold, your map updates. Talking to Arngir. To learn more about Elder Scrolls Search, you can visit High Hrothgar and speak with Master Arngir. The Greybeards do not concern themselves with scrolls, but such blasphemies have always been the stock and trade of the mages of Winterhold. He suggests you try their college, your map updates. Okay, so different options for the same thing. Classic diamond-shaped opportunities. So if you recall, Esbern is back here at Skyhaven Temple, and the Throw of the World, which we were just at, both of them point to the College of Winterhold, which, if I recall correctly, is pretty far up here, yeah. So up here in the northeast. So we have pretty much gone to, I would say, all 4 corners of Skyrim. Like, I'm not sure. We haven't really, have we gone to Markath? I don't recall going to Markath, but we've been to Riften, we've been to Windhelm, so we've traveled quite a bit. So that makes sense considering how far we are in the main quest line. So anyway, here we are. The College of Winterhold is up here. And this may be cool, right? Because we're getting to interact with the Mages Guild, or what exists of the Mages Guild in Skyrim. I know that's a point of contention among Skyrim players, is that the magic of the world continues to get shafted and continues to be far narrower with each and every iteration. In Elder Scrolls 6, we may get a glorious expansion of magic. I just don't see that happening. Insane ruminations. Begin your journey to the city of Winterhold. The college is linked to it by a bridge. At the bridge's near end, a high-off wizard guards the entrance. She stops you, warning that it's not safe to cross the bridge and that you will be denied entrance to the city. She will become hostile if you take a swing at her. Although she has some complaints about the college, which you can ask her about, you really just want to enter the college. Ask if this is possible, and she asks why. Choose the answer that best suits your demeanor. She requires that you take a test to show that you're at least competent in the use of magic. You can walk right in without dealing with Feralda if you're already a member of the College of Winterhold and started that line of side quests. Okay, so a benefit if you've done some previous work, right? Persuade her, tell her that you both know you'll be successful. Another speech check. Agree to take the test. When the test begins, Feralda requests you aim a spell at the seal of the ground near to her to ask if she would grant entry to the Dragonborn. Feralda asks if you really have the voice. Show her any shout you have. This happens a lot in the main quests of these games where there's a previous narrative block that exists for someone who's not doing the main quest, but if you're doing the main quest, you sort of get a pass. So these are all contingent on a player who is not engaging in the main quest, but there's always some kind of option, whether it's Fallout or whether it's Oblivion. I don't remember if this is in Morrowind, where the main quest is kind of this strange skeleton key into certain aspects of the world, right? And I'm not sure what to make of that or what that means, but it's happened multiple times. I'll see if I can gather my opinions on what this means later on. It's, a get out of jail free card for the developers who, don't want to gate lock narratively or mechanically the player from doing the main quest. Right, they want it to feel like a different type of video game, right? They want it to feel like an action game, or they want it to feel like a story-driven game, some kind of more linear role-playing game. And so, they've always had their hands tied on the idea of trying to have the player be a certain power level before doing things. So they want a sense of pride from the player and what they've accomplished, which means they have to keep, a certain level of challenge. On the other hand, they don't really know what the player has been doing up to this point. So the main quest always has to feel as though it's done by a fresh character. So maybe the central issue is, as Patrician TV talked about, like when to do the main quest and when to let off. And, that's become a growing theme in our read-throughs of the main quest. I think because these games are so vast, I think it goes without saying that whatever is explicitly designed as storytelling is always going to have some tension with the story that the players want to tell of themselves. And so kind of a war games theory, maybe the best way to win is not to play. Maybe we're growing to a dawning conclusion that maybe the best experience of these games has nothing to do with the main quest, which I have a hard time admitting just because I love the Morrowind main quest so much. So I don't know, once we get to Fallout 4, we can start to evaluate main quests in Bethesda games and what they lack, what they need, and what their benefits are. Spellcasting, bring up your magic and choose a spell. I'm going to skip that. Dragon Shout, bring up your shout inventory. By now we know what those things are. I'm going to continue here. You can now ask Feralda more questions about Mirabelle and the college, or even receive training in the arts of destruction magic. College of Winterhold quest first lessons is now active, and you are told to report to Mirabelle Irvine. However, this objective is not required or part of the main quest. Thank God. Cross the bridge into the college's exterior courtyard, open the grand doors, and into the Hall of the Elements. Immediately make a right and turn and enter the Arcanium. Fun fact, when Kindles came out around this time, I got a Kindle for my birthday, and you're allowed to name your Kindles, and I named my Kindle the Arcanium. I think that was back in 2011. It was my 21st birthday, and I wanted a Kindle, and I've been using Kindles on and off ever since. Like I said, I prefer to read, which is what we're doing right the fuck now. Do you want to mingle with other mages? We're going to move on. Look for the orc mage named Urag Groshub, who runs the Arcanium. Although you can ask to assist him in college business, which allows you to accomplish several college-related tasks unrelated to this quest, and can ask about the Arcanium library, you're here to ask him about the Elder Scroll. Urag isn't too happy with you offhandedly asking about such a powerful artifact. You may listen to an overview of the scrolls before asking if there's an Elder Scroll you could use. Urag laughs at this question. He wouldn't show the likes of you even if he obtained one. Ask if he at least has any information on them. He agrees to locate a couple of arcane tomes that may have some clues, but mostly they contain lies leavened with rumors. Urag locates and places 2 tomes on the nearby desk, Effects of the Elder Scrolls and Ruminations on the Elder Scrolls. After reading both books, which you may keep or leave on the desk, you find that the Ruminations tome is the work of a madman. Daedric quest discerning the transmundane now begins. Oh shit. Alright, well, if the main quest wants us to read it, then I think we should read it. I'm impressed that Skyrim makes you read books. I'm also impressed that they continue to throw orc mages at you throughout these games as a way to circumvent sort of the racist ideas about only more orcs are barbarians, right? Only orcs can do this, and only wood elves can do that. So it's always nice that there's been, I don't know, some egalitarianism in that regard. God, using Bing. All right, so we're looking for effects of the Elder Scrolls and ruminations on the Elder Scrolls, and these are books. Effects of the Elder Scrolls, perfect. Is this the Madman one? I believe it said that. Ruminations tome, yeah. Holy shit. All right, this is a sizable bit of reading. It is widely known among scholars that the Elder Scrolls entail a certain hazard in their very reading. The mechanism of the effect has at present been largely unknown. Theories of hidden knowledge and divine retribution were the subject of idle speculation, with little investigation. I, Justinius Polonius, have undertaken to thoroughly document the ailments afflicted by the Elder Scrolls on their readers, though a unified theory of how they manifest continues to elude me and remains a subject for future study. I have grouped the effects into 4, finding that the avenue of experience depends largely upon the mind of the reader. If this is unclear, I hope that a proper dichotomy will lay it plain. The first group, the Naifs. For one who has received no training in the history or nature of the Elder Scrolls, the scroll itself is effectively inert. No prophecy can be scribed nor knowledge obtained. While the scroll will not impart learning to the uninformed, nor will it afflict them in any adverse fashion. Visually, the scroll will appear to be awash in odd lettering and symbols. Those who know their astronomy often claim to recognize constellations and the patterns and connections, but such conjecture is impossible to further investigate, since the very of this nature of this study necessitates unlearned subjects. Okay, so the Elder Scroll is recursive in nature and relies on the power of the reader. The second group, unguarded intellects. It is the second group that realizes the greatest danger from attempting to read the scrolls. These are subjects who have an understanding of the nature of the Elder Scrolls and possess sufficient knowledge to actually read what is inscribed there. They have not, however, developed adequate discipline to stave off the mind-shattering effect of having a glimpse of infinity. These unfortunate souls are struck immediately, irrevocably, and completely blind. Such is the price for overreaching one's faculties. It bears mentioning, though, that with the blindness also comes a fragment of that hidden knowledge, whether the future, the past, or the deep natures of being is dependent on the individual and their place in the greater spheres, but the knowledge does come. Third group, mediated understanding. Alone in Tamriel, it would appear that only the cult of the ancestor moth has discovered the discipline to properly guard one's mind when reading the scrolls. Their novitiates must undergo the most rigorous mental cultivation, and they often spend a decade or more at the monastery before being allowed to read their first Elder Scroll. The monks say this for the initiate's own protection, as they must have witnessed many unguarded intellects among the more eager ranks. With appropriate fortitude, these readers also receive blindness, although of far less magnitude than the unguarded. Their vision fogs slightly, but they retain shape, color, and enough acuity to continue to read mundane texts. The knowledge they gain from the scroll is also tempered somewhat. It requires stages of meditation and reflection to fully appreciate and express what one saw. This is very religious, right? Like the idea of blindness in the corporeal space, but there's a kind of inner sight. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's sort of cliche. Fourth group, illuminated understanding. Between the previous group and this one exists a continuum that has at present only been traversed by the monks of the ancestor moth. With continued readings, the monks become gradually more and more blind, but receive greater and more detailed knowledge. As they spend their waking hours pondering the revelations, they also receive a further degree of mental fortitude. There is, for every monk, a day of penultimate reading, when the only knowledge of the Elder Scroll imparts is that the monk's next reading shall be his last. For each monk, the penultimate reading comes at a different and unknowable time. Preliminary work has been done to predict the occurrence by charting the severity of an individual monk's blindness, but all who reach these later stages report that the increasing blindness seems to taper with increased readings. Some pose the notion that some other unseen sense is in fact continuing to diminish at this upper range, but I shall leave such postulations to philosophers. To prepare for his ultimate reading, a monk typically withdraws to seclusion in order to reflect upon a lifetime of revelations and appoint his mind for reception of his last. Upon this final reading, he is forever blinded, as sure as those unguarded ones who race to knowledge. The illuminated one, though, has retained his understanding over a lifetime and typically possesses a more integral notion of what has been revealed to him. It is hoped that this catalog will prove useful to those who wish to further our mortal understanding of the Elder Scrolls. The moth priests remain aloof about these matters, taking the gradual debilitation that comes with reading as a point of pride. May this serve as a useful starting point for those hoping to take up such study. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go back and let's take a look at ruminations. Imagine living beneath the waves of the strong-sided blessing of most excellent fabric, holding the fabric over your gills. You begin to breathe, drink its warp and weft. Though the plant matter fibers imbue your soul, the wretched plankton would pollute the cloth until it stank to heavens of prophecy. This is one manner in which the scrolls first come to pass, but are we the sea, or the breather, or the fabric, or are we the breath itself? Can we flow through the scrolls as knowledge flows through? Being the water, or are we the stuck morass of sea filth that gathers on the edge? Imagine again, this time but different. A bird cresting, the wind is lifted by a gust and downed by a stone. This person is high, but the stone can come from above. The bird is upside down. Where then did the gust come from? In which direction? Did the gods send either, or has the bird decreed their presence by her own mind-making? The all-sight of the scrolls makes a turning of the mind such that relative positions are absolute in their primacy. I ask you again to imagine for me, this time you are beneath the ground, a tiny acorn planted by some well-meaning elf maiden of the woodlands for her pleasure. You wish to grow, but fear what you may become. Okay, we're done with this. So clearly, like, this is Septimus Cygnus, so we can conclude that this person, if they were to access the scrolls, it, like, discombobulated their brain, and, like, it gave them a sort of a mental disability. That's a very ancient idea of madness, right? That, you know, before the advent of modern science, being touched by madness was like being touched by the gods. So a lot of that is a continuation of ancient ideas. And what is the Elder Scrolls, and what is fantasy as a genre, if not an atavistic world told through modern eyes, right? So it makes the world kind of inert in its timelessness. Development sort of ceases to function. It becomes like this stasis, this static world. But then also that allows for a creator of a world to address its limitations. Okay, cool. Moving right along. Return to Urag and let him know that the Ruminations book is incomprehensible. He doesn't seem surprised. After all, this book was the work of Septimus Cygnus, although Cygnus is the world's master of the nature of Elder Scrolls. Urag tells you he's been gone for a long while. You suspect he means both mentally and physically. He currently resides north of the college in the treacherous ice fields. Cool. We're gonna go find the crazy man. Ben Kenobi. The Hermit of Hermaeus Mora. The giant chunks of ice floating off the northern coast are your next destination. We're not going to Sky Temple Ruins, are we? We're going to the Jill. Exit the college, run down the frigid coastal waters, hop across any floating ice that you can, navigating your way north. Expect to slice into a few horkers along the way. This is so fascinating, considering that Game of Thrones was contemporaneous, and something similar happens to the Bran character, who's told to go north like this. The blindness that they receive, or that Bran receives, is eerily similar. I wonder if someone read Game of Thrones and wanted to take some of those ideas, or if just those ideas are kind of latent among us. You know how multiple movies come out and they're eerily similar, that we're not as individualistic in our thinking as we might like to think we are. You may encounter wolves and ice wolves. Septimus Cygnus' outpost is cut into one of the hill-sized icebergs, close to a moored rowing boat. Climb down the ladder on the slope to reach a lone mage in a chamber of ice. He appears to be guarding some kind of Dwemer box, about the size of a house. Cool. The Dwemer box makes a comeback. Am I looking for something here? Like, there's something I'm not getting out here? Oh, yeah. It's right here. His outpost. Asking Septimus about the Elder Scrolls results in a torrent of knowledge. Ask where the scroll is. After receiving moderately useless information, ask once more, either pleasantly or with a more threatening tone. Septimus agrees to tell you, but in return you must venture into Blackreach, a strange underground Dwemer city that lies below Ofthand. Here we go, it's happening. Blackreach, everybody's favorite Skyrim location. Ask about getting into Blackreach. Septimus keeps up his riddle-based prattling and hands you two items. The first is an odd-edged lexicon used by the Dwemer for inscribing. Always comes back to the Dwemer. By always, I mean Morrowind and Skyrim. The second is an attunement sphere, which apparently sings when you near an important Dwemer door. Once these are in your grasp, your main quest updates. Stay and speak further with Septimus if your sanity can stand it. This person has a weird, prejudice against Septimus Cygnus, considering that they just helped us in their own roundabout way. Trek to the tower. You must have the attunement sphere on your person in order to continue, otherwise you cannot access the route necessary to reach the Elder Scroll. Interesting note. So I can imagine that if you don't want your players to access this place before they're ready, i.e. in the narrative context of the main quest, then you need to give them some kind of item that prevents them from accessing it. Ofthand is located on the glacial mountains southwest of Winterhold. I've moved on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Look how, I don't know, compared to other locations that we have activated, look how open this is. How abandoned it is compared to everything. I do sort of like that. I like that it stands on its own within reason. I mean, like I wonder if we turned on all locations. Nope, still out there. Nice, good to know. Your trek is usually interrupted by wild animal attacks. The exterior of Alftan is a series of dotted structures. Indeed. Both dwarven and Nordic in nature. Below the glaciers is the oft-hand ruined tower, which offers a dangerous route to the glacier's top. A much better way is to stay outside to reach the two windswept huts, an inaccessible dwarven tower, and a precarious platform that winds down and around the rooftops on the side of the glacier. Head down the planked bridges until you reach the entrance to the oft-hand glacial ruins. This is the way to go. Wind through the glacial tunnels that have been mined out and left in a real mess, with debris and cooking equipment strewn about and the signs of fighting everywhere you look. Follow the tunnel down until you reach the beginnings of the dwarven architecture, a stone tunnel that ends in a connecting room with a stone table and a large barred doorway to the north. This can only be unlocked from the other side. Oh, I'm such an idiot. This is the stronghold. This is Kogarun. Like, this is the big dungeon or the big stronghold that you fight in. That's a skill check. And that it makes a little more sense because this is further along in the quests, similar to Sankrator and Kogarun. Like, both of those are sort of 2/3 of the way through the quest, or 3/5 of the way. On the nearby table, you'll find research notes. Whoever wrote it thought he saw a strange human figure on the other side of the barred doorway. At this point, the passage west heads up a ramp and down the other side into another glacial intrusion. Watch for attacks from a dwarven spider as you go. A skooma-addled Khajiit is shouting about being trapped here and attacks if he sees you. Drop him and continue into the start of the main dwarven ruins. The ceilings tower above you as you reach a cog and piston room with a raised center and 2 dwarven spheres appearing from their wall holes to attack. Continue north to a vent chamber with a locked gate, leading to a few scraps of treasure. Head through the gold door and up to a dwarven spider-infested passage stretching south. This leads to a locked gold door with items to steal behind it, and a main path around to the east which brings you back into the cog and piston room. This time you're above the raised center. Navigate the pistons, jump over them, or you risk being pushed off by them in a counterclockwise route to the short corridor and door to the off-hand Animunculori, that word. It's interesting that the Oblivion guide used pictures where so much of the Skyrim and the Fallout guides describe things with words. So I don't know what that means. Just different approaches, I guess, to making a guide, either using narrative directions, using words linguistically, or just spatially by showing pictures. The Oblivion guide by far is the weakest one, and that may come from just Oblivion being, in my mind, the weakest game. Is there anything that I want to say about what we just... No, not really. Move through the green-tinged corridor to an opening on your left. This leads to a large pipeworks corridor. Avoid 2 dwarven spheres by staying on the low ground and head through the gap in the gold fencing to the left of the stone steps. Otherwise, head up the steps over the pipes and up the ramp with the central slit. Walk on the slit so you don't trigger a blade trap by stepping on the pressure plates. At the barred doorway, use the lever on your right to lower the bars. The lever behind the bars raises them, which isn't necessary unless you're being pursued and want to haul your attackers. Step out into the grand Animunculori shaft. A long vertical drop you need to descend without falling. Remove any dwarven spider threads, and head down the sloping stone walkway to an arched entrance platform. The gold door here just leads to a dead end and more treasure. Peer over the edge of the stone platform facing into the shaft. The walkway below has crumbled, forcing you to drop onto the jutting gold pipe, and then the rubble platform. There's a walkway to the west, heading up to a precarious ledge, a dwarven spider battle, and a piston that can push you over the edge. The way forward and downward is to the northeast. Look for the lantern and falling water, as the sloping walkway is hidden. This is pretty neat, like all the different variations in the level geometry that makes it feel novel. You kind of wish that every place was like Blackreach, right? It feels very adventurous in a way that the other ones feel very tedious and methodical. They feel more like a game than a story. As you descend, something horrific shuffles out of the shadows, an eyeless figure thought to be myth. These are Falmer, the degenerate remnants of the original elven inhabitants of Skyrim. Dispatch 4 of them as you follow the winding platform down. Once again, original enemies or novel enemies for each location to make it feel original. Like, you know, if you just played the main quest in Skyrim, you're still going to get a wide variety of enemies. I don't know if that's the case for the factions, you know, or for the miscellaneous quests, which have you go basically dumpster diving in the same places over and over again. Take care not to lose your footing and fall to your death. Next, face the jet of fire blasting the entrance to a gold door. Dart through or around and enter a Falmer nest. Falmer appear from their huts, forcing you to fight or sneak by. Follow the passage down to a second set of Falmer in a boiler chamber. Watch for those rattling hanging bones if you're sneaking, as these startle the Falmer into finding you. Head down the steps watching for skeever attacks, and look for a gold door on the southeast wall. This is the way onward, but you may wish to turn to the northwest, open a gate, and enter an ancient dwarven elevator. Pull a lever and you ascend to the off-hand glacial ruins. Step around the rubble into the barred doorway where you found the research notes. Pull a wall lever here so the bars retract. This allows you to easily navigate up and down the animunculori if you explore here in the future. Okay, a good old Dark Souls shortcut, it sounds like. For now, use the elevator to head back down and open the gold door in the southeast wall. This leads down the sloping walkway to the shaft's bottom where you encounter another Falmer attack and face a frostbite spider. From here you have only one set of corridor steps and a claw trap. Move around the tripwire before you enter the Alftan Cathedral. Battle a Falmer and navigate some floor trigger plates to reach a gold door that leads out into the main cathedral chamber, a massive echoing cavern with a central structure and a doorway barred with spears. Check the area for Falmer and the steps to your left before heading to a gold lever above the entrance from which you came. This raises the spears, enabling you to enter the cathedral platform, where a giant steam-powered mechanical monster roars into life. This dwarven centurion is a frightening form, but you should defeat it, as it carries a handy key. Climb the gate at the platform's top, open it, and then listen to the arguments of two thieves, Sulla and Amana. You must slay them, as there's no reasoning with them. The motto of Skyrim is all right there. Now open the gate beyond the strange dwarven mechanism. This leads up to the top of the Alftan Glacier, and a tower you couldn't access when you first reached here. Open the gate from the inside using the wall lever so you can access the cathedral directly from the surface during future adventures. Then travel back down to the cathedral. Approach the dwarven mechanism now and insert the attunement sphere Septimus gave you. The floor parts, revealing stairs down to a hidden gold door and an entrance into the mysterious undercity of Blackreach. Septimus literally had the very concrete key that we needed. So, you know, he's crazy but also brilliant. The story is whatever it needs itself to be, I suppose. Something else to mention, which is kind of offhand, is just the how clean the writing is for the Skyrim guide. Like, there's a lot more proofreading or a lot more editorial cleaning up that they must have done. I can detect a lot less grammar and syntax issues. So, that's good. Take a moment to adjust to the vastness of this cavern. Okay, we are in Blackreach. There's a kind of weird video game obsession with like underground caverns like this. I suppose it's a fantasy obsession, but you know, when I think of certain Elden Ring things, not to spoil anything, or certain Tears of the Kingdom stuff, or certain like Legend of Zelda things in general from their past games a long time ago, like there is this deep desire to go underground, to delve, but to have those huge ceilings, right? These massive spaces underground, I think is important. I'm not going to read the rest of this note. I'm just going to continue. Exiting Blackreach using the appropriate dwarven elevator involves a romp west. First, though, you may wish to head southwest to a golden button encased on a dwarven head pedestal. Press it and the elevator behind lights up, allowing you to ascend and exit back outside. Open the gate, allowing you to enter from the Great Lift of Alftan, a new tower entrance northeast of Nightgate Inn. Return to Blackreach and find the cobblestone path heading roughly west. Follow it past ancient structures and towering luminescent fungi. Continue with a giant lake and cascading waterfalls to your left, heading over a stone bridge. Go west and turn left to reach a colossal elevator that allows you to ascend into the Tower of Mazark, your destination. Oculary operation. Interesting. I don't know why the guide is formatted slightly different here, but we're gonna have to, because we're at the end of the quest. It does this every time. Venture along a corridor with a burst steam pipe and small camping area and through gold doors into a gigantic circular adrome chamber. The chamber is dominated by a huge sphere. This appears to be some kind of massive oculary with a variety of focusing lenses and other golden machinery attached. Head to the cluster of controls on the platform above the oculary. The controls are comprised of 5 cylindrical devices, a lexicon receptacle, and 4 positioning buttons embedded in pedestals. There's a certain way to use these devices to produce something hidden in one of the lenses. Oh, an original puzzle, we hope. Activate the lexicon receptacle so the blank lexicon rests on top of it. Oh, wow, two proper items that we need that were provided by Septimus, right? 2 pedestals to the receptacles right, the only ones currently active. Open and close the oculary lenses. Press the taller of the 2 pedestals. right of the middle one with a lens chart on it 3 or 4 times, to the pedestal with the blue button to the left of the middle one starts to glow. Move to this new pedestal. At this point, the blank lexicon may be glowing blue. The 2 pedestals to the left of the receptacle, the taller of which is now active, control the ceiling lens array. Press the button of the taller left pedestal twice until the button on the far left, smaller pedestal begins to glow. Now press that button and a large set of lens crystals descends from the ceiling and stops. The main crystal rotates and splits apart to reveal a tube-like carrying device. They have a strange, love affair with Indiana Jones, and you can feel it in a lot of these puzzles. Drop down from the balcony controls and approach the open lens crystal. Take the Elder Scroll from its elaborate compartment. Then exit using the door under the lexicon receptacle. This leads to one final door of an elevator, which allows you to open the gate from the Tower of Mizark, step out into the exterior, and another possible entrance to Blackreach if you decide to return. Okay, well, how did I feel about that? It's a trade-off. So here are the things that I like. The visual design and the artistic expression of Blackreach is beyond dispute, right? It's sort of the crown jewel of dungeon diving in Skyrim. Everybody talks about it as being a big moment for them, so we should praise that. Another thing we should praise is the novel enemy types, as well as the attempts at puzzles. I appreciate the attempts at puzzles to break up some of the combat, despite the fact that it's meant to be a stronghold quest on the lines of Kogarun or Sancretor. Some of the things I don't like is, and I don't really know how to say this without, inviting counter arguments, is I sort of wonder if Morrowind is the Bethesda game of proper nouns, in the sense that when you go to a lot of places to do dungeon diving, you are always embedded in a world where you're looking for someone specific to kill, or the world is made up of proper noun enemies, named enemies. And the further along we've gone, we have seen the ratio of named enemies to generic enemies shift. We do have Falmer, and Falmer are a little bit more original, which is nice. But we also have Draugr and spiders and things like that. A lot of enemies that don't really have a history, because they are not given proper names. So in Morrowind, that wasn't the case, and often in the Morrowind main quest, there were entities that you were fighting that were unquestionably evil in the context of where we stood as the Nerevarine in the main quest. We were definitely in opposition to them. They would attack on sight. None of that is disputed. I think what is disputed is some of the cases where you end up going into an ancestral tomb, or you end up going into, a structure or a cave, or, for lack of better terms, the dungeon. But the dungeons contained a connecting piece to an Ashlander tribe, or to someone's academic interests. And that to me is interesting. That there is something at the tip of my tongue, at the edges of how I'm thinking about it, and hopefully I'm making sense to you when I'm describing it, which is that there is something going on with the difference between common nouns and proper nouns. And over time, that's just gotten worse. Super mutants, feral ghouls, fodder, basically. And it seems like it could be an untapped, or just not often tapped, point of contention with these games. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, we got the Elder Scroll. What can you do with the Elder Scroll after you're done with it for the main quest? Can you donate it, like Animal Crossing, to a museum? Alduin's Bane. Let's move on, because I'm just rambling. I'm not making much sense. Hopefully I did make sense under some regard. Oh, there it is. There's the Elder Scroll right there. It looks like a star chart. Once you've taken the Elder Scroll from the oculary inside the tower, simply return to the door of an elevator and head outside. Once you're back on Skyrim surface, you can travel by your preferred means to the throat of the world. What if you go back to Septimus with it? Does he say anything? Does he remark on it? Where are we? I was curious, what the throat of the world, where it was in relation. Throat of the world is definitely kind of in a southern area. It feels very what it feels kind of like? It feels like a foci in an ellipse, right? If we take the entirety of this to be an elliptical shape, then the throat of the world feels like an internal focus, and then something over here would perhaps be another focus. 2 foci in an ellipse. That's interesting to me. I don't know if that's how they designed it, but I get a feeling or a sensation that that's the case. Word walls. Once you're about the third of the world, where Parthenax is perched on his rock, watching you intently, move near the time wound, which glows brighter as you advance upon it, and read the Elder Scroll from your inventory. Oh man, you're just gonna go for it. Even after everything that they talked about, like, you're gonna do that? Your vision pitches back into the past, thousands of years ago, when the Nord heroes of old first fought Alduin and his dragon brethren. But Gormlaith, Hakon, and Feldir are seen as if you could reach out and touch them. You cannot move while watching this memory play out. You watch as Gormlaith and Hakon deliver a series of killing blows to a dragon, with Hakon worrying that Alduin may not appear and fall into the trap they have set for him. Feldir has seen none of his kin stand against Alduin, not Galthor, Sori, or Berkir. Gormlaith replies that they did not have Dragonrend, but as Alduin cannot be slain like a lesser dragon, Feldir has brought something to even the odds. An Elder Scroll. How did Parthenax know that this is what the player character would see whenever they open the Elder Scroll? Like, it seems as though the knowledge that's gained, I suppose if you're the Dragonborn, Parthenax just assumes that that's what a Dragonborn in this particular contingent moment in the history of the Elder Scrolls universe would be able to describe, like, or be able to say what happened. I don't know. The giant black dragon soon descends on the trio of Nord warriors. As planned, the three heroes bellow out, Jor Za Frul, mortal finite temporary. At the same moment, in present time, you absorb the knowledge of this shout yourself. Alduin is confused and sees fear for the first time, while Gormlaith is torn and tossed about by an enraged Alduin. Hakon yells to Feldir to use the Elder Scroll. After Feldir yells the incantation, Alduin is consumed by a massive ball of energy, sucked into the Elder Scroll, and is banished from the world of Skyrim of the past. But what of the present? I don't know how I feel about this overall story. It feels dumb. Something black and jagged arcs through the blizzard. Alduin is senior attempts at reading the Elder Scroll, but arrives too late to prevent you from learning the shout. That may be his downfall. Parthenax attempts to intercept Alduin's attack, but is cut down and lands heavily near you. He tells you to use the Dragonrend shout if you can. Dragon slaying. Immediately select the Dragonrend from the shouts and target the Thume directly at Alduin as he flies down to a hover, swoops past, or lands. Try to lengthen the attack of the shout by holding down the shout button. When he lands heavily, utilize your favorite attack. Yes, thank you. Saying the obvious. If Alduin takes to disguise, use Dragonrend again. It is the only guaranteed way of dropping him back down to earth. Continue combat, which is the most difficult that you've likely faced. No shit. The battle ends only after you've depleted Alduin's health or he's savaged you to death. Okay. That's the end of the second act. I wasn't aware that the second act had begun. That's embarrassing. Sorry about that. When did the second act begin? Yada yada yada. We're still in Act 2. Diplomatic immunity. Okay. Okay. Your next move is to find out. Delphine believes. Talk to Delphine. Okay. Yeah, I guess. You know, all the characters, well, that's not true. Not all major characters are introduced, but, like, many of the, I guess, expository moments are brought to light. What a weird thing to have happen. That Alduin shows up and then you have this big fight. Like, I get it. It's like well, no, because you do good work on him. You know, I don't know. I have so many ideas swirling through my head. I'm just talking nonsense. So we should just keep going. Main quest, Act 3. So we're in the third and I think final act. The Fallen. Expert mediation. Alduin collapses to the ground after you deal him a particularly impressive blow. The Archdragon isn't some common serpent. He's the firstborn of Akatosh. He cannot be slain here even by you. He takes to disguise, and even your Dragonman cannot stop him. He seems weakened. He's down but not out. Now you must seek the guidance of your chosen ally. You have 3 to choose from. Whoa, choices. I think I favored Parthenax in this one, by the way. If you're favoring the kinship of the Greybeards over the Blades, you may seek counsel with Parthenax. Mention that you need to find out where Alduin went, and the dragon ponders this. Perhaps an ally of his could be convinced to betray him. Parthenax mentions that the palace in Whiterun, Dragon's Reach, was originally built to house a captive Dova. It would be a fine place to trap an Alduin ally. You mention that the Jarl might need some convincing, and Parthenax tells you the story of how the place came to be named Dragon's Reach. 2. Arngir. You may visit Master Arngir, who heard the dragon shout from High Hrothgar. Arngir tells you that Alduin can travel to Sovngarde to devour the souls of the dead, but no one knows how this is achieved. You reply that one of his dragon allies might reveal this, but there's one possibility, Dragon's Reach, which was originally built to hold a captive dragon. So, a distinction without a difference, right? Like, who cares? All of these people are saying the same thing. You can return to Esbern at the Sky Temple Pavilion outside. He asks what happened. He believes Alduin returned to Sovngarde to feed on the souls of the dead, and if you don't find him soon, he'll return stronger than ever. When you mention that his dragon allies might know where the portal to Sovngarde is, Esbern agrees and asks you about Dragon's Reach. Apparently, it's built to hold a captive dragon. Alright, so we did all that. Interesting. Okay, I might read these notes. Esbern has another problem if you speak with him. He's discovered who the Greybeard's leader really is, a dragon responsible for many atrocities during the Ancient Dragon War. On behalf of the Blades, he demands that Parthenax die for these crimes. Furthermore, Esbern's oath as a blade prevents him from offering you aid or comfort until this dragon is slain. Main quest Parthenax begins officially at this point. Consult main quest Parthenax for further information. It can also occur if you speak to Delphine. You must complete this quest to access help at the Skyhaven Temple from the Blades, otherwise Delphine and Esbern will speak but offer no assistance to you, which takes the form of the 4 other factions quests involving the Blades. Interesting, I don't remember that. So there is some decision making that lies outside of the Civil War of irreconcilable decisions, right? Present in the main quest, which is kind of cool. Like, I don't know if did Morrowind and Oblivion feature that in their main quests? I don't know. In Skyrim's time, this was the time period of game developers trying to make good on their attempts at morality choices. Return to Whiterun and visit Dragon's Reach within its walls. Approach the Jarl, who is usually sitting under Numenex's skull. Numenex is the dragon that Jarl Olaf One-Eye brought back to Whiterun. Request that the Jarl help you, as you require a trap to snare a dragon in the Jarl's palace. The Jarl's responses and even the Jarl himself differs, depending on how the Civil War is progressing. Jarl Balgruuf the Greater is the Jarl if the Imperials still have this hold during the Civil War, or if you haven't decided to start the Civil War. If the Stormcloaks have one hold left or have been completely wiped out, and the Imperials, to which Jarl Balgruuf has pledged loyalty, have emerged victorious in the Civil War, the Jarl begrudgingly agrees to let you try out your insane dragon trapping plan. You can skip main quest Season Unending, which occurs in the middle of this quest. Things are getting kind of complex. This is interesting. There's a lot of intermingling parts here. And continue your plan on the Dragon's Reach balcony main quest. The Fallen, Part 2, begins. If the Stormcloaks have more than one hold left during the Civil War, or if you haven't started any of the Civil War quests yet, the Jarl has more pressing matters than your lunatic schemes. Quest conclusion Part 1 begins. Jarl Vignar, the Reverend, is the Jarl if you've attacked Whiterun and driven out the forces loyal to Jarl Balgruuf and the Imperials, and slaughtered those who defended the city. If the Imperials have one hold left, or have been completely obliterated from the holds of major cities, and the Stormcloaks, who have installed this newly appointed Jarl, are victorious in the Civil War, the Jarl reluctantly agrees to let you perform your dragon snaring act. You can skip main quest Season Unending, which occurs in the middle of this quest, and continue the plan on the Dragon's Reach balcony. Main quest The Fallen Part 2 begins. Whoa. If the Imperials have more than one hold left during the Civil War, but the Civil War is underway, and Whiterun has fallen to the Stormcloaks, the Jarl has problems with the ongoing Civil War conflict. Quest conclusion Part 1 begins. Wow. There's a lot going on there. I kind of wish they had a little flowchart to explain a little bit more of that, kind of like they did with the Fallout guide, but, I'll take it in words. Quest conclusion Part 1. The Jarl has no time or additional men to spare to trap a dragon. Explain that this is the only way to find Alduin. The Jarl says he wants to help, but he requires your aid first. Ulfric Stormcloak and General Tullius are both waiting for the Jarl to make the wrong move, and the Jarl's enemies won't sit idly by while a dragon slaughters the Jarl's forces. The Jarl cannot weaken the city while the threat of enemy attacks is looming. That threat would have to be nullified, even temporarily, for the Jarl to agree to your plan. For this to happen, both sides must agree to a truce, but the Jarl feels the bitterness runs too deep. But all is not lost. The Greybeards might be willing to hold a peace council, and then perhaps Ulfric and Tullius will listen. You're told to negotiate a peace deal, and so begins main quest Season Unending. Part 2, Epic Entanglement. Once you have convinced the Jarl to aid you, you still need a way to lure a dragon into your trap. You have a choice of teachers. Esbern, who has been busy in the Skyhaven Temple Library, it appears that the ancient blades recorded many of the names of the dragons they slew. By cross-referencing the Barrows site map that Delphine created from the Dragonstone, Esbern has identified one of Alduin's raised dragons, Parthenax, whose arcane knowledge and commanding expertise of shouts enables him to easily inform you of the shout that you seek. Because the names of dragons are always 3 words of power, the dragon will hear and come to you when his name is bellowed. Yeah, I did this. Snow Hunter Wing. Your teacher is the name of Odaving. You learn the shout to call Odaving. Delphine says the same thing as Esbern about Parthenax. Alright, moving right along. Now that you've learned the call dragon shout, you can try it out anywhere. Odaving appears in the skies, but he's too far away to bring down using Dragon Rend, as there's no way to capture Odaving until you reach Dragon's Reach. Return to Whiterun and speak with the Jarl. He's ready. So inform him you're prepared to catch a dragon. Follow the Jarl up the steps to the side. I remember this. Yeah, this is a very set piece experience, very scripted, which, if you're into that sort of thing, Skyrim has been doing more than Morrowind and Oblivion. I do appreciate a little bit of it, just to kind of give a sense of the grandeur of what you're doing, but it has limitations. You emerge in the large stone battlements, which have a dragon-sized porch area. Move to the crenellations at the structure's northeast edge, where the Jarl tells you to call. His men are ready. Execute the dragon shout and wait a few moments. The ominous sound of leathery wings echoes across the tundra. Sound echoes. Wow, yeah. Moving right along, the mighty red beast soars up and attacks the battlements. At this point, you must bring Odoving down and spring the trap. It's important to note that you're trapping, not killing Odoving. Attacking with ranged spells or arrows usually annoys Odoving enough for him to swoop and land on the battlements. It's incredible that they just assume that your character is going to have these things, like the existence of dragons and then the existence of the gameplay design choices of Bethesda having everyone use a bow or everyone use magic go hand in hand, I suppose. Like those things, it's kind of a unity of decision making for a character who can abstractly reach out and use any tool. An easier plan is to yell the dragon rend shout at Odoving. This hampers his flying and makes him drop onto the battlements without having to lengthen this already difficult battle. Yeah, it would have been nice to have that for the previous dragon battles. When he drops on a dragon's reach, Odoving advances on his wings, furious at being forced to land. Back up to the southwest, Odoving enters the giant hallway and passes between the two huge chains. When the dragon moves forward, the stalks slam down, trapping him. Interrogate him. Odoving feels humiliated and is perhaps a little impressed by your trapping talents. Ask where Alduin is hiding, and Odoving reveals Alduin has traveled to Sovngarde to regain his strength. The door to Sovngarde is located at Skuldalfin, one of his ancient fanes, high in the eastern mountains. After answering your questions, we're at Whiterun. Odoving asks to be freed. Answer that he must serve you. Odoving initially refuses, but remembers one important detail he forgot to mention. It seems that Skuldalfin can be entered only by flying. Odoving offers to fly you there, but only after you free him. This conundrum is concluded at the start of the next quest. Once you're pondering how to reach Skuldalfin and setting Odoving free, main quest, the World Eater's Eyrie, begins. Parthenax. Okay, so this is one of those quests that are part of choices that you have to make to side with the Blades or to side with Parthenax. It's short because you're just gonna kill Parthenax, so I can go through this pretty quickly. How do I feel about this previous stuff? I kind of like it. I like that it intersects with the Civil War so complexly, at least on paper, right? That the Jarls are worried about weakening Whiterun at such a critical moment, and Whiterun is the major location for quite a lot of Skyrim. You know, it's in a warmer location. It looms over quite a lot of these like level plains, so I think there's a case to be made for it being a strategic location. So reaching a kind of armistice between the Imperials and the Stormcloaks in such a pressing time as dragons, it makes sense, you know, for Civil War and dragons to be simultaneous also makes sense, as dragons are a kind of stressor. I think they could have done a little bit more in the context of the world to remark on the two things happening simultaneously. You know, both probably feel as though it's a destabilizing opportunity to catch Skyrim off guard, and maybe they do talk about it. It just doesn't. I don't remember getting that sense when I played Skyrim over a decade ago, so I could be wrong. I should probably go back in there and find out for myself. Play it on like a super easy difficulty, because all this fighting is crazy, especially the amount of dragons you fight. Like, maybe we should talk about that now as we're about to fight Parthenax. Granted, you know, fighting Parthenax is an optional opportunity, but like the dragon fighting, very similar to Elden Ring, is really repetitive, and it's annoying in a different way compared to Oblivion. Like, the Oblivion gates were tedious because of their similarities in space, and you're maneuvering through those in space. Now, I think they may have thought that dragons would be less tedious, but the way that you fight them, and the way that they fly around awkwardly, and the way that your first-person character interacts with such a large enemy, it doesn't feel right. It's certainly, you know, compared to other humanoid enemies, I think in a game like Starfield where you fight large creatures but you can shoot them from a distance, and you're going to be doing, unless you're unarmed or you have melee weapons because you're insane playing a science fiction game like that, I think shooting from a distance makes a lot more sense there. I don't know. I think it's a waste of time. Like, for people who like content, there's plenty of dragons to fight, but I always remember the awkwardness of fighting these dragons in these wide variety of locations. So I don't know. We'll move on, but like, as we fight another dragon here, Your alliance of the Blades sits uneasily upon a knife edge. They refuse to help you, which basically means you cannot access their faction quests until you've defeated the monster at the throat of the world. Reasoning with them that Parthenax has changed his ways and now embodies peace and meditation falls on deaf ears. They simply want you to remove Parthenax, as they perceive him to be partly responsible for the many deaths of their ancestral clan members. It's not wrong. It's not as though dragons, give two shits about anybody, even the Dragonborn, so, weapons of mass destruction, right? You will lose standing with the Greybeards if you complete this task, so it is time to pick a side. Yeah, but the Greybeards don't offer any quests, do they? Oh, they might. I seem to recall that there were some Greybeard quests. Return to the throat of the world, or remain here after the end of main quest Alduin's Bane and approach Parthenax. Kill him using your favorite weaponry. Jesus. I'm gonna skip all that. Return to Delphine or Esbern. Depending on when you killed Parthenax or who gave you this quest, expect a similar response from either of them. They are extremely happy. The ancient evil is avenged, and the shades of many blades will salute you this day. Return to Master Arngir, and the greeting is slightly colder. You are lucky the Greybeards are men of peace, as you've tested their philosophy beyond the breaking point. You've thrown your lot in with the cabal of Akaviri barbarians. You're no longer welcome in High Hrothgar. To gain the most knowledge and help from both the Greybeards and the Blades, complete both the other faction Greybeards quest to your satisfaction, and then complete this quest. Okay, yeah. So they do have something right they can offer. Is this quest canon? Would be the thing to ask. So the game is created another dragon to get you to Sovngarde in the form of Odoving, which I think was a missed opportunity. If Parthenax was the only one who would have agreed to get you to Sovngarde, that would have been interesting, because then if you killed Parthenax before you went there, what would be or if you killed afterwards, you express your sign of thanks by killing Parthenax after you went to Sovngarde. That could have been interesting, right? The game would have had to create an alternate method for getting to Sovngarde. I don't know. I don't think it's worth that much pondering over. A modicum of civility. We are in season unending. Only an hour. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Return to High Hrothgar and seek out Master Arngir. Initially, he talks about the difficulties in capturing a dragon. Inform him that you're actually here to get his help stopping the civil war. Arngir reluctantly agrees to this and requests that you journey to Ulfric Stormcloak and General Tullius and tell him that the Greybeards wish to speak to them. You may approach the leader of the Stormcloaks and the Imperials in either order. So this is a intermediary quest. General Tullius, plot a path and trek to Solitude, into the walled city, progress to the entrance Castle Dower, where the high-ranking Imperials command the ongoing war efforts. Approach General Tullius. He has a different greeting depending on how the civil war is progressing and whose side you've chosen, but he certainly remembers you from Helgen. Speak to the general again if he fobs you off and tell him you have a message from the Greybeards. They are convening a peace council at High Hrothgar. You can attempt to persuade Tullius. Tell him that Ulfric has already agreed, if this is the case, or convince him with answers that you choose. Eventually, he agrees to the treaty. Figure out a favored route and a journey to Windhelm. Step inside the walled city, move to the entrance of the Palace of Kings, where the Stormcloak chieftains plan their ongoing raids. Approach Ulfric Stormcloak. His opinion on you differs depending on how the civil war is progressing and the side you've chosen, but he can't forget his time at Helgen. Inform him of the message from the Greybeards. You can try persuading Ulfric, letting him know Tullius already agreed. Finally agrees to the treaty meeting. Okay, you basically have to persuade them. War and Peace. Journey back to High Hrothgar and locate Master Arngir. As you arrive, Delphine and Esbern are having a heated discussion with the Greybeards, demanding to be part of the meeting. If you've completed main quest Parthenax, the conversation is slightly different depending on how you've dealt with the dragon. Conversation ends, Arngir expresses further concerns to you, especially that this place was built and dedicated to peace before all parties are requested to take their seats for the council. Enter the Grand Hall in High Hrothgar and take your seat opposite the entrance. The various members of the factions attending this meeting are as follows. Cool. You kind of wish that this would have happened in Morrowind after you were named in Reverine and Hortator by the Ashlanders and the Three Houses, respectively. They would have sent envoys to a meeting like this to discuss what the third act would be. If there are failings in Morrowind's main quest, it's certainly the third act, which needed a lot of bombosity and a lot of grandiosity, but just failed due to the limitations of the technology. One could imagine, the temple, the legion, everyone gathering together to figure out how to stop the blight of Red Mountain and to stop Dagoth Ur, because they all have a vested interest in doing so. And so a brief respite, a brief moment of peace is in everyone's best interest. So, man, that would have been really cool. You can see them kind of playing out their dreams of what their previous games could have been in their later iterations. There's a kind of recursive doubling back into things. And we talked about that with Akulakun, with Morrowind and Oblivion. And then with Fallout, using these giant entities as a way to progress the plot or combat. And I'm assuming that this could be one of those ways, right? Something that reaches beyond the level of interpersonal communication and transcends into the realm of politics. That's cool. You kind of wish that it would happen in Starfield, but I have my doubts. Okay. Here are the people who are there. Legate Rick, a loyal and disciplined second in command and a true believer in the rightness of the Imperial cause. Jarl Elisif the Fair, figurehead of Solitude who defers to Tullius. General Tullius himself. Jarl Balgruff of Whiterun, a strong, noble, valiant leader, blah, blah, we've seen it before. Alan Wynn is steely, determined, and ruthless head of the Thalmor Observers. So a lot of people that we saw in the diplomatic immunity quests. Arngir, Delphine, and Esbern sit in the adjacent chairs opposite you. The Greybeards and the Blades, kind of tertiary elements to this, or secondary elements to this discussion. Ulfric Stormcloak, the leader. Galmor Stonefist, House Carl. Importantly, he is also completely loyal. Jarl Vignar of Whiterun. If the Civil War has progressed and the Stormcloaks have Whiterun under their control. I see. So we have some, optional people, I suppose. Did we get to the... Oh, I did not get to the bottom of this page. The negotiations now begin. Due to the variations that your previous choices have already had in this peace process, there are several variations and discussions. Cool. But it's vitally important for your own machinations that you understand what you should be seeking to accomplish from this. The good news is, unless you start brandishing a weapon and slashing dignitaries, there is no way to fail in this meeting, but you must tailor the agreements to your personal wishes. Here's how all this all breaks down. Dude, more quests like this. This is neat. Every time you're asked your opinion, you need to favor a faction, either the Imperials or the Stormcloaks. Logically, you should side with the faction you're helping in the Civil War. Where's the pragmatism? Where's the reflexivity? You can favor the opposing faction. This is counterintuitive, as it will only anger your allies. If you're interested in the Civil War, will force you to retake any holds you gave away thanks to your terrible negotiations. You can favor one faction a little or a lot. Read the answers you're about to give to determine what are strongly or weakly favored responses. I have some thoughts on this. We'll come back. You can favor neither side if the Civil War doesn't interest you, the Civil War quests haven't started, or you wish to simply be impartial. This has no real flex on the faction you may be leaning towards. Okay, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. I want to talk about that later. Whose side are you on? First, you should understand how the holds of Skyrim are broken down in terms of type for this meeting. Following table shows which holds are strongholds, the base of operations for a faction, which are major holds, and which are minor holds. Yeah, so stronghold Imperials, stronghold Stormcloaks, and then we have major and minor ones. Markath and Whiterun and Riften are major. Why is Riften major for some reason? I guess they wanted, well, no, minor. They just wanted 3 major ones. Why is Riften a major hold? Smuggling operations? I have no idea. Negotiation 1, Elenwen. As soon as the negotiations begin, Ulfric raises objections about Elenwen even being involved in the council. Tullius or Ulfric asks what your thoughts are. To agree with Ulfric and kick out this unwanted entity, to disagree with Ulfric and keep Elenwen in the meeting. Markath or Riften. Next item to discuss is giving up a major hold. If you take the Stormcloak side, General Tullius will demand that Riften be overturned to the Empire. Otherwise, Ulfric will demand Markath be surrendered to the Stormcloak. The opposing faction's reaction depends on the state of the Civil War. The faction that controls Markath or Riften asks you what you think is a fair trade to the city. Your answer is always one of 2 choices. The council goes along with whatever choice you make. Bear in mind that the side that controls Riften or Markath will be unhappy. The Archivist speaks. At this point, one of the factions threatens to leave the bargaining table. This is always the faction that is most unhappy at the moment. Esbern restores order with an impassioned speech about the greater danger, and both sides grudgingly agree to continue. Concessions. It is now time for the faction that you favored less to ask for additional concessions. For each demand, you can choose whether to agree to the concession. This continues until the side demanding a concession from you receives it, or they run out of concessions to ask for, which requires you to refuse all their demands. The council now concludes. If you favored the enemy over your initial allies, you'll be scolded by your allies. The quest then continues. Moving right along. So that occurred in an intermediary way to the previous quests we just talked about. I liked it. I liked it quite a bit. But I also think it's running into a kind of limitations of what the form can provide. So I actually think the best way to play this is to do the main quest completely before doing the Imperial Civil War. Just because a lot of these shifting decisions don't really make sense for you as to be both a Dragonborn and to be involved in the Imperial Civil War simultaneously. It doesn't make sense for you to be a neutral element in this as a broker to both sides' demands. How can you be a neutral power requesting a treaty? Like, in the Imperial Civil War, why would the opposite side ever agree to an armistice where you take the helm if you have actively worked against their side? You need a neutral intermediary to discuss or negotiate terms. It just doesn't feel right. Like, in the case of Vardenfell, the Nerevarine, how is it different? Well, let's look at the differences. In Morrowind, you have 3 houses. You have Telvanni, you have Halalu, and you have Redoran. And if the Nerevarine does get involved with one of these houses before the completion of the main quest, I guess the biggest difference is that there are, instead of a binary set of sides, and there's no civil war necessarily going on, in Morrowind there are just so many hands in the pot that it would be difficult to really negotiate what goes where. You could make the case that the temple would feel particularly jaded after the amount of time that they've spent working on the ghost fence and trying to hold back Red Mountain, and so they would demand for concessions. House Telvanni has stayed very libertarian and out of reach, so they wouldn't care. But House Redoran would also feel particularly jaded. House Halalu has worked so closely with the Imperial Legion that in order to maintain steady business in Vardenfell, that I think they would operate as closely to a neutral party as possible. But of course, what does that mean? I would say that Morrowind did a much better job of establishing the world with so many different hands in a position where the blight affected everybody in a negative light. And so they would be a lot more willing to, make concessions or demands. But no larger war is going on. I don't know. We'd have to talk heavily about the Civil War in Skyrim, which is not really in the guise of the main quest. It's not really in the context of the main quest, so I don't want to stray too far off the path of the goal of what these videos are. But I think in terms of the main quest, I don't know. I do not know. My mind is whirling. Page 150, and we still have, we only have 4 pages. It's so goddamn hot in this room. That probably isn't helping, right? So my intuition is that I don't like the Civil War quest getting involved in it during the main quest. Narratively, there are some contradictions. Moving right along, Odahviing, we're back to him. Although you're right to be suspicious, the only way to reach Skuldolphin is to agree to free Odahviing on the condition that he transport you there. You may also witness Irilith and Farengar's secret fire's reactions and questioning of the dragon. Then climb the steps to the side hall of the hall where Odahviing is waiting. Instruct the guard to open the trap. The guard isn't too happy, so confirm these are your wishes. If you don't wish to wait, you may activate the pull chain yourself. Badass. When you return to the dragon, he turns and lumbers to the parapet and waits for your arrival. Odahviing is awaiting your command. When you're ready, tell Odahviing you're ready to be taken to Skuldolphin. You clamber aboard the dragon and set off for a flight across the eastern mountains. Odahviing deposits you on the edge of the Skuldolphin Fane. Can you see this on the map? Whoa, you can. Hello. And departs. This is as far as you can take you. Bring up your map. You're on the eastern side of the Velothi Mountains out of the Skyrim realm. Edge through the first of 2 giant stone arches and cross the bridge. You're likely to be set upon by a dragon at this point. Oh, you're kidding. But it may depart the area before you can take it down, or utilize Dragon Rend. Don't overstretch yourself fighting it if it flees. After passing through the second archway on the bridge's opposite side, there are other foes to concern yourself with. First of these are Draugr that clatter down the stone steps as you intercept or sneak past them. Continue south into a cracked courtyard with temple outbuildings to investigate, but first the dragon returns to try and finish you. As with the other dragon battles, employ the tactics already learned. Down the beast with Dragon Rend and then dispatch it with your favorite killing implements or augmentations. You absorb the dragon soul after you slay the creature. There's a little time to rest. Another dragon attacks only moments later. Deal with it in a similar fashion. This is fucked. This is ridiculous. Should you wish to flee, the only areas suitable are the side temples filled with Draugr. Absorb another dragon soul before continuing your Draugr dispatching. So there's another problem with this where it's not just the proper noun theory that I have. I don't think my proper noun theory is new. I've heard of it from somewhere. It's that when you're fighting these dragons over and over again, the approach to them is the same, where the approach to fighting Dagoth-Ur is different from the approach from fighting other Sixth South cultists. If you're playing the game, I guess, as it was intended in Morrowind, which is that they have certain defenses and they do certain tricks on you with magic to drain your attributes or to drain your skills, and so you have to react and adapt in certain ways. So there is also something going on with the proper nouns of attacks, so it feels less broad it feels far more narrow, the way combat worked. Take a moment to survey the scenery. The sprawling fane is comprised of a south temple tower, a north temple tower, and a main temple interior, which is the likely location to head when looking for Alduin's portal. Before you climb the main stone stairs, split by a torch and a stone column, inspect the Skuldolphin South Tower. Inside is a spiral staircase and a small chamber with items to gather. A second chamber is atop the stairs and has a chest and a few other items. Expect at least 6 Draugrs as you pedal through this tower. 2 upper exits allow you to safely check the main temple and the courtyard from which you just came. Head back down to the courtyard, move east up either of the 2 stone staircases and under either arch to a small open folly with a treasure chest at the top. Next, head north under another arch before beginning a pitched battle against the remains of the Nordic Dead. The Draugr continue to appear as you encroach up the main stairs toward the main temple sanctum. When you're fighting up the stairs, beware of Draugr perched atop the temple's roofs, as they can strike you with ranged fire. Fight back using your own projectile attacks, or move to the door so the rooftop foes can't aim at you. Before entering the main temple, you can optionally turn around and head south down the eastern platform overlooking the ruined outer buildings you just navigated to the entrance of Skuldolphin North Tower. This provides more Draugr for you to defeat. Take the spiral staircase to an upper chamber and exterior balcony. The balcony leads back to an otherwise inaccessible interior corridor with a treasure chest to raid. After you emerge back on the eastern platform, investigate the exterior steps to the southwest, which leads to an altar and a battle with a particularly powerful Draugr. Yikes. It's like Bleak Falls Barrow all over again. Open the treasure chest on the altar, then use the aqueduct bridge and head north. Finally, you reach and open the door to Skuldolphin Temple. Prelude to the Maelstrom. You're greeted by ancient Nordic architecture and a central ceremonial buttress with an embalming table to your right. Venture down either corridor. The right has a chest to open, while the left has a floor trigger and a dart trap. Engage the Draugr guarding the connecting passages ahead of you, surrounding a second embalming table. Ascend either set of steps to an upper chamber where the vertical Draugr coffin lids fly open, and out spills more emaciated bags of bones for you to thwart. After eliminating the Draugr, you'll notice the 2 archways ahead are blocked by portcullises. Investigate the pillars and lever to continue your progress. A puzzle. A lever raises the portcullises, but is currently not attached to the mechanism. In the upper chamber, there are 3 pillars with carved animal petroglyphs on them. Investigate the 2 pillars first. On the outside, the ceremonial arch structure they are sitting under is a sacred second carving, which is resting in the mouth of a stone head. I'm gonna skip this. It's more the same, right? We're playing a game of memory or matching. Puzzle solution part 2. Before you move the middle pillar, peer at the 2 portcullises. Above each is a stone head. Mouth of each head is another glyph partially obscured by the stone crossbeam. Left is a snake. As a hawk, now rotate the middle pillar so the snake or the hawk faces the lever pedestal. Then pull the lever, and the portcullis corresponding to the snake or hawk opens. You can have only one portcullis open at a time. Okay, so it adds a step because it's introducing more. I don't want to call it complexity, although it feels like that. I'm trying to think of the term, like, it introduces more complications, I would say. The difference between complexity and complications is minor, but I hope the connotation makes sense. Fight through cobwebs and frostbite spiders and climb some stairs. Locate an iron double door leading to a second puzzle chamber. Clear the chamber of Draugr and ransack any treasure chests before you concentrate on the animal petroglyphs. The solution. Begin on the ground floor, head east and walk around the room until you spot a carved head with a snake petroglyph in its mouth. Return to the pillar facing the double doors you entered and turn it so the snake faces the doors. Ascend to the bridge area above. Locate the second carved head with a hawk in its mouth. Match that so the hawk is facing the same direction. In the alcove underneath this head. Turn around to the north and match the whale on the pedestal in the opposite alcove with the final head above it. Pull a lever on the pedestal. This lowers the bridge, allowing you to exit. Follow the corridor around to another embalming room with steps up to a gallery and a bridge to cross into the next chamber. Demolish Draugr along the way. Beware of the spiral steps. There's a pressure plate directly in front of you that releases darts and an oil lamp that falls onto flammable oil. Gather any items before climbing the steps. Bring down more Draugr in the connecting chamber with the blocked portcullis exit, and then enter the antechamber with a chest and a lever pedestal to raise the portcullis. Now follow the wide ceremonial corridor up, watching for oil lamp traps. Continue toward a Nordic puzzle door guarded by a high-ranking Draugr. Fight this fiend until he collapses. His corpse holds the diamond claw, the key to exiting this place. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm getting like Oblivion vibes from this. It's literally like, it's the same thing. And just the fact that they made you do this effectively twice in a row, where you fight a Draugr up to a high-ranking Draugr, and you do it twice. And you get a diamond claw, and the diamond claw is the same thing as the beginning. Like, I know that they think that that's, bookending the main quest. They think that that's so cool, but it's just repetition, dude. It's just tautology. Approach the Nordic puzzle door, but first inspect the palm of the diamond claw you just picked up. Wolf, moth, and dragon. They correspond to the animal symbols in the outer, middle, and rings. The door rumbles down, allowing you to step into a huge main crypt. The place is silent compared to the Draugr infestations you've beaten back previously. Approach the word wall at the crypt's far end and absorb another and extremely potent word of power. Then depart the temple interior, optionally checking an embalming chamber to the side before opening the double wooden doors to the temple exterior. You appear on the roof of the temple you've just navigated. Deliver some killing blows to any remaining Draugr you failed to call while on the lower ground. Although there's some side battlements to investigate, there's little to find. Instead, locate the stone steps and the jet of molten fire roaring into the skies. 2 large dragons flank you, sitting atop carved columns to your left and right. In the courtyard's center are steps where a dragon priest is attempting to close the portal using dragon tongue incantations. The priest's name is Nakreen, and he carries a staff that opens the maw he's just closed, although it is possible to kill him before this chant is completed. I'm getting some Cameron vibes. What's his name from Oblivion? Mankar Cameron vibes from this guy. Engage Nakreen in battle, but beware of his electrical prowess. Use the arches and stairs as cover if you need to, and watch for the dragons that intermittently swoop in to attack. Fight back with dragon rends, slay each dragon before turning your attention to the priest. Fight him until all that remains is a pile of dust. Aside from some sizable gold, you receive Nakreen's mask, useful for side quest masks of the dragon priests and the dragon priest staff. Have we fought a dragon priest before this point? These are very Sixth House cultist vibes. I don't know. Who are the dragon priests? And what do they want? And why are they on the side of the dragons? Did this not get talked about in the Skyrim questline? I feel like it would be important to know who these enemies are. Ascend the ceremonial steps. Here's a picture. Activate the dragon seal at the top of the steps, and you jam this staff's shaft into the seal center. A great gout of fire blasts forth from a whirling vortex, a gateway to the ethereal realm where Alduin cheats death and feeds off the souls of heroes past. Step down into the light and enter Sovngarde. Oh. 3 pages. Alright, I have to pee, and then we're gonna finish this shit. Alright, break over. How did I feel about that previous quest? Well, I thought it sucked. I thought it was really dumb. I thought that it did nothing new for puzzles. I think it did a great disservice to the player for having to fight all those Draugr. I know that the main quest was actively trying to create original enemies along the way to fight, but here at the end it just got overwhelming, I suppose. Man, is it as bad as the end of Oblivion where you have to close all those Oblivion gates? No, of course not. Is it as dumb as the big battle at the end? That is not really a big battle at all. No, but I don't know. Doesn't mean it's any good. Really disappointing. Can we not have the big dumb fights at the end of main quests all the time? Got to be. Even Morrowind does it. Something about the third act always strikes me as very underwhelming. How do you do a third act in a way that creates resonance for the player? It would have to be I don't know. That's a huge conversation. That's a conversation for another time. For some reason, the game that came to mind was Far Cry 2, where you're doing this Heart of Darkness plot. You're trying to get closer and closer to the antagonist of that game. I forgot his name. And the way it ends is very ironic, I suppose. It has an ironic ending. And I remember that being very affecting, which is strange. I don't know why I thought of that ending instead of BioShock, right? Even BioShock has the big dumb ending. What I'm saying is not new. Let's end this and then we can evaluate Skyrim compared to the rest of the games. Sovngarde, very similar to Sanctuary and Oblivion. The feeling of going to another place. Red Mountain was so disconnected from the rest of Vardenfell, despite the fact that it was a centerpiece, that it might as well be this other place, right? This out of reach location. So they've done it again. I'll hold my discussion on predictions for Starfield later, but we'll talk about it. Terror in the Shadowed Vale. You have crossed the threshold of the living and entered the afterlife, the realm of Aetherius. Alduin's presence is powerful here. Indeed, you can see the dragon in the distance, below the red glow of the eternal sunset. Follow the pathway down, passing between the mammoth tusks and the monolithic cowled statues, and into the Valley of Mists, the Shadowed Vale. The mists created by Alduin begin to thicken, impeding your path and vision. Use the clear skies shout to clear the fog back for a few moments. Look at the winding path through the misty valley, which is interspersed with runic stones and blue torchlight that indicates the main route to take. Soon you make out a figure. A stormcloaked soldier, lost and terrified, he pleads with you to turn back. The fellow splutters out a riddle. Vain is all courage against the peril that guards the way. You surmise he's talking about Alduin. He tells a tale of his own demise, but is even more terrified of Alduin, whose hunger is insatiable. The dragon hunts the lost souls snared within this shadowed valley, feasts upon them to regain his power, and returns to Tamriel. The soldier pleads with you to take him to Shor's Hall, where the heroes of old await their eternity and safety from Alduin's hunt. Answer him in any way you wish. Perhaps you might seek some help inside this Hall of Valor. Execute the clear skies, shout once more to spot the Hall of Valor silhouetted against the gloomy skies in the distance to the north. Venture farther into the valley, and the path splits, continuing around both sides of a central rock outcrop. You can climb the steps cut into the outcrop. Watch Alduin as he sweeps about in the middle distance, plucking souls lost in the fog and devouring them. Atop this central outcrop above the fog, you can also view the entrance to the Hall of Valor, a gigantic whale skeleton that spans a bottomless chasm void. Seeking valor, return to the path below. No matter which path to the whalebone bridge that you take, expect to encounter 2 or 3 lost souls caught forever in the fog. Expect both Stormcloaks and Imperials here, along with those you may have dispatched during your adventure. Along the left-hand path, you can also meet High King Torrig, whose death at the hands of Ulfric Stormcloak plunged Skyrim into civil war. All fear the World Eater. Emerge from Shadowed Vale and approach the steps leading to the whalebone bridge, where a mighty figure stands before you. Approach to Sun. I'm not sure how the T, if it's silent or not. If you've studied your Tamriel history, you'll know he's a hero of ancient times, the brother of Stendar, shield thane to shore, and a warrior of supreme quality. To Nords, he is revered as the greatest warrior who ever lived. As you approach, he asks what brings you to Sovngarde. This is similar to in Morrowind when you visit the people who could have become the Nerevarine, but didn't quite make it in the prophecies. I'm getting that kind of vibe. You can ignore him and attempt to cross the bridge without his permission. It takes but a moment for Sun to catch you in this maneuver, and lightning is summoned from the sky as it strikes you repeatedly, forcing you to stop, die, or leap from the bridge into your death. Speak to Sun when he asks. He tells you that he judges those fit to join the Fellowship of Honor inside the Hall of Valor. After further posturing, inform Sun that you seek to enter the hall and that you have a right of birth. You are dragonborn. Sun greets you with a series of verses. This warrior poetry is filled with illuminating, rugged beauty. You receive a separate response if you've received any of or all of the following. Oh, okay. Kind of like a end of a role-playing game where your collections of things are known. That's nice. Disco Elysium does it. I mean, a lot of games do it, so. Right. If you've done any of those. The Sun agrees to let you into the hall, but only after you pass the warrior's test. Sun unsheaths his two-handed battle axe and advances upon you. This battle need not be difficult. You can use any of the shouts that you've learned. Fire breath is a good choice. Back these ranged attacks with your favorite offensive weaponry. Some guide this is, right? It's more of just an accounting of what happens in these quests. Halts the attack, judges that you've fought well, and steps aside. Don't fall off the bridges you cross. The giant doors to the Halls of Valor appear before you. Push one open and enter the Grand Hall. Heroes from Tamriel's recent and distant past walk this hall, which is dominated by mead and meat. A banquet, including a huge spit roast, is underway, and Shor's subjects make merry, awaiting his summons to the last battle. You're greeted by the mighty warrior who adapted Nordic writing from the elves, Isgrimor. This revered ancestor of the Companions tells you that 3 warriors stand ready, awaiting your word to loose their fury upon the perilous foe. Hey, we, gotta come back. It's like the Elder Scrolls Extended Universe. You may remember them as Nordic warriors that you saw in your Elder Scrolls vision. Seek them out among the other heroes of Sovngarde. The following heroic fighters from yore are among the honored guests in the Hall of Valor. I guess if you care about the lore, these, who knows? I'm not gonna name these, right? I have no idea who these people are. When you're done wandering among the heroes, locate the 3 Nordic warriors who defeated Alduin the first time around. Gormlaith is raring it to seal Alduin's doom, but hold council before the battle begins. They agree that Alduin's mist is more than a snare, it's a shielding cloak. With the 4 voices of the heroes and Dragonborn joined in unison, it's like Captain Planet. The mist can be removed, and Alduin brought to battle. The World Eater fears you, Dragonborn. Dragon Slayer. Boy, oh boy. How did I feel about that previous quest? I don't know. It's alright. very similarly to Sanctuary and Oblivion, you go to a place where you don't really know the weight and heft of these proper nouns. Like, some anticipatory actions could have been taken for information gathering in the main quest to get you ready for when you see these characters to have a better response. So I don't really appreciate that the game did not do that. How hard is it to have a quest early on for information gathering so that you can learn when you see these characters again, how important they are to the story? I don't know. It's very upsetting, right? Like, you spend so much time in Morrowind learning about the Alm-Sivi, Almalexi, Sothasil, Vivek, and their interaction with Dagoth-Ur a long time ago. You spend so much time learning about these things explicitly given by the main quest, so that when you meet Vivek, it has this grandeur. It's very ominous. I don't know, it feels very reverent, like you're meeting what is effectively a demigod in this world. I don't know. I don't like it here. They didn't do their homework. They didn't let you do the homework. Leave the Hall of Valor and cross the Whalebone Bridge to the edge of the Shadowed Vale where your Nordic brethren are gathered. They are eager to slay Alduin for a second time while the World Eater roars away in this mist. When the three heroes have assembled, use your clear skies shout to blow away the nearby mist. Your allies will join you. Alduin bellows back with a shout of his own, and the mist descends once again. Continue your shouts until Alduin's might is broken. When the mist's permanently dispelled, Alduin's massive, jagged form swoops down into the vale. He begins to launch a barrage of fire attacks at you, the Nords, and any of the lost souls that have been freed from their permanent fog. The time has come to finish Alduin forever. Alduin is a lot less mobile when he's writhing in agony and having to land after a dragon rend attack strikes him. Make this your earliest priority and dodge any attacks he launches from his mouth. Utilizing the dragon rend is imperative. Alduin is invulnerable unless he's writhing and descending to the ground, or unless he's on the ground after being affected by dragon rend. If he isn't bathed in blue light from this attack, he's impervious to your weapons. Stand close to your fellow fighters so you can vary the attacks and so you don't face Alduin on your own. If your coordinated attacks come from different directions, Alduin won't focus all his attention on you. Meanwhile, you have the luxury of striking only him. You need only one dragon rend to down Alduin. You can switch to another shout and attack with that with your favorite weapons. Use any that you've employed successfully against dragons in the past, but remember to attempt this only when dragon rend is still affecting him. You did it. Wow. Epilogue. What an enemy, right? I don't know what I was expecting. You fight another dragon. Alduin thrashes on the ground as his soul leaves his corporeal form with a final thunderous spasm. Alduin is torn apart. Not even his skeleton remains in the afterlife. Sun is the first to congratulate you on your mighty deed. Cleanse Sovngarde of Alduin's evil snare. They will sing of this in the Hall of Valor. You may speak to any of the heroes who helped you in battle. When you're ready to leave, only Sun can transport you from this place. Sun summons Shore's might and returns you to the throat of the world. Really? First, though, he grants you a shout, one that brings a hero from Sovngarde to your side in your hour of need. Yeah, all those little Thieves Guild quests are going to need the might of a goddamn Sovngarde hero. Can you imagine, like, having to leave the Hall of Valor to do the Dragonborn's homework? You return to the throat of the world with a full complement of dragons perched on the mountaintop at your arrival. The two recognizable beasts are Odoving and Parthenax, if he's still alive. These beasts roar in a death chant for their fallen god, their leader Alduin, and then take to the skies. Should you attack, they depart without fighting back. Parthenax greets you, impressed by your feats. Then he too flies away, leaving only Odoving. Speak with him and he informs you he is now in your service. That's weird. Like, shouldn't he leave with the rest of them? Who cares about, like, the gameplay actions? Like, narratively, it makes better sense for him to go. Return to High Hrothgar and speak with Master Arngir. Inform him of your actions. He believes Alduin may yet rise again, but that is for the gods to decide. If you return to Skyhaven Temple, Delphine asks whether you have good news, but there's still the matter of Parthenax if he lives. The Blades are grateful, but are certainly more appreciative if Alduin's brother is also slain. And my god, that is it. Well, that was Skyrim. Alright, let's talk about the things that I like. The world, yes, the world is beautiful. And the world was constructed purposefully to combine Elder Scrolls with Fallout, in the sense that Skyrim is a distant province with a few amount of NPCs, all scattered in disparate encampments and holds and townships and cities and whatever. So it allows a great amount of rugged, natural, touched landscape, similar to Fallout. So it allows a lot of enemies, a lot of generic enemies to fight. It is a massive canvas. Yes, it looks beautiful, but it feels purposefully disparate. Oblivion was accidentally disparate, whereas Morrowind feels very cohesive. So that's kind of a broad look at the location of Skyrim. I think that there are some aspects of Skyrim's main quest that are much, much better than Oblivion. I don't think that's difficult really to defend. I think that the amount of dragons that you fight, even at the lower end, is lower than the amount of Oblivion gates you have to suffer through. I think that the world that Skyrim created, it not being as leveled, is much easier to deal with than Oblivion. I think that some of the quests have a wider amount of variety than Oblivion. I think they fall into similar traps at the end of having the big dumb fights, but on the whole, I think Skyrim is a marked improvement from Oblivion as far as the main quest. Can't speak to the faction quests. How do I put this? My brain is fried. I kind of want to come back and do a conclusion of the main quest later when it's not the middle of the day. My brain isn't fried from having to conclude all these things. My brain is not really in the right spot. It falls into similar traps of Oblivion and Fallout where there are optional quests that can be skipped, or there are quests from other factions that are used to bolster the main quest, which I think is unfair. I do like that the Mages Guild, the Thieves Guild, the Imperial Civil War are all consulted in Skyrim, but I don't like that they are included in Skyrim's main quest. And I prefer being consulted than included as far as level of interaction. I think that the story of the main quest in Skyrim is beyond stupid. I think that's my biggest disappointment. So I've talked a lot about psychoanalysis in these different games. I talked about the repressed coming back in Morrowind with Dagoth-Ur. I've talked about the loss of the father in Oblivion with the death of Uriel Septim and the arrival of the Oblivion Gates, sort of the loss of the symbolic order and chaos reigning. I talked about the, what would you call it? The beautiful soul theory of Fallout, the constant tension of the father and the son, and how to get back to the way things were, and how that reactionary look is impossible. And so Fallout deals with the past and the present layered on top of each other, not just for the world of Fallout for its tongue-in-cheek humor, but also for its parallelism of the 50s past, kind of a repressed 50s past layered over this modern hellscape, and how your father relates to that, and the weird fascination with the mother for both of you, trying to finish what your mother started, and how the mother is conspicuously absent in the story, trying to recover the mother or get back to her. And then, okay, so you want to play psychoanalysis with Skyrim. Where do you even start? The Skyrim main quest is so stupid. It is willingly stupid. It's just, what is its significance? All of these quests have meaning for the character, It gives you purpose for where you go and what you do, but what is its significance? I think that is the larger problem with Skyrim's main quest. Even Oblivion's quest's main quest, as hackneyed as it is, as thoroughly compromised as it was, it still had a better understanding of the significance of why they were telling that story. Why this story in Skyrim, right? You have to come to terms with the situation and the story. In Morrowind, Dagoth-Ur represents the racial repressions of Vvardenfell that have to be done away with if Vvardenfell is to quote-unquote modernize, if it's to take its rightful place as an equal province to the rest of Tamriel. And so that story is told with the Nerevarine, with the idea of unfinished business. What is the story of Skyrim? We have a civil war. We have, tensions in Skyrim between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials, which feels eerily similar to the Morrowind problem. So is it an existential problem with itself, like Morrowind's racism? No. The Nords seem quite happy with themselves. The dragons are the arrival of this outside force in the past that, man, I don't know. I don't know how to categorize this. What even the taxonomy is for this. Like, who is Alduin? And what does Alduin want? And why did Alduin arrive now? Why did the Dragonborn arrive now? And of all those years that it could have shown up, why did all of this happen now? What are the contingent circumstances for Skyrim? Why tell this story at this moment? I don't know. I really don't know. And that to me is like the biggest problem. It feels like there is this amazing donut, to use David Lynch, that you can eat, but there is this massive hole in the middle of Skyrim, and that is where the significance should have gone. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, is there more to this than I'm not seeing? Because the main quest, as it's described here, did a reprehensible job of not explaining to me the matter. Why is this all important? Like, besides the obvious, dragons are really dangerous and we have to get rid of them, which is sort of absurd unless it's given some context. I'm of the opinion that dragons are stupid, and using dragons as a way to push the plot forward is dumb. Patrician TV talks about this, where their dragons are equally brilliant and stupid in this game. They all go down the same way, and yet some of them have dialogue that you can have, Odovang and Parthenac. I don't know what Alduin represents for the world or for the player that is so important to the story of Skyrim, and that has me kind of nervous for Starfield, of what will the significance be of the main quest, because they used to do a much better job of linking the main quest to the overall tone or the atmosphere of what they hope to go for. And man, this one really sucked. Skyrim, there was, I don't know, there's some variety in what you do in the quest line. You get to have a war council. You get to sneak into an embassy party. You get to brush with the locals in Riften. You get to fight Draugr, dragons, Falmer, Forsworn, a lot of F, other wildlife, wolves, spiders. You get to consult with the Thieves Guild. You get to consult with the Mages Guild. You get to touch an Elder Scroll and look at an Elder Scroll. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that Elder Scroll once you are done with it. I really want to find that out. Oh God. How would you even look that up, right? What can you do with the Elder Scroll? After the quest, you can give the Elder Scroll to Urag Groshub and the Arcanium in the College of Winterhold. Okay, well that answers that question, right? How long to beat Skyrim? We looked at this before. 34 and a half hours for the main story. So a little bit longer than Fallout. Maybe 10 of those hours has to do with just fighting dragons. Wait, what? What is this? The Empire of Tamriel is on the edge. I have to get this from the internet. I couldn't even get this from the goddamn guide. The Empire of Tamriel is on the edge. The High King of Skyrim has been murdered. Alliances form as claims to the throne are made. In the midst of this conflict is far more dangerous, a far more anxious, oh my God, Jesus Christ, a far more dangerous ancient evil is awakened. Sorry. Dragons long lost to the passages of the Elder Scrolls have returned to Tamriel. The future of Skyrim, even the Empire itself, hangs in the balance as they wait for the prophesied Dragonborn to come, a hero born with the power of the voice, and the only one who can stand amongst the dragons. Okay, well, bear with me. The voice is interesting. So the voice is something in psychoanalysis that, oh God, I'm not sure if I'm willing to read like a whole article. I was just hoping to get some, I don't know how far we want to go with this, but there is something in a psychoanalysis about the voice. In particular, the autonomous nature of the voice, about it being this thing that speaks through us and speaks for us, and that carries on without us in the way that it can affect people. I think in early Lacan, the voice and speech was a lot more important in his discussion of psychosis. I don't think that has any bearing really on the video game of Skyrim, largely because Skyrim, you are the one doing the voices and you collect voices, and so you have a lot more agency over when and how they are used, and they are given a particular effect. Man, crazy that I had to go to How Long to Beat, the website, to hear about the death of the High King of Skyrim. When did that happen? Like, that feels very repetitious of Oblivion. You get the sense that, like, more and more Bethesda has been trying to make a similar game in their main quest over and over again, and they've been trying to make it, I don't know, more and more epic, but they seem to have gotten farther and farther away from, I don't know, what the main quest is good for. So, I don't know. I really didn't like this. Yeah. I really do not like the Skyrim main quest. I think that there are good moments, but that the whole is far less than the sum of its parts. If I was playing Skyrim, knowing what I knew about the main quest, I just wouldn't do it. Like, the main quest does not seem like a good use of a player's time. Skyrim is way more enjoyable if you remove its center and you are allowed to freely float in its world. And that's really shocking to have to conclude, that like the main quest is quite possibly might be a detriment to a player's experience, especially considering, like, I think it was mentioned somewhere earlier on in the main quest that if you don't complete it up to a certain point, that dragons won't spawn. In which case, why would you ever want dragons to spawn in this world? Like, it's like the Oblivion gates in Oblivion. Like, why would you do that to yourself? That's really depressing. Like, if I was part of Bethesda, wouldn't you want to create a quest line that would do justice to the world that you've created? And maybe they thought they did. You know, there are a lot of novel experiences that you can get in the main quest. You can't get in other quests. So I think at rock bottom they felt that this scripting was enough. But the narrative and the context and the lore, like all of that stuff really failed deeply in my eyes. So yeah, that's it. You know, we're done with Skyrim. I'm very glad that I looked at the guide for both Oblivion and Skyrim so that I don't have to play them. I will not be playing them. You know, I may play a little bit of the gameplay just to get back into, you know, what it feels like to be in those worlds. But I'm glad I did it as research for what I think Starfield is going to look like. And I don't know. I appreciate seeing Skyrim and Oblivion side by side, especially. Like, so here's the thing. Like, a lot of people they're upset that Bethesda takes so long to make games. And I'm of the opinion that if Bethesda was to continue making games like Oblivion, Fallout 3, and Skyrim, would you rather have 3 lesser games that have sort of the glaring expedient problems that you've seen in the past already? Or would you rather give a safe company with a lot of money time to make a larger game? Now, that a lot of the answer to that is going to rely on, are they going to do things that are narratively, structurally, mechanically different than before? Now, I think mechanically we can expect no. You know, in Starfield we've already seen too much of things that we've already seen before, so I'm going to say no. But those former two, narratively, structurally, there is a chance. So given that, I would rather wait because I know that I can always return to Morrowind and have a great experience. And that future-proofing of Morrowind, I think, can be done again. It just has to be not this. And I'll get in more into that once we talk about Fallout 4, about my conclusions for the whole Bethesda series, but Skyrim leans more, for my theory, into what I expect, into a theory that I have about this particular era of Bethesda games and maybe game making in general. So I'm glad I followed through and saw this. I'm really hot and disgusting. This room, God, this computer generates a lot of heat, so I'm gonna go. But next time I'll see you in Fallout 4, the last guide that I will be looking at before I talk about Starfield. So if you made it this far, thank you. Signing off. Goodbye. Stay cool.